Hello and welcome to a still damp and cold Brands Hatch for the third batch of 750 Motor Club season openers for the 2024 season. We've had 3 qualifying sessions this morning that have been completed, and now we're looking forward to an 11 race programme. My name is Joshua Barrett. Marcus Pye is up in the commentary box here at Brands Hatch 2. Looking forward to a day of racing on the 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, which is such a popular venue for British motorsport, and we're looking forward to a day of racing. Hopefully it's not going to rain for a little bit. The weather forecast you can see on the screen there suggests maybe some rain this afternoon. At 6 degrees Celsius, it's very, very chilly. It's a bit breezy as well. Feels a bit like a season-ending race meeting in November rather than the season opener in April, Marcus. But we enjoyed some great racing yesterday, nevertheless.
We certainly did, Josh, and yeah, we had a good mixture of grids out yesterday, and there was action aplenty as ever with the 750 Motor Club and the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, and we got through due to the stoic work of the marshals and the circuit officials, and yeah, we had a good day, some good results, and more to come today. We've got a lot of second races today. We've got some new grids out as well. We've got the Toyota MR2s joining in the fun today, and the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula cars. They come out, and of course we've got the 90-minute BMW 116 Enduro as well in the middle of the afternoon, which is an absolutely packed field. So that's going to be a harum-scarum ride for some, I'm sure.
Yeah, the capacity grid for endurance racing, so we're expecting 40 BMWs, I think, this afternoon. Just see there to the left of your shot the cars for the first race, which will be the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. This morning we'll also have races for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, the Mighty Mini Championship, and the Toyota MR2s as well. But there are the Hot Hatches, a great mix of cars here, and they're about to be released out onto the circuit, ready for the first race of the day in the second round of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship for 2024.
It's a triple header, isn't it, this weekend? So this is the second of their races. We had one race yesterday, and a surprise pole position man in Steve Large Speed Polly, who was out for the first time in, what was that, 21 years, and 25 since he won the championship, driving the car that Ryan raced last year.
That's right. So we're getting ready now then for round 2 of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. And the cars then lining up on the grid ahead of the green flag lap for the first of 11 races today. And let's have a look at how they will line up. The results of yesterday's race sets the grid. And yesterday's race, the race winner yesterday was number 93, Shea Kavanagh. First victory for him in only his second season of car racing on circuit. So a great effort for the SK Motorsport director, the 30-year-old in his new Honda Civic, alongside Steve Polly, who was fastest in qualifying yesterday. He finished 3.2 seconds behind Shea Kavanagh. 3 classes here based on power to weight ratio. Class B winner yesterday was David Walsh in his new Honda for this year, changing over from a Renault. We had an off yesterday though, but was still able to take the win. And the first time Class C winner was a delighted Paul Warren in his BMW Compact after a close battle with William Bartop, Citroen Saxo, and Daniel Rosa, new to the championship, former short oval racer, making his debut in the championship too. So let's have a look at the grid for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship here at Brands Hatch. On pole, number 93, Shea Kavanagh's Honda Civic, and Steve Polly, similar car alongside his number 36. Row 2, 105, which is Mohammed Ben Ladar in his Civic, and 22, Tate Taverners, similar car alongside. Row 3, 56 is Adam Brown, championship debutant in a Ford Fiesta ST, and 86 alongside Ben Greenhill's Honda Civic. Row 4, 21 is David Walsh's Honda Civic, and 26 Liam Pauling, another Class B car. He's in a Renault Clio. Row 5, 28, is Lee Warren in a Ford car with a Duratec engine. And alongside 97, Paul Warren, the Class C winner from yesterday in his BMW Compact. Row 6, 83, is Paul Adams in his Renault Clio. Alongside 17, William Bartup, Citroen Saxo. Row 7 is number 19, Daniel Rosen, who had a spin yesterday in his BMW Compact alongside a similar car. Number 50, Josh Hilton. Row 8 is 31, William Hornsey's Peugeot 106. And 48, Ollie Coles, another championship debutant this weekend. He's in a Renault Clio. Row 9, 148 is Wayne Shackelford's Citroen Saxo. The later Citroen C2 alongside 43 is Chris Woods. Row 10, 116, Harry Greenhill Citroen Saxo is alongside 87, Kurt Webb, the driver from Kent, having his debut in circuit racing today in his Ford Fiesta. 52 is on row 11, that's Lewis Ellis in his Renault Clio. And 5, Neil Frost's Honda Civic. Missing from row 12 will be number 72, Archie Stylent, after an incident in yesterday's race, which included 82, Jerry Frost, who's also missing, I think. As is number 98, Jack Ashton. But we do have 197, Craig Turner, at the back of the grid in his Renault Clio, who I think missed out on racing yesterday. So a real shame we had that incident yesterday, Marcus, which I think has eliminated a Metro and a Honda CRX, not just from this weekend, but probably for the rest of the season.
Yeah, the two kind of one-off cars in the field, and the Steyr CRX didn't get away, and unfortunately couldn't be missed by Ashton with the Metro, and some really sad scenes down there, but both drivers, I have to say, are perfectly okay. That's the important thing. But maybe they don't think so as they survey cars in their garages over the coming months, but you know, that is safety in racing is key. But yes, good field of cars, multi-mark field. Good to see Adam Brown and the Fiesta there on your screens, going well. He often runs with the Classic Sports Car Club and does well in their Tin Tops events. Always a front runner. The Fives garage car. We've got Renaults, we've got Citroens, we've got all kinds of things down the field. But it's a couple of quick Honda Civic Type R EP3s up at the front.
It was a dry race yesterday and a fairly dry qualifying session too. So this is the first time they've been out in damp conditions. Really, had a bit damp, I guess, at the beginning of qualifying, but we don't really know who may be quick, therefore, in these conditions, with some either inexperienced drivers at the front or drivers who haven't raced that much recently.
Drying track yesterday. Now the first two EP3s are here, and two further ones join Mohammed Ben Ladar in the matching SK Motorsport car, the yellow car, and then the multiple car with the big wing on the back. Multiple colour car, that's Tate Taverner.
Wonder if the conditions will suit the Fiesta better than the Civics, maybe, or if perhaps the Class B cars maybe might fight their way up the overall order too. Class C pole sitter Paul Warren, he's only registered for this weekend, but I think after winning yesterday he's having a change of heart what he's going to do for the rest of the season now. Because you do score points anyway if you're a single event registration, then he can adjust that to a full season if he so wishes to do so, depending on how today goes, I suspect. 5-second board is at the front of the field. Red lights go out. The PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship is underway, and it is a good start from Adam Brown's Fiesta, but not a very good start at all for Steve Polly. He's into the pack. But it's Shea Kavanagh that leads into Paddock Hill Bend. There goes Paul Warren in that Class C compact. He's up to about 6th or 7th position already in that rear-wheel drive car, just behind Steve Polly, who'll be looking to come through. Adam Brown, he's up to 2nd. A mega start there, Marcus.
Kavanagh, Brown, Ben Ladar's 3rd. Taverner is 4th. Polly trying to get 5th back on the inside in the bright blue Honda. As you say, that BMW going well, which is Paul Warren from Whitstable. Half an hour or so down the road to the east, but down they go into Surtees for the first time, and it's the Ford splitting the Hondas out front. That car is going well, and that is the car of Lee Warren.
That's right, it's got a 2.4 litre Duratec
Oh, a
engine in
huge, great slide from Ben Ladar. He's lost that place, and around the outside has come Tate Taverner up into third place. Tate Taverner in the number 22 car, but it's Shea Kavanagh and Adam Brown, Tate Taverner, the recovering Ben Ladar. Polly is next up. Behind Polly is number 21, which is Walsh.
That's right, David Walsh in the Class B Civics hasn't quite got the power of the cars ahead. Then it's Paul Warren in 7th who leads Class C, and he's got Lee Warren's Ford car in there. They've got William Bartup Saxo, it's 3 abreast, which includes Josh Hilton, the 21-year-old having his first circuit race this weekend. Out over the curbs is William Bartup Saxo, who's got alongside the Clio, and now he's got Hilton, who dives down the inside in the BMW in only his second ever circuit race, but is an experienced short oval racer. So probably isn't too affected by these conditions, I'd think. Now the Warrens, unrelated, are side by side, but there are yellow flags because it's cars off everywhere. Polly is one of them, Ben Ladar was the other, and David Walsh, the Class B leader too. 3 cars at least off at Surtees. So that was all rather dramatic. That's not affected the leader though. Shea Kavanagh comes up across the line to complete 2 laps. It's 3 abreast in the pack there through clearways. Tate Taverner had set the fastest lap. It's 4 abreast now, Marcus. Are they going to survive this?
That's incredible, isn't it? 4 abreast coming on to the top straight here. And, wow, that was quite something.
Yes, that's David Walsh trying to recover. So he's in 10th. He still leads Class B despite the spin, remarkably. So far ahead was he.
The Saxo got a bit sideways. There's some...
This is side by side for Class C. Josh Hilton, his second ever circuit race, round the outside of Paul Warren to take the lead in this similar BMW. And he's still sideways out over the curbs, but he's through. So that's 21-year-old Josh Hilton from West Sussex, who's taken the lead of the class. But he's been racing on short oval since he was 6. So switching to circuits with a pretty good outing here, and ahead of Paul Warren. But for the lead, Shea Kavanagh 1.7 seconds ahead of Adam Brown, but Tate Taverner set the fast up, and Lee Warren's off in the Ford car, and he just about got a lot of the speed scrubbed off before he hit the tyre with his motor. Behind, there's another BMW, that's Daniel Rosen, who was also an ex-short oval racer, and there was another car involved in that. The lead is up across the line. Kavanagh going away now with the aimshop.com fastest lap of 1 minute 3.242, 2.3 seconds ahead of Adam Brown. Tate Taverner is third. Ben Ladar is 4th. He was one of those cars off, wasn't he? But obviously
he's had
quicker.
A couple of big moments. Greenhill is 5th, and then it is Polly, who's back on the rise. He's up inside Greenhill. Out onto the gravel has come the number 17 Citroen Saxo there, and that is William Bartup. The BM's getting very twizzly down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend.
You'd wonder if these conditions would have, in Class C, suited the Saxo. It's a front-wheel drive cars, but it's the BMWs that are first and second currently.
Heavier, I suppose, which may come into it.
So there's Ben Greenhill, who dropped behind Steve Polly, and now he's got David Walsh, the B leader, on his tail, and he will sneak up the inside. There are 6 Class B cars starting the race, which is important for David Walsh because anything under 6 and the maximum points you can get is reduced from a championship point of view, which I suspect David Walsh has his eyes set on. He's 1 second ahead of Liam Pauling's Renault, that is second in the class, and then Paul Adams third. Paul Warren hasn't come through at the end of the lap, so has he had an off as well? Yeah, he's come through now, but down in 15th, so yesterday's Class C winner has dropped back. There's the current C leader with the Norris Cross on the back. Sideways, I suspect, Marcus, this is racing on short ovals for more than a decade.
Yeah.
He's well used to lack of grip.
There was lots of reflex action there as he caught that tail slide, and he's got well stuck in.
Family run car this as well for Josh Hilton, BMW compact with the 1900cc engine, as most of them come with. Another aimshop.com fastest lap for Shea Kavanagh. He's into the 1 minute 2s now, 102.207. Yesterday he was in the 54s in the drive. Conditions this morning are improving.
Yeah, that was on a drying track yesterday. It wasn't perfect, but it certainly improved towards the end of the race.
Liam Pauling is now going with David Walsh after a slow start in the Renault. He's up to pace now. Polly is catching Ben Ladar. Meanwhile, here are the Class B leaders together. So Liam Pauling, in his, I think, first outing in Hot Hatch, has caught David Walsh, who raced the Renault last year, but he switched to the Honda. But the Renault going really well here, Mark.
Yeah, it's got wider track, hasn't it? It looks like it's got longer wheelbase as well, so it might be a little bit more stable a platform in this in these damp conditions.
Oh, and behind the Class C leaders spun. Josh Hilton has spun out of Graham Hill Bend. I just saw out the commentary box window. And how much had it he was leading the class by a decent margin. So we'll see when they come through if he's still ahead. Meanwhile, the Class B battle continues. David Walsh versus Liam Pauling. And Pauling in the Clio pops out of the toe. It's a 197 shape car.
With the bonnet just chattering on top there.
Wider line into Paddock. Ahead, Steve Polly's caught Mo Ben Ladar. Round the outside he goes. But there he's sideways is Polly. He gathers it back together. His son Ryan here watching his dad race for the first time ever this weekend. It's been Ryan that's done all the driving in this car up to this weekend. Steve Polly, a former Hot Hatch champion in the initial guise of the championship 25 years ago. He couldn't get past Ben Ladar there after his slide.
Josh Hilton still leads in that class despite his spin.
Yeah, he lost 10 seconds in that moment. But like you say, he didn't lose the position. Round the outside comes Liam Pauling in the Renault. Has he got the traction there on that wider line? Not as much as I thought he may have done. So David Walsh hangs on to the class lead. Up across the line they go. Yesterday, Walsh was again quick at the start, but then dropped away with a few mistakes. And similar things happening here, where Liam Pauling is the quicker driver at this point. They've both done a 1 minute 2.9, which is only about a second off the overall pace. Similar actually yesterday, about a second and a half between the A and B cars. I think Walsh has got some grass stuck to the front splitter, so he's obviously been one of those cars that went off at Surtees in the early stages. We're into the second half of the race now. Shaker Vanna leads by 4.5 seconds over Adam Brown, who's still got Tate Taverner for company.
Paul Adams has just got himself past Josh Hilton. Not a class change, but an overall place change.
Just looking at here, number 86, Ben Greenhill, who's setting himself up for his first full season. There is that change for ninth. Paul Adams ahead of Josh Hilton, the still a Class C leader.
Another SK Motorsport car, so Shea Kavanagh's team having a very good day. Here is Pauling trying to get past Walsh. Walsh seems to know where to put the car, back in the middle of the track, making it difficult to choose. Pauling, can he squeeze through? He's not close enough. Meanwhile, Polly's still fighting Ben Ladar.
It's hard to know where to look in this. There's plenty of battles.
Yeah, very much so.
With quite a different looking grid to Hot Hatch this year. Lots of new drivers in while others move on. Here comes Polly on the inside of Ben Ladar up to Surtees. Ben Ladar, who started racing here a year ago, is able to keep Polly behind. Steve Polly, who's loving being back in the driving seat this weekend and being, I think, more competitive than he was expecting as well, which may help that enjoyment factor, I suspect.
Yeah, he's tucked in behind, got a better exit than Ben Ladar out of that clearways sort of section. He's not quite close enough. Essay's up the outside, might be able to tuck in on the exit of the corner, but he's very close to the back bumper now of Mohammed Ben Ladar. Jinx to the outside, where he might find a bit more grip. Yeah, that's impressive. That was mighty close down into Graham Hill Bend, wasn't it? But Polly knew how wide his car was, managed to back out of it.
Bit of traffic to deal with there, just lapping the second of the Greenhills, which is Harry in his Citroen Saxo. They'd already lapped Kurt Webb. The leaders have been working their way through other bits of traffic. Kavanagh now 4.6 seconds ahead of Adam Brown. So not missing anything at the sharp end. Up across the line. Polly's just dropped away at the end of the lap from Ben Ladar. So the Civic split up a touch. Here's the battle of a second then. Adam Brown and Tate Taverner, who are lapping William Bartup. Saxo that's dropped to fifth in the class.
Bartup Saxo's got the side skirt hanging down. That's where he went out over the gravel very early in the race.
Adam Brown's 25 years of age. He's from Staffordshire. Started racing 6 years ago in the STXR Challenge up in the northwest of England. Finished second in that championship in 2019. They've got Chris Woods' car to lap. There was a bit of an incident between these two yesterday, actually, and Tate Taverner was taken up to the clerk's office for being overly defensive and got penalised for that. So I'm sure that'll adjust his. We think that'll adjust his driving style for today, but today he's having to attack rather than defend. Adam Brown is doing a good job at staying ahead for now. Getting used to shorter races again, because racing with the Classic Sports Car Club in their Tin Top Series, they're longer races.
Yeah, kind of 40 minutes typically.
They've got a load of traffic, which is probably something he is much more used to, having to deal with the slower cars.
Yep, the Fives Garage Car, it's the family business run by his father Paul. On the front of that Fiesta.
So Wayne Shackelford is the first car. They are power pass. Here's Saxo. Taverner has a look to the inside at Surtees. Can't go through. The next car to lap is Ollie Coles, who's returning to racing after a few years out. The former Metro and MG Trophy and Porsche Boxster racer.
There's been a change at head of class B because Liam Pauling has got past David Walsh.
Yeah, Pauling, if he can stay there, will be another driver like Josh Hilton could be in this race to add his name to the new list of winners for this weekend. Tate Taverner squeezing between Paul Warren and Adam Brown to draw alongside the second place car. They go wheel to wheel into Paddock Hill Bend round the outside. Tate Taverner, can he carry that momentum up the hill? Brown's back ahead by more than just an overlap, but they are overlapping again as Taverner's later onto the brakes into the hairpin. But Adam Brown's doing a good job here to hold on. Meanwhile, Steve Polly's not come through at the end of that lap, so he's dropping down our timing tower. He's through
There
now.
he is. Yep.
But on a delayed lap. He's not the only one to have had that affect him in this race. But the B battle then goes ahead of him. They're still 4 tenths of a second apart, Pauling and Walsh. Class C, Josh Hilton, I think it's 10, 13 seconds clear of Paul Warren. Oh, Adam Brown's hugely sideways here into clearways. He keeps his foot in and he just drifts out wide because of that. And Tate Taverner then drives into the side of him for an unknown reason, but he's heading to second place. Adam Brown did a really good job to save that because the car was about 45 degrees to the circuit as he was going sideways, but then he got hit. So Adam Brown down into third place, but still going. But has it damaged the car, I wonder, because he's starting to drop back again.
Yeah, it looks like the front wheel arch may be just in on the tyre.
Here is Shay Kavanagh. We haven't really seen much of him during the 2 races because he's been quite dominant despite not being the quickest driver in qualifying yesterday. But got ahead of Steve Polly and then won by that 3 seconds or so. He's 5 seconds ahead today. Kavanagh, who's 30 years of age. He's the director of SK Motorsport, who are an associate sponsor of the Hot Hats Championship this year. He's from Derby. In only his second season, he raced a Clio a bit last year and had an outing or 2 in this Honda. He's hoping to build a BMW for Club Enduro next year too. So SK Motorsport really getting involved in the 750 Motor Club racing scene. Onto the last lap goes Kavanagh. Now that Tate Taverner's got second, he's just set the fastest lap of the race, so he's got pace. 1 minute 1.422, the aimshop.com fastest lap. Here, Adam Brown's pace has dropped right off, but he's still in third. Hopefully he can get the car home in that position.
Yes, at the moment he's about 8.5 seconds ahead of Mohammed Ben Ladar. Is Adam Brown in third place.
Class B lead gap is 8 tenths onto the last lap, so Liam Pauling versus David Walsh is continuing. There is Taverner, who's second, with that reducing margin to Kavanagh. But Kavanagh just being cautious through the traffic here, trying to pick up the second win of the weekend for the SK Motorsport man. Through clearways he goes, accelerating now through Clark Curve. He's got the Class C leader just ahead of him. The checkered flag will go out then for round 2 of the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. The 2 class winners side by side at the line. Both get the flag. So Shay Kavanagh, a 2-time winner, and Josh Hilton in only his second race in the championship. He wins in Class C in a dominant fashion with some good driving in these conditions.
Yeah, he drove very well. He got lapped on the line, didn't he? Which has saved him having to fight his way around another lap.
So Kavanagh and Brown have completed the overall podium. Ben Ladar fourth. Here's the battle of the Class B, their nose to tail, but Liam Pauling is a new winner as well. He wins in Class B for the first time by 0.3 of a second, despite a chase in David Walsh at the end there. Steve Poddy's come home 7th after his issues towards the end. Ben Greenhill should be 8th, and Paul Adams 9th. Paul Warren came home 2nd in Class C, but 20 seconds behind Josh Hilton, so it was a commanding drive for Hilton, and he had a spin at Graham Hill Bend during the race. So a very impressive performance there for the 21-year-old. Rest of the field coming through. Oh, Hilton's done another lap, and so he wasn't sure, I suspected, whether he had been passed by Kavanagh or not. So he takes a checkered flag. He was punching the air, so he's delighted with a victory then in Class C for Josh Hilton. And that completes our first race of the day with the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, with car number 93, Shay Kavanagh, winning by 4.6 seconds to the similar Honda Civic of Tate Taverner, who was 2nd. Adam Brown's Ford Fiesta came home 3rd despite that late clash. 4th was Mohammed Ben Ladar. In 5th, the Class B winner, Liam Pauling, his first win in Class B, 0.3 clear of David Walsh. Steve Poddy was 7th, with Ben Greenhill 8th. Paul Adams was the 3rd of the Class C cars in 9th. Josh Hilton, the Class C winner, he was 10th ahead of Lewis Ellis. Paul Warren, 2nd in B, was 12th. Ollie Coles was 13th, and Wayne Shackelford completed the Class C podium in 14th. On page 2, we find William Bartup, Chris Woods, Neil Frost, Daniel Rosen, who didn't go so well in these conditions, Craig Turner and Kurt Webb as well, who I think was a retirement, a couple of those, including Harry Greenhill as well. So that completes round 2 of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. The class winners should be stopping at the top of the pit lane, where Kieran Mogg will be able to have a chat with them in what I think is no longer rainy conditions here at Brands Hatch. A little bit blowy, certainly cold. And we have 3 more races to look forward to this morning before lunch. But before we get to the next race, let's hear from Kieran with our Hot Hatch race winners.
First race of the day, very wet session, and our first winner of the day is Shay Kavanagh. Shay, fantastic race, and you managed to just control the pace from the front there. How was it?
Very slippy, very slippy. Even if you try a wet line, it just doesn't work. So yeah, it's just been hard work all the way through. And it seemed to get slippier towards the end, weirdly. So, but yeah, no, it was good. It was very good.
How are you finding the competitors out there in the wet?
It's hard to judge it in the wet because you don't know the pace of everyone. People are running different tyres, people are running different setups. It's all about the wet. It just comes down to the car. Cheers.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on your win there.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Now, that's our Class A winner. Our Class B winner is Liam Pauling, who I believe is his first ever win as well. So if we can grab Liam. Yes, he has the hoop around his neck. Liam, congratulations. Your first ever win, I'm told.
Yes, first weekend here with 750 Club, so yeah.
Congratulations. Yeah, how was the race for you?
It was intense. It was intense. I lost about 10 spaces at the start, and then everyone just went back. Then we had a great battle with Dave in the Civic, and yeah, got the better of him in the end.
How are you finding the conditions out there?
Oh, great. Absolutely great, yeah.
Would you prefer the wet then?
Yes, yeah.
Excellent. Congratulations on your win.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, our Class C winner is Joshua Hilton. Josh, over there, do apologise. Congratulations. You had to fight for that one. You managed to beat out Paul. How was it?
It was very good, yeah.
How are you finding the conditions?
I'm very surprised at that result, to be honest. So, considering it's the second ever race on the circuit, so I'm very surprised.
Well, congratulations then. Fantastic achievement. Thank you. And we'll go to a quick ad break, and then we're back up to the commentary box for the next race.
It's round 2 of the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship here at Brands Hatch, and the grid for this made up by the fastest laps in the race yesterday. A race where we saw a first-time race winner in Charles Shelbourne. He beat Jack Kingsbury by 4.7 seconds after a penalty was applied to Darren Ransom for exceeding track limits for the fastest lap, but to car number 55, which is Justin Griffiths. So 55 starts from pole alongside number 30, Darren Ransom. On row 2, it's car number 3, Jack Kingsbury, the Class B champion from last year, alongside the race winner from yesterday, 48 Charles Shelbourne. On row 3, last year's overall champion, number 1, Chris Lawrence, in his first weekend in a 197, alongside number 7, Stephen Richardson, who was the winner yesterday in Class A for the Clio 182. On row 4, 72 is Pete O'Connor, and triple 1 is Nick Harrison. On row 5 we have 17 Sonny White and 13 Mark Enoch. On row 6, 10, which is Josh North, and 31 Chris Page. Row 7, 82, low-cost race winner last weekend, Paul Clark, and 88, Brian Craven, in a new car for this year. On row 8 is number 14, Jack McConnell, former Carter, and number 12 alongside is Matt Hipkins. Row 9, the former motorcyclist, number 57 is Matthew Poncia, and 8, Chloe Daly in her first ever race for the teenager. On row 10, 11 is David Redshaw, and 62, Max Martin, after rolling in qualifying yesterday. Didn't get out in the race yesterday, but he's there at the back today. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on in his first ever car race. Another teenager on the grid. Good to see these youngsters getting involved in the championship, Marcus.
It was the untimed test that he rolled in, I think, at the beginning right at the beginning of the day, wasn't it? And they managed to source another windscreen, get the car re-scrutineered, just safety checked, etc. And he's back out, which is really good news. And so we'll watch for the karting graduate coming through.
Yeah, Max, he's 19 years of age. He's a firefighter from York. Competed in Super 1 karting before. And him and his dad preparing the car as a family run effort. 2 green flag laps, and seemingly this second green flag lap, at least on our TSL timing screens in the commentary box, are being shown as being part of the race time. So we'll see if that gets adjusted or whether that is the case. But it's Justin Griffiths then on pole position, the aerospace engineer from Shropshire, who finished second in the championship in 2022. Before doing circuit racing, he did stage rallying with the BT RDA, and also building a Clio for Hot Hatch, which is due to have a V6 engine in it from, I think, from a McGann that he has sourced, but that's yet to come. Alongside him, Darren Ransom, the driver from East Sussex, in only his 4th season of racing in the PJ Motors Clio 197. Went really well yesterday. Big improvement on last year's pace for Darren. Unfortunately, a track limit violation stopped him from getting a podium, but we'll see what he can do today in these tricky, damp conditions. We just heard, didn't we, Marcus, from the previous drivers, how slippery it is out there.
Yes, and you can imagine it, just looking out different parts of the circuit. You've got these elevation changes here, you've got the camber changes as well, and there are some places on the track, on the Indy circuit, that remain a little wetter than others, but it's the same for everybody, and great field of runners. That very attractive 200 Clio on pole, which is the car number 55, which is Griffiths.
That's right, Justin Griffiths there on pole position with Darren Ransom alongside. Class B, the Clio 197 and 200s, and Class A, the 182s. There's 13 minutes on our timing screen clock. The green flag is waved at the back. The 5-second board is shown, and round 2 of the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship gets underway as the red lights go out now, and they will scrabble for grip on their Toyo tyres, but it's a pretty even start for Griffiths and Ransom. And Ransom trying to squeeze Griffiths towards the grass, and he's really gone bold on the outside line as Darren Ransom, and he leads the race. So number 30, Ransom round the outside at Paddock to lead. Justin Griffiths is second. Jack Kingsbury is third. Chris Lawrence darts to the outside, tries to come around Kingsbury, the 2 champions from last year. Richardson, the 182 leader, is up there too, and alongside Charles Shelbourne, but has to give way. So it's very tight. Yesterday, the race was really won on the first lap by Charles Shelbourne as he was able to pull clear. Darren Ransom, who's taken the lead today, hasn't been able to do that. He's got Justin Griffiths chasing him up towards 30s. The top 8 or so have got a gap over the rest.
Yeah, that's right. So you can see where Max Martin has got to from the back in car number 62. Watch for him, the 19-year-old.
Big slide there, Marcus, for Charles Shelbourne.
Yes, it's lost him a bit of momentum, hasn't it? That's an important part of the circuit for your lap times. And as you see the field come through, there are our leaders. It's Ransom from Griffiths by about a quarter of a second.
That's right. 5.197s before we get to Steve Richardson, who's going with them at this stage in the Class A car. You score points in your class, and the overall champion can come from either category. Max Martin got 3 cars on that first lap. He's up to 17th. Perhaps being a little bit cautious after what happened yesterday. But it's Darren Ransom who leads down towards Graham Bend. This is all new territory for Darren. He's not led a race before. He did get pole yesterday, but lost the position off the line to Charles Shelbourne. But he looks good in that position at the moment, considering the conditions he's having to deal with. And then it's Griffiths then, who's still chasing after him. There's Stephen Richardson, the Class A leader, and he's got Nick Harrison looking up the inside of him. But the Fuse Metrics Clio of Richardson continues to lead. The 46-year-old window cleaner from Milton Keynes is there leading Class A once more. And there's a car on the grass. That's Jack Kingsbury, who's, I'm afraid, had a big accident. I'm not sure how that has happened. But poor Jack, and he's coming back. He saved it just about. That is a bizarre place to have an accident. Many years of coming to Brands Hatch, Marcus, I don't think I've seen someone crash in quite that manner there.
I think he kind of got a wheel on the grass, didn't he? And that just flung him. And he smoked the tyre wall pretty heftily. And has brought the car to a halt, but the tyre wall has been deranged.
Yeah, Kingsbury's got his car off by the gate, the ambulance gate at the top of Paddock, but the tyre wall, as you say, took quite a hammering there. And a change for the lead. Justin Griffiths has got past Darren Ransom. I wonder if this is all related, whether Jack Kingsbury was around them as well, when Griffiths was getting past Ransom at the end of the lap, and as you say, he's got caught out onto the grass.
I think we're going to get a replay of it at some point, because it's certainly shown first time through. We've got safety car now out, with Griffiths now leading on lap 3.
That's right, that was all very dramatic. Really unfortunate for Jack, who runs on a budget, and having a big accident like that is not a helpful way to start his season. The 2023 Class B champion. Father Ricky runs the car for Jack. So safety car is out. Base leader is number 55, Justin Griffiths. Second is 30, Darren Ransom. Third is number 1, Chris Lawrence. They can see Jack out of his car. He's okay. He's parked in a sensible position. We're going to have a look then, see what we can make out of what happened here with a replay from Alpha Live. Yeah, he's certainly out over the grass like you suspected, Marcus. We unfortunately didn't quite catch the beginning to see what triggered it.
Yeah, it sideswiped the tyre wall, didn't it? And then went round a complete 360, and it's deranged all down the left side, unfortunately.
Doesn't look like he was close enough to the two in front for them to actually have been involved. Like, I wonder if that was the case. So, like you say, whether he just got that bit wide, and soon you're on the grass, it's going to be so wet after all the rain we had last night. It rained for at least 12 hours solid, I think.
Touching the grass there is not good in the dry, let alone the wet. And it was a passenger from there on, unfortunately, but thankfully he's fine. And the car is about to be flat-bedded up at Paddock.
Okay, so we told you about the top 3. In 4th position is Charles Shelbourne, yesterday's winner. He's in 48. 5th is number 7, Steve Richardson, the Class A leader. 6th is 111, Nick Harrison. 7th is 72, the second of the A's, Pete O'Connor. 8th is 17, Sonny White. 9th is number 31, which is Chris Page. And then 10th is number 14, which is Jack McConnell, making his racing debut with the 750 Motor Club today, the Northern Irishman. See on our screen there, at the back, number 11, which is another new driver, David Redshaw. just behind the teenager Chloe Daly. Good to have a couple of, at least more than a couple, there's a number of new names in the championship this year. Ahead of them, Matthew Ponsier, the former motorcyclist, and the former karter ahead of them, Max Martin, all making their racing debuts, I think, today in cars. And that's what it's all about, Marcus, bringing new people into racing, and there's plenty of them on this grid.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it? And very, very efficient work by the flatbread crew. They've got the Kingsbury car hooked up.
And after I said about half an hour ago we're going to get a dry morning, unfortunately that's not the case. The rain has returned already here to Brands Hatch, so that the weather forecast we had, as most weather forecasts are, weren't terribly accurate. We had, like I said, we've had so much rain in the last 36 hours here at Brands Hatch. If you were with us yesterday, it rained extremely hard at the end of the day, and then that rain continued throughout the night until the early hours of the morning. And we thought that band had passed through for a few hours, but it's returned again. But the track is slippery and wet anyway, Marcus. Sometimes when it gets wetter, more grip can be found.
Yes, exactly. But I think at the moment it's just for that horribly kind of gruesomely slidey, greasy kind of conditions, isn't it? A bit more rain, as you say, might help. It's not what we want, but be a change for the F1000s, because they'll have to go back onto their previous spec Avon wets. They're running Hoosier slicks. Had a good race yesterday. You can see that tyre wall there, which is going to have to be reassembled in a while. And
I wonder for the restart of this, they'll sort of be under caution through that part of the track, and then they'll use that as sort of tyre one out before the next race. I reckon is what's going to happen.
Potentially bring forward the lunch hour.
Yeah, we'll see.
Fix it there.
If we hear anything, we're putting that information to you. Nothing suggests anything else at the moment. So we've got 5 minutes on the clock. Shame we've had this safety car for the last few laps. Thanks to those who are tuning in online on 750 Motor Club TV and letting us know who they might be supporting over the course of today. And also big thank you to all of the spectators here at Brands Hatch, because it's not been a great weekend to watch racing, but I know there's a number of the Brands Hatch regulars that thoroughly enjoy 750 Motor Club racing. It's big grids, close competitive racing. The weather's not been on our side, but we've had some good racing over the course of yesterday and already this morning as well. So the flatbed is on its way at Paddock Hill Bend. The safety car slowed right down, and the flatbed's turning right now off the circuit onto the old rallycross course to get behind the barriers. So can we go for a restart this lap? We can. The safety car lights are out, so that was good timing from race control. They saw what could happen there to get this race back underway as quickly as possible. With 3.5 minutes to go, the safety car peels in and Justin Griffiths accelerates away with a very good restart. He's pulled well clear of Darren Ransom as they accelerate towards the green flags to get the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship race back underway. Nobody else has really made a good restart behind. There's lots of big gaps that have developed.
Yeah, they're really strung out, aren't they? But Griffiths up front looking very switched on when it came to that flag. But going after him is Ransom.
Woods Griffiths a bit cautious at Paddock. He knew he gained a bit of an advantage at the restart.
Yeah, it catches the unwary so easily, doesn't it, Paddock Hill Ben, with that adverse camber, then the drop on the exit.
There's Chris Lawrence, last year's champion. Switched from a 182 to the 197 for this year. He's got an inspired livery from the 1997 British Touring Car Championship winning car Alan Menu took to the title. So he's used that colour scheme with his backers on the car as well. But it's Griffiths, who's good through Clearway seemingly there, getting the power on. The others taking a different line though.
They're taking what at the start of the corner looked like the favoured wet line, but coming off that line back onto the regular one. Second place driver Darren Ransom looking particularly good. He's got the car well balanced into Paddock. but he needs to have, because Lawrence is behind him, and yesterday's winner Shelbourne is right in on the action as well, waiting to take advantage should anything happen in front of him.
Yeah, so it's sort of the opposite way round this order to yesterday, isn't it? With Shelbourne at the back of the train, he has a look to the outside of Chris Lawrence. He just set the fastest lap too. I did notice we did have yellow flags covering that incident scene on the start line, as I thought we might. But here comes Shelbourne then on the inside of Lawrence into Surtees. This is where we saw the spinners in the previous race.
Jiggles up over the curb.
And then into Clearways they turn. This is where we saw the differing lines on the previous lap. Has anybody figured out where the grip or is to be found? I just think Justin Griffiths is better at that part of the lap. There's 2 laps to go, and Griffiths has extended his lead out to over a second over Darren Ransom, Chris Lawrence and Charles Shelbourne, and a gap back to Stephen Richardson, who leads Class A, but he's being caught by Pete O'Connor, who's only 4/10 of a second away. So that class battle is back on. And you might just see that in the background there. The Class A cars, here they come. It's the same 2 drivers involved as yesterday, but unlike yesterday, it's Richardson in front at this stage, with Pete O'Connor chasing after him. It was the late stages yesterday when Richardson grabbed the position away from Pete O'Connor. See if O'Connor can get that switched around for round 2. In the number 72 car, the 41-year-old from Bristol, in his 2nd season in the championship, a former production BMW racer. Here are the Class B cars, Marcus, with 1 lap to go.
Yep, the chase is certainly on. Not going to change though, are they? Shelbourne's not close enough to have a go at Lawrence, nor is Lawrence close enough to have a go at Ransom, but it's Griffiths who holds sway. Ransom sets the fastest lap of the race, and that's the aim shot fastest lap of the race, a 1:05.231.
And Ransom on a wider line out of Paddock. That's where he's quick. He carries lots of speed there, and now the challenge is on. He brakes desperately late. He's drawn up alongside Justin Griffiths, but on the outside line he'll just have to give way. And it's all bunching up again for the final lap. Can Griffiths stay ahead? We know he's good at the end of the lap, so Ransom's attacking now. He's out over the curb into Graham Hill Bend, but he's found enough to get through the corner. Behind Charles Shelbourne's out over the grass on the outside of the corner. He's drawn up alongside Chris Lawrence all of a sudden, and they're going to be side by side once more, but Lawrence hangs on.
They kept that territorial advantage on the inside at Surtees, did Chris Lawrence. There's yellow flags I saw there as well.
Oh,
and this car spun at the inside on the grass.
That's Chloe Daly. I think she's not come through. But Justin Griffiths, I don't think won a race last year, did a couple of years ago. He's going to win again in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship here at Brands Hatch. The checkered flag goes out. Justin Griffiths the winner by 7/10 over Darren Ransom. Chris Lawrence holds off Charles Shelbourne for 3rd. And Steve Richardson, a double winner in Class A. Well, his first ever win yesterday, and he's replicated it today. He beats Pete O'Connor. Sonny White takes 7th. After a good drive from him, and a whole group of cars come up across the line for 8th position, and a race to the line there between Nick Harrison and Mark Enoch, and Enoch gets it by 0.07 of a second. So Enoch also gets 3rd in Class A on that last lap ahead of Chris Page. That was a real battle pack to the line. Now there's Max Martin, he got 16th. Maybe that incident yesterday just knocked his confidence. And it meant he didn't get many laps of the Brands Hatch circuit before this race today, unlike the rest.
Yeah, it was important to, psychologically to bring it home this afternoon.
And Chloe Daly got back going too, the reason for the yellow flags. So all bar Jack Kingsbury got to the finish for round 2 of the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship with car number 55, the race winner, Justin Griffiths, in his Renault Clio 200. By 7/10 of a second from Darren Ransom. Chris Lawrence was 3rd with Charles Shelbourne 4th. The Class A winner in the 182s was Stephen Richardson, who was in 7th. Pete O'Connor took 6th. Sonny White 7th. Mark Enoch won that great battle to the line for 8th. Nick Harrison was 9th with Chris Page in 10th place. Jack McConnell was 11th. Josh North 12th. Then Matt Hipkins and Paul Clark completing the top 14. Brian Craven was 15th. Max Martin safely home in 16th. Matthew Poncier, David Redshaw and Chloe Daly were finishers, with the unfortunate Jack Kingsbury the reason for the safety car earlier in the race. So two different winners overall this weekend. Charles Shelbourne yesterday, Justin Griffiths today. And we will be able to go down to Kieran in the pit lane with our race winner, Justin Griffiths.
Well, another interesting race for the Clio Cup, and we're going to interview our top 3 drivers. Firstly is Justin Griffiths. We'll try and grab Justin here. Congratulations, you had to really fight for that one.
Yeah, it was a bit tough at the start. I think I was quite fortunate to have the safety car, right? Unfortunate for, I think it was Kingsbury that suffered there, but yeah, it was a good race. Very, very, very slippy. It's the worst conditions I've ever driven in, to be fair. So yeah, very pleased to come home with the podium.
Definitely, and you managed to get a fantastic restart as well. You really jumped them.
Well, yeah, it's just, I don't know what it was. It's just, you just watch for the car lights going out and you try and get the best start you can. So yeah, I'm happy.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. We'll move on to second place driver, which is Darren Ransom. Darren, if we can just jump in with you a second. Second place finish today. Obviously, yesterday had a bit of an issue, but at least managed to get the podium today.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, after yesterday, just kept us off ground mill. That's where the track limits was yesterday. Yeah, it was a hard race that. Hard.
So you had a really good fight with Justin, and
Yeah,
obviously
I
you did take the lead.
Yeah, I did for a bit. I did try him at the top, but there's just no grip out there really. So I just played it safe, come home. Yeah, it was a good race.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the second place.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, and third place, which is Chris Lawrence. Oh, we'll just jump in here a second. Chris, how was that race for you?
Very tricky. Trying to learn a new car, and yeah, not the ideal scenario with the weather, but we tried something from yesterday, but of course it rained, so it didn't really go to plan. But I'm just happy to keep on the black stuff.
Absolutely. And obviously these two are having a bit of a ding-dong battle as well. Did you enjoy at least watching that?
Yeah, I mean, I had them two in front, and I'm thinking, well, this could get quite tasty towards the end. But then I also had Charles behind me that has done a few more laps than me in one of these cars.
So. Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the podium then.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. And we're going to go to a quick ad break before going back into the next racing, which is, as you can see behind me, the Mighty Minis. See you in a second.
And the Mighty Minis Championship cars are just leaving the assembly area ahead of their second race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. Big thank you to the MSV circuit staff and the marshals for clearing up the damage that was on the edge of the circuit. A few of the tyres need to be put back into position, which they've been done. The belt's been put back across in front of the tyres, and all is good again. Like you never knew what happened if you hadn't seen that previous race. Reverse grids in both classes for the Mighty Minis. The Super Mighty Mini Class B cars at the front, and the Mighty Minis at the behind, the Class A cars. 8 of those have been reversed, and all 6 finishers from yesterday's overall reverse 2 at the front. Yesterday's winner, David Kirkpatrick, therefore starts 6th on the grid, which will line up like this. On pole position, number 61 is Matthew Baker with 8 alongside Stuart Coombs. Row 2 is 7, Steve Rideout, and 15, Ian Slark. Row 3, 70 is Greg Jenkins, and 10, yesterday's winner, David Kirkpatrick. Row 4, number 1, Nev Kirkpatrick, who had brake issues yesterday, and 43, Ben Butler alongside was excluded for Motorsport UK not following the policies. On row 5 is where we get to the Mighty Minis. Car number 20, Martin Hathaway, is alongside 44, Trevor Peters. Then on the second row of their group, on row 6 on your screen, 72 is Morgan Harris, and 33, William Tyrrell. The next row, 42, is William Burnham, and 32, James Jenkins. Then number 40 is Chris Didcourt, and 58, Ollie Samways, the class winner yesterday. 73 is Nigel Fraser-Kerr, and 38, James Bryan. 93, Sam Slater, and 13 is Morgan Bartley. And then 88, the ex-Team GB Horse Trials rider Claire Jeffries, and number 9 at the back, Graham Shepherd, for the Mighty Minis Championship here at Brands Hatch. But the cars head off then onto this green flag warming up lap. But yeah, what I was trying to get to is the Ben Butler. The reason he was excluded yesterday was for not respecting the Motorsport UK policies of how to act towards, I think it was marshals in this case, after he had an incident. So he was excluded for not following that. But will start, I think, at the back of his group here in 8th position.
Yeah, that's the bright green car, isn't it? That's Ben Butler.
An interesting racing prospect here, Marcus. It's slippery, we've got reverse grid, so all kind of things could happen, I suspect.
Since when did slippery get in the way of mini entertainment?
That's right. Countless mini races we've both seen over the years, and there's not been many dull ones, I don't think, Marcus.
No, that's right. And it's interesting that the bigger group is the sort of the more budget focused cars, the Mighties, the Super Mighties, which have larger engines. They sit out front. More modifications allowed, bit of suspension tweakery as well in there, and that translates into a quicker lap time. Of course, we're not seeing them all to their full potential round here this weekend, but certainly it should still be a good race, and interesting to see if Nevin Kirkpatrick, who had a split brake pipe yesterday, no rear brakes, who survived a couple of laps and then sort of thought, you know, this is not a good idea, had a really wide run through Druids and called it a day at that point. He starts just behind his brother, and they'll work their way through together. I'm absolutely convinced of it.
Yeah, it was a very competitive Class B yesterday. We had, I think, 5 cars in the lead battle. David Kirkpatrick, the winner, by 2 tenths over Greg Jenkins, but Ian Slark and Steve Rideout all were separated by less than a second at the checkered flag. Matthew Baker, who's on pole, was about a second and a half off of them yesterday, so we'll see if he can hang on to that top spot for long. And then in Class A, Ollie Samways was a winner by 1.6 seconds after a late safety car from Chris Didcourt, who came through the field well. He started further back. And then James Jenkins was in 3rd spot, but it's Martin Hathaway who starts on pole there, and he was again about similar to Matthew Baker, about second and a half off of the outright pace in what were pretty much dry conditions yesterday. It's certainly not that now for the second round of the Mighty Minis Championship here at Brands Hatch, the second of 2 races this weekend for them. The red lights go out and the race gets underway now, and sliding down the circuit, the poleman Matthew Baker, but he starts not too, and Ned Kirkpatrick flying through the field. He started on row 4, he might lead by the time they get to Paddock Hill Bend. He does, an absolutely epic start from P7 to lead by a mile through Paddock Hill Bend, Marcus.
That was absolutely incredible. You could see him weaving through the other 7 Super Mighty Minis, and David Kirkpatrick, his brother, comes up the inside with the car with the Union flag decoration over it. He's behind Ben Butler, I see, who's made a good getaway in the green car. But here's that mid-group. There's Jenkins in the purple car squeezing up the inside of the number 20 in the middle of the pack there, and that's Martin Hathaway.
Yes, that's a mighty ahead of a super, which shouldn't really be happening for the driver in his second yesterday, Greg Jenkins. Oh, no, that's Slark, isn't it, with Slark? He's a second. Was he second at that point? And he managed to get ahead of Ben Butler possibly in all of that, but he was massively sideways. But about half a mile ahead of them is Nev Kirkpatrick. He's not just made an awesome start, he's absolutely flying around the lap as well.
It's incredible, yeah. Slark, who was in that chase group, he was running second. He got a bit of a tank slapper at Exeter 30s into McLaren. He caught it. Butler, who's from the 4th row of the Super Mighties, he's up into 3rd in the green car, ahead of David Kirkpatrick.
That's right, and it's Slark, Butler, Rideout, and now ahead of both Butler and Rideout is David Kirkpatrick. So he's up to 3rd. He's chasing Ian Slark down towards Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, Jenkins doesn't look quite as racy today, does he?
No, that's right. Martin Hathaway, 7th overall. He's had 2 of the Super Mighty Minis at this stage. So from his reverse grid pole, he's going well. He's the 2nd or so ahead of Trevor Peters. Ollie Samways is 3rd, so he's made a good start from 8th in their group. Here are the Supers up in towards Clearway's corner. There's Ian Slark in what is P2. But he was 2.8 seconds behind Nev Kirkpatrick, so it's going to be very difficult to beat him unless another problem conflicts the reigning champion. So yesterday in the dry, the fastest lap was pretty much spot on 60 seconds. It's a 1 minute 9.2. Kirkpatrick 7 tenths quicker than the chasing pack. He's 3.5 seconds ahead of Ian Slark. Side by side here across the line. He's for 2nd in the Mighty Minis, who are 3 seconds behind Martin Hathaway, who's still in 7th overall. And it's Ollie Samways around the outside of Trevor Peters, but he's going to have to go the long way round here if he's going to get the place. Peters is hanging on. He finished 7th yesterday. Now James Jenkins is having a look to the inside. The 21-year-old from Norwich there, number 32, James Jenkins, who was 2nd in the championship in 22. And they turn their way down towards Graham Hill, but they're still side by side with Ollie Samways on the inside of Trevor Peters. This move has been teeing up for about 3 corners. Has he finally got the place, Marcus?
It would appear so.
Well, Peters on the outside line is not giving up at this point. There's Jenkins, who's coming through the order with Samways. No, Samways has dropped behind. So Trevor Peters, who was 7th yesterday, is back ahead of yesterday's winner. That
was a determined run through, but he's going to waft a little bit wide. And they're under attack from the white car of the 2nd of the Jenkins team. That's James Jenkins. There's Samways ahead now of Peters. James Jenkins in the white car pops out of the slipstream. Then we've got the car of Sam Slater behind the grey car with the Dayglow wheels. There is James Jenkins.
Ollie Samways has got some way to catch Martin Hathaway, who still leads the group, and they're still ahead of Matthew Baker's more powerful machine.
Jenkins got his nose ahead there of the 2nd of those cars. Peters has fought back on the inside, but it's down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. It's going to be the black car of Ollie Samways, who's got the better of that tussle for the time being. Up ahead of them is Martin Hathaway, still in 7th place.
Yeah, that's right. He's doing a great effort, is Martin, who's also raced the modern BMW Minis in the past. So Samways versus Peters is this good battle. Samways is back ahead again after a couple of changes of position on this lap. Really good drive this has been from Trevor Peters. And they're catching the group ahead.
And here comes James Jenkins out of clearways. He's past Trevor Peters. Trevor Peters suddenly has slowed a bit. He's been gobbled up by Sam Slater in the grey car behind him. Peters in a degree of trouble by the looks of things. Look, the Dayglow car approaching it all. There's that's the Hathaway machine with its Dayglow wheels.
Yeah. Samway was 2 seconds faster than him on that last lap, Marcus.
Yeah, and is now in the slipstream. There's Hathaway with the orange rear wheels.
We've got Matt Baker's Class B car amongst them, which could pose a problem here for Ollie Samway. So he darts to the outside for Graham Hill Bend, but then hops up onto 3 wheels, but then won't have the power of Baker in a straight line, and that will bring James Jenkins closer again. Jenkins in his 3rd season in the championship. Oh, and off is Ian Slark, who at one point was 2nd. He had dropped to 5th. He's lose more positions now. Yesterday's podium finisher, Ian Slark, then on the grass up at McLaren. Meanwhile, the lead gap for the first time has reduced. It's 4.5 seconds between the Kirkpatrick brothers. Nev's still ahead of David. Steve Rideout is 3rd. Ben Butler is 4th. So they're all spread out, really. So unlike yesterday, they're the grid that are spread, while the Class A Mighty Minis is much closer. Half a second between Martin Hathaway and Ollie Samways. And Matthew Baker has got past Hathaway on the road, although then he runs wide at Paddock. So this is a battle for 6th overall as well. And Ian Slark is involved in this as well as he recovers from his spin. So there's a load of minis all turning their way through Druids at the moment. About half the field all together there, with Martin Hathaway leading the group down towards Graham Hill Bend. And he's got Ollie Samways chasing, and then a couple of more powerful cars behind. Surely Ian Slark will find his way through very quickly here, Marcus.
Yeah, back on the lights is Ian Slark. I'd like to get through. You've got to merit it. You've got to actually get in a position where you can overtake. This is his bête noire, this corner. He's been off twice. Oh, there's a big spin. That's 63 at Sam Slater, isn't it?
Yeah, 93 Sam.
93. And there's, on the other side, Peters has gone on the grass as well.
And
another spin.
72 is the last of those to have gone round. That's Morgan Harris. 30's really slippery corner in these conditions. It's a fast corner too, the fastest bend on the lap. Samways and Hathaway side by side across the line, and Ollie Samways goes through to take the lead of the class. Martin Hathaway led for the opening 6 laps until that moment at Paddock Hill Bend. Ollie Samways had accelerated past really down the Brabham Straight, but Hathaway's fighting back on the inside. And Slark with his light flashing away. It's not as quick as these cars that have less power through the bends. So Ollie Samways was all over the back of him through Druids, but then Slark is able to power away down the straight again. So Samways and Hathaway are driving really well here, Marcus, with their lower power, really able to keep up with an experienced driver, Ian Slark, in a much more powerful car.
Yeah, they're having a really good dice, and Slark, the cylinder head king, is there in the pale blue car, now running in 6th place again. That gap still coming down fractionally up front, 4.2 seconds. 72's off again, which is Morgan Harris.
Graham Hill Bend this time, it was 30's a lap ago. Just in front of the South Bank crew. And not going anywhere at this stage is Morgan Harris. There's our 2nd place car, David Kirkpatrick. He's 4.2 seconds behind Nev. And shortly they will be into lap traffic as well. I think they've already passed Claire Jeffries, or at least the leader has. So there goes David Kirkpatrick out of clearways through Clark Curve in car 10. A bit further back, Steve Rideout and Ben Butler go through. Butler in 4th position. Happier than yesterday, I'm sure, in the mini spares liveried machine. So he's in 4th. He's 1.8 seconds behind Steve Rideout, who's there in 3rd spot in the Octane racing car. He's been racing Mighty Minis like the Kirkpatrick brothers have for a very long time. Do you ever race a classic Mini, Marcus?
I've rarely driven a classic Mini, let alone race one.
One that didn't get on your list.
No. think I've been driving about 5 or 6 years before I ever drove a Mini.
So
And that must be 40 odd ago.
here's Ian Slock. He's just got past Greg Jenkins, who really is struggling in these conditions. The driver who finished second yesterday. He's half a minute behind the leader. Ian Slock's that far down after a spin, but he's not got particularly good pace either. It's the Kirkpatrick's, Rideout and Butler that are quicker in these wet conditions.
The first race Mini I drove was a FIA Spec Cooper S, freshly built, running it in around Thruxton, flat from the exit of the complex to the chicane. By the end of the day, it was quite something.
That's right, yes, there's going to be lots of that next Saturday with the 750 Race Club. Not minis, but lots of flat-out action at Thruxton.
Yeah, lots of kind of sports car grids, isn't it, next week?
Yeah, 750 Formula sports specials. And Mazda 7s, that's going to be a cracker, I think.
Yep, MX-5s and Porsches as well, I think.
Yeah, and BMWs too.
Yep.
So.
There we go. So it's Kirkpatrick. That's still 4.7 seconds at 9 laps. Rideout and Butler continue. Oh, another slide for the car ahead of Jenkins. There he goes.
Ian Slark again.
I think it was.
The top three all set best on that lap, and the best of all was Steve Rideout on a 1 minute 7.782, only fractionally quicker than the two ahead, and with big gaps is not closing in any particular amount. Class A still being led by Ollie Stanways. He's now 3.4 seconds ahead of Graham Hathaway, with James Jenkins third. And yeah, so Ian Slark not pulling clear from Greg Jenkins after that slide. So that's the battle for fifth place, heading up towards Clearways.
I think it was Greg Jenkins had the massive two-wheeled run through the chicane at Thruxton, no, through the complex at Thruxton last year. Saw a great in-car camera of that.
Not something you want to be doing in wet conditions.
No.
That's for sure. There's David Kirkpatrick. What's the gap to the leader? There is the leader, Nev Kirkpatrick. About half the Cooper straight between the two of them. Up towards final corner. There you go. With a few lapped cars between them. One of them they've just lapped, Sam Slater, the 28-year-old from Bristol, in his third season, former British karting champion in his Octane Racing Rover Mini. So he goes a lap down as Nev Kirkpatrick sets the aimshop.com fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 7.570, and extends his lead out to over 6 seconds for the first time in the race. That's got a better run through that traffic. Rideout to Butler's come down, just a second and a half between those. As the leader laps James Bryan in 38, who's in 15th overall, 8th of the Mighty Minis. These conditions have really spread the field out in comparison to yesterday's race.
Yes, most of the drivers last time round, certainly the lower half of the field, set their best times, and I don't believe it. Sun.
What is that? That's Peters again that's off, isn't it? Same place as earlier. Yeah, the sun is, well, briefly was shining. It's certainly brighter than it has been all weekend. James Jenkins has got past Graham Hathaway because Hathaway's dropping down the order. A slow lap there for the man that was second in the Mighty Minis.
Martin Hathaway.
Apologies, yeah. That's a relation, I think, isn't it? Martin Hathaway drops to fifth in A after a moment that cost him about 5 seconds. Slater goes a lap down now to David Kirkpatrick. Rideout to Butler gap has gone out. Doubled on that lap for 3 seconds.
6.666. The number of the beast. There's the gap between first and second, the Kirkpatrick brothers.
There's a lot of cars here. William Tyrrell in 10th is under pressure from Chris Didcott. So this is for third in Mighty Minis. And they are just behind Matthew Baker, I believe. And Martin Hathaway fighting back, he's closing in. A small mistake there from Tyrrell, possibly through Clearways. He got a bit sideways, but then he accelerated off the corner okay. And there's a fourth car involved in this, I think, which is Nigel Fraser-Kerr. So a good four-way tussle down towards Paddock Hill Bend for a podium position in the class. 33, William Tyrrell then at the front of it turns into Paddock, Marcus.
Hathaway's dropped right back on the timing screen, but he's still there though, isn't he, in the back of this? He must have a transponder issue.
Fraser Kerr's got past him as well then, so that was a change I didn't spot. Of course, he did only finish 8th yesterday, but went really well in the first part of this race. Nigel Fraser Kerr looks one of the quicker drivers at this stage. He's right on terms with Chris Didcott. And then William Tyrrell is possibly going to come under threat here for 3rd in the class, up towards 30s. Alongside him as Didcott in 40. We know 30s is a treacherous bend, and they were side by side there. But on the outside line, Will Tyrrell hangs on. This is certainly the best battle in the race now for what is 3rd position in Class A for the Mighty Minis, with 4 minutes of the race to go. This is a longer 20-minute race compared to the 750 Motor Club races, which are 15 for the sprints today. And they're side by side up towards Paddock with 2 pairs of cars. So we've got on the inside Didcott on 33 Tyrrell, and behind Hathaway was trying to get past Nigel Fraser Kerr, but that didn't work out for him. But it did for 40. Chris Didcott is up to 3rd in the class, ahead of Will Tyrrell, and they're coming up to lap Claire Jeffries.
Claire Jeffries' car's in the same colour as that Steve Neal raced for Ricky Barden in the British Saloon Car Championship at the back end of the 1960s. Matt Neal's late father.
A great mini racer himself, isn't he? And went on to run the Team Dynamics team that won the most famous BTCC victories in 1999 at Donington Park, and they won £250,000 for winning the race as an independent.
As an independent, yes.
In the height of the Super Touring Car era. Nev Kirkpatrick's pushing a lap on this group. And there he goes, car 1. The champion from last year, lapping the group, completing 15 laps. Lights flashing away to let the Mighty Minis know he is coming. But they're not really obliged to step out of the way. And Steve Rideout sets the aim shot. Come fast that. There's contact here. That was ambitious from Nigel Fraser Kerr. He was on the inside of Will Tyrrell. Well, he was on the inside because he braked much later and then clobbered into the side of him, I think. But, well, they both continued.
There was sort of some bits of debris flying off, but it's only minor bits. Wheel arch extension or something like that.
Morgan Harris is being lapped now, number 72, who was off a couple of times earlier, I think. So Nigel Fraser Kerr ahead of Will Tyrrell. Tyrrell, who was 3rd then in the group, has dropped to 5th. And although he might be able to fight back here out of clear ways.
I remember Chris Tyrrell in minis, but that was about 40 years ago. Top driver. Calbrook Cars, I think it was, his entrant.
Obviously a great motor racing surname. 5.5 seconds is the gap between the Kirkpatricks. David Kirkpatrick 2 ahead of Steve Rideout, the fastest lap man. Looks like Nev Kirkpatrick's also put a lap on Matthew Baker, the Class B car. Meanwhile in Class A, Ollie Samways leads by 4.3 seconds from James Jenkins.
David Kirkpatrick's charged his way through that group of cars. Steve Rideout behind, and he's running 3rd overall, number 7, the bright sort of day glow green coloured car that's coming through.
Yellow flags out here because there is a car off, which is number 42, William Burnham, who I think was running 8th in the Class A's. But it's been there for a little while on the edge of the circuit, on the left-hand side of the track at McLaren.
Yeah, that's lap 15 for him, and on to the last lap goes Nev Kirkpatrick. He's done 17 laps now.
Just put a lap on James Jenkins, 2nd in the Mighties. Some of these lights have different rates of flashing, I've noticed.
Yeah. There's only Tim Samways, not Tim, Ollie Samways. I'm getting confused with the great Ferrari preparer. And Samways is the only Mighty remains unlapped. So at the start of this lap.
Yeah, whether they get that changed before the end.
That's Samways, I think, ahead of him, isn't it, the black car?
Otherwise, the result sheet will show he was a lap ahead of the others. Well, that won't be.
Won't be a true reflection of the race, will it? But
that's right. He had to fight his way through today, but he got there about half distance.
Unlike Nevin Kirkpatrick, who was in the lead within about 300 metres, I should think.
That's right. The start of the weekend, and then a good drive after that for Nev Kirkpatrick, who is the winner of round 2 of the Mighty Mini Championship over his brother David, yesterday's winner, by a gap of 6.7 seconds. Steve Rideout takes 3rd, Ben Butler 4th, and then we have a load of Class B cars coming through. Ollie Samways has got another lap to do. James Jenkins is 2nd, Chris Didcott 3rd, Nigel Fraser-Kerr after that ambitious move up ahead of Will Tyrrell. Martin Hathaway really did drop away at the end there, and he will take 13th overall, which equates to 6th in class. Sam Slater is 7th after a couple of offs after early good running. Trevor Peters is 8th, and then we've got James Bryan in 9th, and yesterday's retiree Graham Shepherd will take 10th in the class, but we're still waiting for the winner. He has got to get through this lap safely to be classified, Ollie Samways.
That's right. Steve Rideout in 7 has the fastest lap of the race, a 106.795, which was 3 laps from the end of the race.
Here's Ollie Samways. He's a double winner in the Mighty Minis this weekend, and he's the last car to take the checkered flag. And the Mighty Minis Championship have concluded their weekend then here at Brands Hatch, and we'll see them with the 750 Motor Club again at Silverstone next month for a Slipstream Fest on the national circuit. But the winner today, number 1, Nev Kirkpatrick, 6.7 seconds ahead of David Kirkpatrick. Steve Rideout was 3rd, and Ben Butler 4th. A big gap back to Ian Slark in 5th and Greg Jenkins 6th. Ollie Samways in 7th takes the class win ahead of James Jenkins, who is 8th. 9th on the road, Matthew Baker. Then more Class A cars behind. In 10th place, Chris Didcott, 3rd of those. Nigel Fraser-Kerr, Will Tyrrell, Martin Hathaway and Sam Slater complete the first page of results. Ahead of Trevor Peters, James Bryan, Graham Shepherd, Morgan Bartley, Morgan Harris too, as well as Claire Jeffries, who was the last finisher. We lost William Burnham up there at McLaren towards the end, and Stuart Coombs pitted after 3 laps. One more race to come up before lunch here at Brands Hatch, which is for the Toyota MR2 Championship. Then we'll have around 3/4 to an hour break before 7 races this afternoon, which will include 2 runs for the F1000 Championship and historic 750 Formula. That's to come later though, and Kieran is in the pit lane and he's going to catch up with some mini drivers.
Well, I don't think the weather can quite decide what it wants to do today, but we've had the mini race, and the first person we want to talk to is Nevin Kirkpatrick. Now, anybody that says you can't win the race on the first lap has obviously never met this man. Wow, what a start.
Yeah, I was as surprised as anyone, to be fair. It just seemed like everyone got a poor start, and I weaved here and there and found myself in the lead. So, yeah, very happy.
Because he managed to control the pace as well quite well. He managed to keep that gap to your brother as well for about 4 or 5 seconds each lap.
I could see Ian behind me for a while, and then I saw David. And it appeared to me that David was catching me a little, so I tried to go a little quicker and control it, like I say, and turned out right.
So it was a pretty good race, though.
Very good race. Just a quick hello to my wife and children who are watching in Paddock, so thank you.
Congratulations, thank you very much. And we go on to second place, which is David Kirkpatrick. You had to fight for that one to get into second place, just couldn't quite catch your brother?
Yeah, I got stuck behind a few cars at the start. It was just he went to the left and there was a big space, and the guys in front of me just kind of bunched up, so I couldn't get past him. And then I had a fueling problem for most of the race where it wouldn't go more than like 5,000 RPM. So I was fighting to kind of short shift and get it, home as much as I could. And yeah, it was all right, but I could see Steve was catching me towards the end, so I was like, please finish.
Absolutely. And how did you find the conditions out there?
It's fine. I mean, I quite like the wet. I mean, you know, to me, it takes away the weight advantage that they all have because I'm not the smallest. So yeah, I quite like the wet, and it wasn't raining, it's just slippery. So yeah, all good.
Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, thank you. On to the third place man very quickly, Stephen Rideout. You were catching towards the end there. You were putting a fast lap after fastest lap.
Doing my best, trying to catch them. Really enjoyed that. Good racing. Loved it. Respect to the Mighties for giving us room. It must be hard for them when they got fast approaching cars. So yeah, good. I'm happy with that. Good.
You're clearly comfortable with the wet conditions then as well.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Absolutely. Congratulations on the podium.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers, thank you very much. And we'll move into the next race now, which is, as you can hear, the MR2s.
The cars for the Toyota MR2 Championship are already lining up on the grid, and it's not due to be a green flag lap for this one either. They qualified this morning in the wet, so a touch drier than that now. And on pole position is number 84, which is Neil Stratton. Alongside him, 11, Adam Lockwood. On road 2, number 2 is Darren Aldworth, and 27, the multiple champion Sean Traynor, directly behind last year's champion Lockwood. On row 3, 31, Ben Rowe, the first of the Mark IIs, and 24, Sam Harper. On row 4, 82 is Andy Rufflin, who had an off earlier, 87, alongside Neil Hurren. Row 5, 9 is Tim Heron, and 69, Daniel Bryant. Row 6, 88, Sergei Bailev, and 55, Vlad Sinani. On row 7, 59 is Andrew Baranowski, and 65, Veer Aldridge. Row 8, 78, Jim Mew, and 7, Jeff Howarth. On row 9, 37, Chris Allison, and 4, Peter Higton. Row 10, 79 is Jonathan Grimes, and 18, Anthony Jones. Row 11 is 51, Andrew Strange, and 17, Maxine Nichols. Row 12 is 20, Patrick Stoner, and 12, Aaron Laverty. Row 13, 36 is Nick Lear, and 67, Simon Quinn. Row 14, 8 is Eddie O'Kane, and 3, Martin Collins in the only Mark 1. And on row 15 is 13, Andy Williams. 29 cars, a great entry again this season for the Toyota MR2 Championship.
About half the field now, the Mark III Roadsters. They're sort of beginning to... I mean, they've been around for a few years now, in fairness, but they have started to dominate numerically. I guess there are fewer Mark II shells around these days.
That's right, and we had those 4 Roadsters then at the front with Neil Stratton, a good qualifying effort there for the 40-year-old from Derbyshire. Started racing back in 2009. He finished 3rd in the championship last year, a championship which was won at the last round by Adam Lockwood, who only took 1 victory, and that was in that very last race at Alton Park. And then Darren Aldworth, who switched to a Roadster this year, starts there on the 2nd row alongside the multiple champion Sean Traynor, a 4-time champion, but he hasn't won one since 2019. 5-second board has been shown, so we are about to get 15 minutes of racing underway. This is round 1 of the Toyota MR2 Championship, and the lights go out now for rear-wheel drive action, and a great start from Aldworth in his first race in this Roadster. He squeezes between the front row men in car 2 to lead on the way up towards Paddock. Lockwood has got 2nd. The rest of the field chase behind. The Traynor on the outside of the poleman Stratton, who may lose another spot here as they head up the hill. But Darren Aldworth, I'm not sure he's won a race before, he leads over Lockwood, and then it's 2x2 and even more cars side by side behind.
Yeah, it's the yellow car for Stratton, who was pole position man in 3rd, but he might lose that place at Graham Hill Bend to Sean Traynor, the perennial number 27, and Traynor has to back off, hops over the curb, and he now has another go coming up towards Surtees. He's got the territory on the inside. Does he have the momentum to get through there side by side? And Traynor rides up over the curb, but Stratton still holds on the inside. There's not a lot of grip out there. Traynor slides a little bit wide. He's fighting the car, and behind him is with the 2 of the 3 Mark IIs giving chase, and a 4th in there as well. But it's Ben Rowe, isn't it, in the black car, who leads that Mark II group.
And side by side for the lead, last year's champion Adam Lockwood to the outside of Darren Aldworth, who breaks later but breaks too late and he's out wide at Paddock, so Lockwood switches back to the inside. Aldworth, despite that line, he's able to carry speed out of the bend, is still alongside Lockwood but on the wrong line for the hairpin. So Adam Lockwood reclaims the lead with Darren Aldworth in second. And Sean Traynor, just like he was a lap ago, he's fighting with Neil Stratton. They were both sideways out of the hairpin.
Yeah, he's got it this time. He's managed to squeeze onto the apex and out over the curbs goes Neil Stratton in the yellow car. Ben Rose in behind him. Behind him is Andrew Ruthven. And then it's Harper behind them.
Into the top 10, I notice, is Sergei Byalev, the Ukrainian, who went well in qualifying. Was right. Oh, and Aldworth's made a mistake and he's been clobbered by Sean Traynor. Well, I think really Aldworth, Darren Aldworth lost it at Clearways, and as the car spat sideways, he clobbered into the side of Sean Traynor. That's why there's damage at the front. So Lockwood leads by 1.7 seconds to what must be a dented Traynor car in second. Stratton is third. Rowe is fourth, the first of the Mark IIs. And Andrew Ruthven going well up in fifth spot for the driver from the West Midlands. Jim Mew is sixth, Sam Harper is seventh, but surely that car, after going so well, leading the early stages, Darren Aldworth is off in the gravel with damage too. Just a small mistake and it bit him, spat him back out into another car, and that contact was made. And that's going to cause the safety car to come out, I'm afraid. There's the damage to the front right of the car then of Darren Aldworth. And that means their recovery will be needed up at Clearways. We have a replay down. So everyone will have to make their way behind the safety car, which will catch them in a few moments down the Cooper Straight, where the safety car will be released. There's the marshal already with Darren Aldworth's car. All the other starters still there, 28 cars running. 1 minute 3.948 was Adam Lockwood's first flying lap of the race, quicker than everybody else. Let's have a look then what happened to Darren Aldworth a few moments ago. The second car in shot through Clearways, Marcus.
Yes, he slides a bit wide, doesn't he? Does he touch the curb? I guess he does with that back wheel, and that just puts him across into the side of Sean Traynor. Goes back the other way, and he's a long way off into the gravel. And it takes no prisoners. Once you're in that deep, you're stuck. And there's the Renault safety car waiting at the back of the pits. That'll pick them all up.
And that's what's happening now then, with 10.5 minutes on the clock. With number 11, Adam Lockwood, the first car in line. Last year's champion. He was the Class A champion back in 2018, switched from a Mark 1 to a Mark 3 a few years ago, and then won that championship last year with just that one victory, but was on the podium so often during the course of the season, taking 6 second places, 5 third places, 12 podiums over the course of the season, and that was enough for him to beat Sean Traynor, who won 9 rounds last year by just 2 points. In that last race, where I think Traynor stalled at the start, forced his way back, and almost caught Lockwood, I believe, on the last lap.
Yeah, Traynor was kind of playing catch-up after a drama here, wasn't he, earlier in the year? But that was interesting because, yeah, Lockwood pulled off that sort of ultimate game of consistency, the sort of Denny Holm 67, Keke Rosberg 82 kind of world championship thing, win a race and you're there or thereabouts all the rest of the time, and a really good effort.
I'm sure when Adam watches this back here, he'll enjoy the comparisons you've made with 2 great world champions. But as we mentioned, Sean Traynor won 4 titles, 2015, 17, 18 and 19. But he's never won a title overall in this Roadster that he's raced since 2020. He won the C Championship in that car in 2020, but hasn't won the overall title since driving this car, which is a surprise, I think, looking back at that. But perhaps this year could be the season that happens. It's had new competition over the last few years, new people coming into the championship. As that broke the steering on the Lockwood, the Aldworth car.
The tracking does look as though it's out, doesn't it? Well, that's from the contact with Trainer's car, isn't it? Yes, the front wheels are not pointing quite in the same direction, but it looks like it's probably something that can be sorted out for the later race.
I suspect Rogue Motorsport have got plenty of people on hand, regardless if you're with them or not. I'm sure they're
if it's fixable.
Yeah.
The Rogue boys could do it, that's for sure.
Rogue Motorsport have run so many MR2s over the years, a few television appearances on the way as well.
Probably put one together blindfold.
Safety car in, we've got 8 minutes of the race to go. It's a good restart from Adam Lockwood. And again, a bit like the Clios in places, it's fairly spread on the restart. Trainer's the one who's under threat. Neil Stratton up the outside, the man who got pole this morning, trying to come around the multiple champion. We've got that big tyre mark on the door there where Darren Aldworth collected him earlier. Whether that'll affect Trainer at all, we'll see. Stratton still on the outside, coming into Druids. He brakes later, but it's a very long way round there at Druids.
It looks like it's dancing a little bit under braking. It doesn't look as though it's got quite the traction it had before, but you can see he's in there. He's probably feeling what the steering's giving him in the way of feedback, and I should think there is damage to the tracking on that car.
There's Stratton, who's still trying to find a way through, the 40-year-old IT technician in third spot in his 2000 Toyota MR2 Roadster, which he built with Ian Woolham a few years ago, and he's trying to draw up alongside Trainer there. Couldn't quite do it. Stratton, who's been racing since 2009, just sets the aimshop.com fastest lap, a 102.1, which is 4 seconds faster than qualifying this morning. Shows you how much dry it is now, but there's still time to come. The lap record in the Toyota MR2 Championship of 56, with actually a Mark II. Jim Davis has got the record. Trainer out wide here at the hairpin at Druids. Yeah, both sideways as they accelerate down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. Trainer on the inside, able to hang on, but he hasn't got the pace, it would seem, Marcus, of Neil Stratton.
No, and Stratton with that best lap. But it was only a couple of tenths, wasn't it, last time round? But it looks like Trainer's having to work a little harder for it.
Into clearways they go. 6 minutes of the session remain. 9 tenths per second was the gap at the start of lap 6 between Adam Lockwood and Sean Trainer. Ben Rose best of the rest. He leads the Mark IIs in fourth spot. He's a couple of seconds behind though. Into the 1 minute ones. Adam Lockwood sets the fastest lap, a 1 minute 1.584. The aimshop.com fastest lap of the race. And he's 1.4 seconds clear of Trainer and Stratton. Through Druids they go. This is where they get pretty sideways. They have done. On, again, you see a twitch, can't you, from Stratton's car, as I guess when they get into the high revs before they change gear. From second to third.
Yeah, he's trying to jump on the power as early as possible to just give him maximum opportunity to unseat Sean Trainer.
Just saw a glimpse of Ben Rowe, who leads Class B in 31. Long-time MR2 Championship racer, Ben Rowe.
Who's leading the international competition.
Looks like in 9th overall is the Ukrainian Sergei Bylev, 36-year-old, former time attack and hill climber and Lada Cup racer in Ukraine. Not so many racers from the 750 Motor Club have come from that before.
Stratton up the inside now, and he engineered a gap coming out of Paddock.
Trainer tries to come back up the inside. Stratton there was a bit over the curb. They're absolutely will to wheel again, but Trainer on the outside is going to have to work hard if he's going to get this position back again, and he's the one that runs out wide over the curb with the outside line. So Neil Stratton in second. Now will try and chase Adam Lockwood with probably 4 laps to go at the end of this one, which is lap 9. Trainer, though, fighting back here. Well, they've got the Mark 1 to lap, Martin Collins, the only driver out in the late 80s original MR2.
Yeah, the Golf Team MR2.
1.7 seconds, the lead gap. That is what Neil Stratton has got to try and work with. But for now, he's got Sean Trainer all over the back of him. He's up the curb through Paddock Hill Bend. Now they climb the hill towards Druids. He darts to the inside, Trainer. Looking racy all of a sudden. Now he's lost a place, Marcus.
Yeah, there was only 3/4 of a gap there. That was the problem, and he couldn't really afford to stick himself up the curb because that was going to be detrimental to his approach to the hairpin. He's coming back there. They're not that far behind Lockwood. You're just controlling the pace, you sense.
Now, Lockwood, who got that victory at Oulton Park at the end of last season. I'm not sure if he'd actually won a race before then in this championship. Stratton is mighty through clearways. Look at the gap he's put between himself and Trainer just through that corner.
Stratton's wipers are going again, so I wonder whether that's indicative there is a few drops of rain again.
But that was all in clearways. He's half the gap to the leader and gone under a minute for the first time. Neil Stratton, 59.830. Quite remarkable to do that all on one corner. The rest of the lap, Sean Trainer was all over the back of him, as he is again now at the start of lap 11. But the top 3, all of a sudden, the closest they have been since the safety car came in.
Another little twitch from the back of Stratton's car, the VTR car, over the exit curb of Druids.
So different having a rear-wheel drive race compared to the front-wheel drive races we've had up to now, predominantly. Seeing the Toyotas sliding out of Druids as they get the power on. No traction control in these cars, of course. Again, out of clearways. Neil Stratton's just found a place which Sean Trainer can't, where the grip is, to accelerate up across the Babban Straight. But Adam Lockwood looks better in front this time. So the 9/10 gap remains between the top 2. These 3 a long way ahead of the rest. Ben Rowe 8 seconds back in 4th. There's a lot more traffic to deal with before this race is over too.
That's right, and Ben Rowe's got Jim Mew now between him and Andrew Ruthven, his class rival, hasn't he?
Yeah, and Ruthven's got Tim Heron. I think they were probably side by side as they went up towards Paddock for 2nd in the class. So here's a load of traffic. At the front of it, car 8, which is Eddie O'Kane, former Hyundai racer, I believe. Simon Quinn in there too, and Patrick Stoner. Patrick, who's having...
This is getting busy now with the 2nd and 3rd place cars. They'll soon be in the tow of the leader as it goes on to the last lap. There's Adam Lockwood, our race leader. Stratton, who snatched pole right at the end of qualifying, can do the same and take that victory from Adam Lockwood, the defending champion.
Lockwood led since the beginning, despite not starting on pole with that better start. But as you say, this is the closest it's been all race long. Less than 4/10 of a second. And indeed, there are spots of rain on our window again.
It's interesting that Lockwood's one of those drivers who doesn't want to run number 1.
That's right, yes.
Perhaps they think that makes him a target.
He's got 2 1s instead.
Yes.
That was the number that Adam Lockwood used previously. So we're going to see a last lap challenge. We know how good Stratton is at clearways, particularly out of the corner. Yesterday we had a photo finish. Are we going to have another one? Adam Lockwood's pretty good here. Out of Clark Curve, it looks like he's got a car length advantage. So Adam Lockwood is going to win the opening round of the Toyota MR2 Championship, but by a pretty small margin, 0.34 of a second, despite Neil Stratton setting the aim shot fastest lap on the last lap at 59.459. Sean Trainer comes home 3rd. For 4th, it's side by side because Ben Rowe was caught by Jim Mew, but they didn't change positions. Rowe stays 4th. Tim Heron's up to 6th. A good end to the race for another long-time MR2 racer. Andrew Ruthven is 7th. Danny Bryant is 8th. From Kiev, Sergei Bylev is 9th. Peter Higton, he comes through in a 10th spot. And just dropping away a little bit at the end is the Cyprian, Vlad Sanani, who was on pole position at one point in the session, where we had a driver from Cyprus ahead of a driver from Ukraine. Possibly the first time that's happened at Brands Hatch in its...
I think we can be fairly safe to say that, Josh.
Which was a cool little moment we had. I think everyone's going to bring it home, apart from Darren Aldworth, who was the reason for our safety car period. There goes Maxine Nichols, back for another season. She came home in 20th place. But let's have a look at the full results then for our final race before lunch. Car number 11, the winner, Adam Lockwood, by 0.34 of a second over Neil Stratton. Sean Traynor in third. They were 11 seconds ahead of Ben Rowe in the end. Jim Mew was fifth, Tim Heron in sixth. Andrew Ruthland, Danny Bryant, Sergei Bilalev, Peter Higton in the top 10. Then Sam Harper, Neil Hurren, Thea Aldridge, Vlad Sanani completes page 1 of our result sheets. Jeff Howarth ahead of Andrew Baranowski, Anthony Jones, Jonathan Grimes, Andrew Strange and Maxine Nichols. Then Aaron Laverty and Chris Allison were on the lead lap. A lap down, Simon Quinn, Eddie O'Kane, Patrick Stoner, Nick Lear, Andy Williams 2, as well as our solo Mark 1, Toyota MR2, Martin Collins and Darren Aldworth, who had the incident at Clearways, was a non-finisher. So we finish for lunch 5 minutes or so earlier than the timetable suggested at 1 o'clock. So around an hour away from the afternoon's action here at Brands Hatch. We'll be headed by the F1000 Championship on a track that may well dry over the course of the next hour. During the course of lunch here on the 750 Motor Club TV coverage, when we're hearing from some of the drivers in the paddock. Before we get there though, let's hear from the race winners in the Toyota MR2 Championship with Kieran.
Another fantastic race, more changing conditions as well, and Adam Lockwood has rounded out that win with, well, his first win, of the season. Adam, fantastic race. You had some under pressure at the end there.
Yeah, I know. They were catching up fast, weren't they? You know, one more lap, and I think it might have been a different story. But no, it's good race. Yeah, nice and clean throughout. No drama for me at least.
And how did you find the changing conditions?
Yeah, it was starting to get a little bit more tricky towards the end. The grip was definitely going, but yeah, it was last lap by then, so just sort of hang on for dear life.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Second place is Neil Stratton. Neil, that was you had to fight for that one.
Yeah, I got the worst start in MR2 history. I know, cheers. And then obviously when Darren had his incident with Sean, just a case of getting past Sean after the safety car. Tried it around the outside of Paddock. That nearly worked. And then Sean made a mistake, I think it was in Druids, and I just got past him then, but he was all over me after that. But no, good race.
And definitely, and obviously you had the pace towards the end then, you were catching in on Adam as well. Do you reckon you could take the fight to him for the last race?
May have been able to have got close, but Adam's not a slouch, so I'd have given it a go, but I think Adam probably had that one.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on your second place.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Third place is Sean. Now, we spoke earlier, and you started, well, not in the top three.
Yes, yeah. To be fair, I come through, and they had. They said you're starting from fourth, and I was like, well, I thought they'd put me back, and he said, no, we've got you on the grid. You've got to start from fourth. So I thought I'd go start from fourth. And I was sort of doing all right, and I think Darren was who come off on the gravel here he was driving really well, and he made a bit of a mistake coming through Clearways, so I sort of got up the inside a little bit of him, and he just got too much. And next thing I just hear, and I saw him in the gravel, so I presume he caught a bit of grip and it chucked him into me, but it threw my steering out a bit, which sort of I was all right for left-handers. The right-handers weren't so good, so but yeah, it could have gone worse. So just hopefully there's half decent lap time in there that puts me around about the same sort of time for the next one.
Yeah, definitely. So you got a race coming up later today. Do you reckon you can take the fight for the win?
I'll definitely give it a go. We get the alignment sorted and sort that hole out in the wing. We should be all right.
Well, congratulations then on your third place.
Yeah, cheers, thanks.
Thank you very much. And that sums up for the morning of racing. Got the lunch break coming up now. More racing coming on later today. Now we've got the paddock walk coming up in the lunch break, which I'll be totally honest, we filmed early this morning, so it's not going to be live. So we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Now, I should stress, this is definitely not lunchtime on Sunday. This is actually Sunday morning. We haven't seen this pre-recorded because technically, as you can see in the background, we're not in the paddock. Well, we are in the paddock, but not the paddock that we were just in a few hours' time, if you know what I mean. Anyway, we're actually in the main bit of the paddock now with all of the rest of the different series. And one person that I did want to speak to is Paul Warren. Now, the reason I want to speak to Paul Warren is because yesterday he won his first ever race and we had to cut off quite early. So if we have a flick around here to Paul. So I do apologise about yesterday. I'm going to get underneath here. I do apologise about yesterday. But if you want to talk about obviously your race, it was first ever win, Class C winner.
Yeah, it was quite good. Got quite lucky, to be honest. So I qualified pole. Well, I was pole till the last lap through qualifying, and I thought I'd done a good time, so I was happy with it. And yeah, Dan and Will beat me to it by a 10th, I think, something like that. So it wasn't bad, but yeah, started third. Obviously got a good start on the first one before the red flags come out, and then yeah, I say I got lucky. Everyone says I don't get lucky, but Dan spun coming down Paddock Hill, and that gave me the lead. And yeah, I just had to defend from Will in the yellow Saxo all race. Yeah, had a really good race with him, and yeah, come home and got the win. So yeah, it was good.
And how long have you been racing for?
So this is my fourth year in the BM, and then I had a Saxo for 2 years before that. I think that works out, yeah. So I went from a Saxo, so I had Paul Jarvis' championship winning car, and then we jumped over into BM when David Drinkwater showed that a compact was the way to go. So yeah, so we've been in that since. So I hadn't planned to race this year. I said last year I'd give up and that'd be me done. I want to focus on other things, but Brands is my local track. It's a triple header, so I thought I'd come down, and obviously with Martin, Paddock not racing and David not racing, we'd give it a go, and I weren't expecting to be up there straight away. So I've said to everyone, if I win 3 out of 3 this weekend, although it is now raining very hard and we're not too good in the wet, I'll continue and do the whole season. So we'll see how we get on this today, and then we go from there.
Definitely, and as you just said, it is absolutely horrendous out here today. I mean, it was pretty bad last night, but then it just continued on to this morning. So is that a concern for you, the weather? Because we're recording this for lunch, I'm going to say yes, because no one else can hear me. But yeah, the front wheel drives will definitely favour the track around here in the wet. It is very slippery, especially through clearways. So yeah, the front wheel drive may do better, but you've also got to remember the 2 lads in the compact, like Dan and the other one, Josh. They've never driven them before, so it's their first season, so I might have a bit of an advantage in that way, but I just got to see how Will gets on. Chris Woods will come through in a C2 because he's very good in the wet. So yeah, we'll see how we get on and go from there, really. And hopefully it's dry for the last one and give us a chance. I mean, it's British weather, so anything could happen.
This is very true. The weather changes every hour, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. At the moment, it started to dry out before the MR2s went out, and it just started raining again. So it's definitely going to be a wet race for us. So take it easy, and yeah, there's going to be probably a yellow flag or a safety car, so it should mix it up a bit. But mate, it's British weather. You've got to deal with it, haven't we? So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend then. And one bit of a random one. What's your favourite track in the UK?
So we was having this conversation last night, having a few beers, and I said Anglesey because everyone's very friendly. It's a lovely track. It's a long way for us because obviously we're a bit further down. But yeah, you can't beat seeing the sea. I'd say Brands is quite a good track. Obviously, I've now won here. Technically, I've won here twice. I've done road sports here with David Drinkwater, and we won that. So yeah, I've won here twice. Yeah, maybe Anglesey, Alton Park, something like that. Something a bit twisty, a bit hard. You got to think about what's going on. You don't get time to rest. So yeah, there's a few good tracks. They're all decent. The only track I haven't done, which I would like to do, is Ruxton. So we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend then, and congratulations on your win.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, anyway, so we'll get on with the rest of it now. So we have got about 20 minutes to fill. We'll try and get out of the way of these. Do apologise. Get out of the way of everybody. And so this is the other paddock. This is the paddock where we fill the rest of the series that can't fit into the main paddock. And as we can see over there, it is absolutely packed. At the moment, we've got all the BMWs in there, which I believe, as you're watching this live, might be the next race coming up. I can't quite remember. But in this paddock, we have got the hot hatches, as obviously we've just seen. We've got some of the MR2s, we've got the Minis, and we've got the F1000s, which, are they the cars out on track? No, they're not. I don't know where they are, actually, but we'll just have a bit of a wander over. Here we've got SK Motorsport, and we'll see if we can grab somebody from here. And if your driver's about... Yes, you a driver?
Yes.
Excellent. Which was your car?
This one.
Excellent. And how was your day yesterday?
It's going to be better than it was today. It's a bit wet today, but Yeah, hopefully I'm looking forward to it. Don't really race in the rain, so I'll see how it goes.
Do you have much confidence in the wet weather conditions?
I'm just going to have fun. Do you know, you can't hide. We live in the UK, so it's all right when you're doing track days and you can pick your day, but when you've come down here for a weekend, you've just got to get out there. But yeah, starting from third, so hopefully I'll have a good chance to get out of the trouble at the back.
Absolutely. Do you think you've got some good wet weather pace?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. The leaderboard doesn't lie, so yeah, we'll see.
Absolutely. And we've also noticed the wind is picking up a little bit. Do you reckon that's going to make any changes or anything that's going to have to be a consideration for you?
Hadn't thought about it. So I'm trying not to get in, drive, have fun. If you get a podium, happy days. If you don't, better than sat on the sofa, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. And talk us through, obviously, the SK Motorsport team. Obviously, you've got 3 cars. You've got 2 older Civics and an older Clio. So talk us through it, of who's racing and how is everybody doing this weekend?
Shay and Paul run it. I'm a bit of a arrive and drive, but not arrive and drive, so a bit of both. I know them personally, so it just works well to come away and be with people that you know, just in case anything goes wrong or you need an extra hand. I'm no mechanic, but these boys are better at it than me, whereas I just like to drive. So can't afford the Formula 1 package or anything anywhere near below it. So yeah, it's just having a bit of fun. All got the same livery, which is good, and just chipping in and seeing each other after as well for a beer.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend then.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Well, we'll head on a little bit further now. So this bit of the paddock is a little bit empty, so we'll carry on a little bit further down there. Now, yeah, the weather is absolutely horrendous today, and there was some bits on the forecast that said it might be okay, but clearly they were lying. And so we want to have a look at really the MR2s, because the MR2s are playing a bit of a role today. And if we can try and grab some of the historic formulas as well, that'd be fantastic, because they weren't out yesterday. But there is the number 3 MR2 here, but there's a couple more over here, so we'll carry on down this way. And this is the trouble, when the paddock's a bit more spaced out, there's not as many people to chat to, so I've got to try and fill a little bit. And unfortunately, I used all my stats yesterday, and I had a load of stats that I wanted to use them all within about a minute, so great planning and forward thinking from me there. Now there is somebody that's underneath an MR2, which that doesn't look good. Well, we'll see if we can go and have a look in there. Number 31. I can hear a knocking. That doesn't sound good at all. Okay, right, let's head over this way, shall we? So we've got the number 65 and number 69, and we've got somebody darting out the way of the camera. But, so, this is the number 65. Can I just jump in here, chaps? Whose car's this? Is it your car? Who do we have here?
Veer Aldridge.
Veer Aldridge. And how long have you been racing the MR2?
3 years.
And how's your weekend going so far?
Well, I got round without going off, so happy with that for start. Finished in the middle, so hopefully improve from there.
How's your confidence with the wet weather conditions?
Don't mind it. Just, yeah, try harder, isn't it?
Yeah. With obviously the engine in the middle for these cars, do you find that's a bit better in terms of the weight balance for the wet conditions, or do you reckon it's a bit of a hindrance sometimes?
No, I think it's better for the weight balance, but once it's gone past a certain point, you've lost it basically. But otherwise, not too bad.
And how are you feeling ahead of the race today?
Yeah, all good. Yeah. Who knows? I reckon a wet race and a dry race make it more interesting for everybody.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for them for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. And we'll carry on a bit further down here. The one thing I do love about some of these cars is because obviously they're all privately owned, every single one looks completely different. So the number 65 there looks completely different from, say, that Fiesta there, which is the care and repair. 7 Oaks, that's the one. I probably should have read that. But we've got a line of MR2s here, and I have spotted a few drivers, so we're going to jump in here and see if we can chat to someone. Can I just jump in with you, chaps? Is that all right? Excellent. And now, whose car is this? Is this yours?
Well, I'm renting it for the weekend.
You're renting it. Okay, so what's your name?
Jeff Howarth.
Jeff Howarth. And how's your weekend going so far?
It's okay, man. This is my second race outing. It's a learning experience for sure. I've always fancied myself as a decent driver, but you've got to recalibrate when you come racing with these boys here. Everyone's as fast as they can possibly be, and it's a very humbling experience, but there's no feeling like it. It's very exciting.
And how are you finding the MR2's handling?
It's a fantastic car. I mean, I should say, actually, I don't want the prices to go up, so it's a rubbish car. You don't want one of these. No, honestly, they're absolutely mega. I've always thought they're really undervalued cars, and it just makes such a good race series. Everyone in this series as well is just really friendly. There's no sort of aggressive drivers, they're just fast drivers.
Absolutely. And how long have you been racing in total?
It's my second race, yeah.
Second race ever. So you not long past your R's test, I'm guessing?
That was last July, yeah.
Okay, so how much driving have you done in the wet then? Obviously, if it's your second and you passed in July.
So this is my first time out in this car in the wet. I'll be honest, like I was in the assembly area, I was quaking in my boots. It was, I was not looking forward to it. But then the boys have softened off the suspension from the testing on Friday, which was dry. And it's like a different car, so manageable. You could balance it on the throttle coming out of Clio ways, and like I'm not saying I'm fast, I'm really not fast. So, but I had a good time. The car felt really good, so surprisingly easy to control.
Are you feeling like confidence in the wet now?
I don't know about confident. Honestly, like this has been an adjustment in my ego and where to expect myself. I'm one of those guys that, like, you know, turn up at karting and win against your mates, that kind of thing, so you think you're fast. You come here, you realise you're not fast, you're at the bottom. It takes practice to build yourself back up, and it's practice in a race car. It's so different, so different.
And how are you finding the Brands Hatch Indy circuit layout?
I'm very local here. I live 10 minutes away, always doing track days here, coming down to watch on the weekends, sat up in the grandstand. Love it. Brands Hatch is a fantastic circuit, so interesting.
And are you doing many of the other races this year?
I've not got the money for many others this year. I don't know if my wife will see this, but we've got a lot of work to do to the house. So this is more my redemptive sort of go at racing. So the one last year, like I said, was crushing to the ego. I came out, I'd never felt depression like it. Just the adjustment of where I thought I was going to be compared to where I was. But that was at a track I didn't know. So this was a case of come to a track I do know and see what the difference is. And it feels so much better. I can see that the pace is there, or could be there. It's just stringing a good lap together and then getting the consistency, and obviously having time in the car.
Of course. And obviously you guys were, I think, the first out this morning on track. Yes, so how was the conditions?
Spicy. Yeah, extra spicy.
And how are you feeling ahead of the race later on? Do you reckon you've got the pace to be top 10, top podium maybe?
No, definitely not. If this was my first race, I'd be coming in and be like, yeah, see me on the podium. We're looking at like 20th maybe, I think. And honestly, I've managed to sort of shirk the expectations. So I'm just having a good time. This is about putting time in the seat. I want to come back next year for a full season in my own car, probably with Rogue as well. They're really good to race with. And then we'll see where we can go. But yeah, this is really just about getting some time in.
Excellent. And obviously you just mentioned Rogue. Could you tell us a bit more about the team?
I can tell you what I know. They're a bunch of they're very good. They're very good. So they take care of everything. You get nice hospitality for you and a friend or you and a partner. There's nothing they won't do. So the car I tested last year, that was with Rogue as well. It's a different one. It was one of these, a Mark II. It needed a new gearbox. So we found out on test day that the gearbox was just absolutely knackered. They towed the car back to their workshop, changed it overnight, so that for qualifying and testing we actually had a gearbox. You might say, oh, they should have tested it first, but they've got so many cars, and unless people tell them, you can't find out without taking it on track. So it's just one of those things, unfortunately. But yeah, they've been fantastic. I would say it's a very compelling, they're a very compelling part of being involved in the MR2 series for sure. And I'm definitely not paid to say this. I'm paying a lot to be here today, to be here today, and yeah, but I would do it again in a heartbeat if I could.
Excellent. Well, good luck then for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you. Right, anyway, I'll get the umbrella back underneath me. Now, just a bit of a time check, see how we're doing for time. We have 10 minutes remaining, so we're going to take a bit of a gander just up here. So obviously, the MR2s is a very, very popular category for many different reasons. One of them being the prices of them are actually quite... I mean, the prices are going a little bit up now, but to actually buy an MR2, you're still only talking a couple of grand. It's not that bad. And when you consider you're getting the fact of a rear-wheel drive, mid-engined sports car, it's fantastic for the price, really. You can't do much better, which is why the MR2 category, as you can see, we are surrounded by MR2s, is so popular. Now, we're going to jump in with number 31 here. I believe I've just spotted a driver. Always talking to someone. Let's just give them just a second and see. Oh, this is the one they were hammering when we were walking past. So let's see if we can find out what the problem is. But they look like they're pretty deep into conversation, so we might have to just carry on a little bit further just up here. Right, anyway, now, I think the rain has actually somewhat subsided at the moment, but the wind is picking up. Now, anybody that's driven on track will know that wind and race cars and slipping conditions is a recipe for disaster, especially with a corner like Paddock Hill, because it's off camber, it's downhill, it's quick, and it means you can slip very easily. Now we're just going to jump into here with the number 27. Whose car is this? Is this yours? Can I just jump in here a second with you? To jump in here for me. So what's your name?
It's Sean.
Sean, and how's your weekend going so far?
I've had better starts, so I forgot something at the start, so I had to come back and pick that up before I went for quali. And then when I came out, the safety car was there, and then I've just had a penalty for overtaking under the safety car as well, so it hadn't started that great.
Not a great start to the day then.
No.
No. How are you finding conditions out there?
It's slippy, but I quite like these conditions, so I'm optimistic for the first race. So,
would you say you prefer the wet conditions over the dry conditions?
Yeah, and today, starting from 9th now, I think that hopefully it stays wet for the first race and dries up for the second.
Who are you looking at in the, I'm guessing, top 10 as your main competitors, do you think?
Well, Adam, who won last year, he's going to be there. Neil's looking pretty strong. Ben's always runs good. He's been probably the longest competitor in the championship now, so you've always got to keep your eye out for Ben. But there's a few new drivers which I don't know what to expect from them yet. So I haven't even looked at who's on the top sort of 5 yet. So, but I think the usual suspects are up there. So.
Yeah. And how long have you been racing?
This is our 10th season.
Oh, wow. Right. Have you had much success in the 10 years?
Yeah, 4 times champion, 4 times runner-up, and top rookie the first year. So yeah, not too bad.
Not too shabby, as you put it.
No.
Yeah, absolutely. So are you aiming for a podium, do you think, in the race?
Yeah, that's the plan, yeah. If I get up on the podium, I'll be quite happy and sort of give myself a decent grid spot for the next race. That'd be all I can ask for out of this one, I think.
Absolutely. And one thing we're just talking about before we came over to you is why the MR2 series is quite popular. Obviously, with it being a mid-engine rear-wheel drive car, for the price, it's quite cheap. Could you talk around your car, B the series, and see why you chose it?
Well, it was really a toss-up between this and MX-5s, and the MX-5s run without a roof, so I didn't fancy getting wet. So that was one of the big things. But then once I've started, I've never raced anything else. So I've come into the MR, but it's a great championship. We've got Patrick, who is the coordinator. He keeps us all in line. But the paddock, it's a really good paddock. There's, if someone smashes their car up in the first race, their main competitors will be helping them rebuild it for the next. So it's a really, really good series, I think. I haven't sort of really looked anywhere else, so I wouldn't mind having a little go in the like historics or something like that. Well, maybe not historics, but something a bit older. Yeah. But at the moment, I'm sort of happy where I am.
Excellent. And obviously, it's a big season up ahead. This is the first round of it. What round are you looking forward to the most?
Probably Cadwell, just because I love Cadwell. Yeah. At one point, I thought we were going to Thruxton, which is only 15 miles up the road from me, so I would have liked to have gone there, even though the Mark IIIs wouldn't have had a great chance there. But yeah, Cadwell's the one for me this year. We haven't got Anglesey, which probably tops Cadwell for me just about, but yeah, so Cadwell for me this year.
Excellent. And obviously you just mentioned about the difference between the Mark II and the Mark IIIs and everything. Have you driven the other versions of the MR2?
Yeah, the Mark IIs. That's what I've had 4 championships have all come in the Mark II. Right. And the runner-up places have all come in this one. So I'm trying to break that little barrier and maybe get for the championship this year.
What are the main differences in terms of from the driving point of view between the different marks?
the characteristics are quite different, or the way they sort of hold the road. The Mark II, I find, is you know what's coming a bit more with the Mark II. It sort of gives you a little bit of warning before it turns around, where these don't seem to give you too much warning. You've got to be a little bit quicker with your hands. But it's there isn't loads and loads for them, and over the year they've gradually come together on speed-wise as well. I know the Mark IIs aren't doing quite as great as they have been, but it's I think that they've still got the chance. They've lost 25 kilos this year, so I expect the Mark IIs to be giving us a proper run for our money at some point this year. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, obviously, good luck then for the rest of the weekend, and hopefully you have a good race.
Yeah, I've got fingers crossed, so let's hope so.
Absolutely. Cheers. Thank you. Cheers. Right, there we go. Right, we have 4 minutes, I'm being told by Aviv behind the camera. Do thank you. Right, let's head over here then. I have spotted one of the Clios, and I would like to have a different car because we've spoken quite a lot about the MR2s. We've given them enough airtime, so let's speak about another one. Oh, I tell you what though, I've spotted some F1000s with Mattel cars, and I can see Scott Mattel just over there. So let's see if we can jump into here, because the F1000s are incredible. We stood on the pit wall yesterday listening to them, and they are absolutely insane. So let's just see if we can just jump into here a second. Can I just jump in a second? Right. Is it Scott? Yeah. It is Scott, I thought it was. Right, so firstly, F1000s, fantastic series. Yep. You're not racing this weekend though, are you?
Not personally, no. We're just running the team this weekend, so we've got 4 F1000s out here with us. Yeah, and had the first race yesterday, and Dan Gore in the corner was 3rd and Matt was 5th, so interested to see what it's going to be today in the rain, and potentially if it dries up a bit later, we're not out till 2, so yeah.
Absolutely. Now, the top 5 in the F1000s were extremely close. I think was it a 2.5 difference between the top 5?
Yeah, I think in like covering the top 5 in the race, and in qualifying, I think it was about a 10.5 covered the top 5. So yeah, the top 5 drivers are really good quality drivers. So yeah, we watched Dan Gore's video on board that last night in 3rd, and Craig and Robert, who won the race, just no mistakes at all. So there's just no chance of getting through.
Absolutely. And could you tell us about what these cars are like, obviously, when the conditions are not exactly perfect?
Yeah, they've got a brilliant wet tyre, and they actually work really well in the wet. So they're a really nice car to drive in the wet. They're not massively hard to drive. They're obviously very difficult to drive very fast. The difficulty comes if we get a bit of a sort of is it wet, is it dry situation, having the wets that work so well. If it starts to dry out and you do get a drying line, you can ruin a set of tyres pretty quickly. Yeah.
Absolutely. And can you tell us a little bit about Mattel cars as well?
Yeah, so it's a family-run team. We've been going for about just over 10 years. So we race in lots of 750 Motor Club Championships, racing the Sports 1000s, the Bike Sports, and the F1000s. Yeah, so we were at Croft last weekend with 2 of our Sports 1000s, and then the next meeting for us after here is Silverstone with Bike Sports and Sports 1000. And I'm actually racing a Cup 200 car at Silverstone as well for the first time. So yeah, getting involved there as well.
Absolutely. And obviously, are you hoping for a podium or even a win with your drivers?
100%, yeah, that's what we're here for. So yeah, we want to get Matt and Dan at least on the podium, but try and get a win or 2 as a team. Keep the drivers happy. It'd be nice if they could both get a win today, and set ourselves up for a start of the championship.
Absolutely. And one just final question. A lot of the viewers obviously wouldn't know too much about these cars. Could you talk a little bit about them and to take us around one of them and tell us a bit about it? So we get this umbrella down out of the way.
Yeah, if you have a look down, if we go over to Dan Gore's car.
Let's head over this way. Yep. All right.
Yeah, so this is Dan Gore's car, who came 3rd in the race yesterday. So F1000, so they've all got 1000cc motorcycle engines in. Virtually everyone's got a Suzuki. Adam Walker, I think, is the only one this weekend here with a Yamaha engine in. Very, very lightly tuned. You're not allowed to do a lot to them. You're allowed to port the heads and put adjustable cam wheels, and then you're getting somewhere around 180, 185 brake horsepower at the wheels. All on a controlled tyre, so you can see we're all on Hoosier tyres, which are limited. New regulations for this year, so basically it fundamentally works out you're allowed a set of tyres per meeting, so that keeps the costs down and in check, so you know exactly where you are. Obviously a slicks and wings car, so we've got wings at the front that have got adjustable flaps on, so these side flaps you can adjust for the setup. A wing on the rear as well, again with an adjustable flap on it, so you can adjust that. There's a small diffuser in the centre of the car. And I think a lot of people don't appreciate how quick these really are. So actually, Matt Higginson in the green car last year set the fastest lap on the Indy circuit, doing a 44.66, I think it was, which was to the annoyance of Dan, who in the same race did a 44.67. So Matt's got the lap record and got the picture in Autosport, but that didn't annoy Dan too much. But yeah, they are very light. So the weight limit's 410 kilos, and that's with the driver. So the power to weight ratio you get with them is very good. And that's where they get the speed from, to be honest.
And obviously, with it being sort of not exactly perfect conditions, as we've mentioned, how do you go about the setup? Like, do you have to do a lot, especially with the aero, to sort of dampen some of the issues that you might face?
Yeah, obviously, if it's wet conditions, then we'll change some of the aero settings a little bit, change damper settings and things like that to try and get the driver more comfortable in the wet conditions. And obviously, if it's a touch and go, we might be going halfway houses between the two things. So yeah, it's always a challenge to get that exactly right.
Excellent. And would you prefer it to be a wet or a dry session for the race?
I don't think it really matters for our drivers. Both of them can drive very well in all conditions, and obviously we've got Chris actually starting on pole today. So I think if you ask Chris, he'd say dry. He's not driven the car yet in the wet. It's his first year here with us in F1000, so I think he'd choose dry, but I think for the others, I don't think it really matters. Personally, it'd be nice if it's dry so we don't get wet, but...
Absolutely. Well, obviously, good luck then for the rest of the day, and fingers crossed, obviously, with the guys up there.
Yeah, no problem. Nice to talk to you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. And we'll just head out of the garage now, and I believe that is all we have time for. And as I mentioned, obviously, it has stopped raining now, and I believe in real time we're about to go live. In your time, we're about to get back into the race after the lunchtime. So, see you in a second.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Brands Hatch for an afternoon of 750 Motor Club racing. And the first of 7 races this afternoon is for the F1000 Championship, and the cars have already left the assembly area on a drying circuit with cars on slick Hoosier racing tyres. I can see out of the commentary box window, 30 on the first few rows of the grid. So who would have thought that at 9 o'clock this morning when it was absolutely sodden here at Brands Hatch. It's a top 10 reversal grid as well that we have to look forward to after an epically close race yesterday. The top 5 finished pretty much nose to tail, where Rob Wellham was the race winner by 0.3 of a second over Craig Pollard and Dan Gore, with last year's champion Tom Gadd 4th and Matt Higginson in 5th. But finishing 10th yesterday, there you can see car number 22, Chris Kia, in his first races in a single seat. So the former Renault Clio racer is there on pole position after finishing 10th yesterday, with alongside him the car of Sam Satchwell. So an interesting racing prospect there, but looking back to those 5 quick drivers that were that bit past everybody else earlier on yesterday, are perhaps the cars to watch coming through the field on the opening laps of this 15-minute race then for the F1000 Championship. So on the front row of the grid, car number 22 is Chris Kia, and 19 alongside Sam Satchwell. On the second row, 42 is James Clarnell, and on the outside, car number 3, Tom Westworth. On row 3, 17 is Chaz Hyneton, and 83 Matt Higginson, multiple RGB champion. On row 4, number 12, Tom Gadd, the reigning F1000 champion, alongside 80 Dan Gore. Row 5, 92 is Craig Pollard, the double Formula V champion, and 5 Rob Wellham, yesterday's race winner, the 2022 F1000 champion. On row 6 is 14 Adam Walker, and 24 Bert Chapman. On row 7 is car number 7 Gunnar Johansson, and then alongside Johnson, apologies, and 35 alongside is Josh Dement. Then on row 8, number 9 is Ryan Thomas, and 15 is Dane Christensen. Dane Christensen, and rounds off the 16 car grid for the F1000 Championship, the second round of the season on this Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and remarkably, Marcus Pye on slick racing tyres.
Yes, who'd have thunk it, as they said this morning. You know, it was not looking very hopeful, and they were really hoping to continue using these slicks, obviously, because it's great to be racing on a dry-ish track, and it is pretty much dry. There's no standing water. That usually is the determinant as to which you're going to be on, which tyres. But these Hoosiers new this year. And yeah, Chris Kia on pole, which is quite a daunting scenario.
So here they come then to the line. The last couple of cars, there might be one missing at the back, possibly. But we have the front runners there, that's for sure. Yeah, perhaps.
It looks like we're 15 cars
yeah,
there.
Christensen is missing like he was yesterday.
Yes,
Red
he was.
lights on. Lights go out for 15 minutes now. Clarnell slow from the second row. A good start from Kia, though, so he's going to lead into Paddock sideways. Clarnell as he goes up the gears. Higginson going for second.
Yes.
A great start from him. And there is a damp patch there that a few cars have had to run into, and Higginson's going to go for second, Marcus, uphill into Druids.
Yeah, that's right. It's Satchwell, isn't it, who holds second. But up the inside goes Matt Higginson, and 4th place is Craig Pollard at that point. I see Adam Walker running wide, and through they come. There's Tom Gadd charging his way through. He's just gone past Tom Westworth. Tom Gadd running in about 6th or 7th place at the moment, but Chris Kia holding on out front. And this is a whole new experience for him. I saw Pollard have a bit of a lunge just out of shot. There's Kia and Higginson, 1 and 2 then. Higginson, the Mattel My Rider car. He goes through. There's the chase. It's on. There might be a change from Paddock, and then there's 3 abreast for 4th. Dan Gore on the inside, Satchwell on the outside, Tom Gadd on the inside, but it's Kia holds on from Higginson. In 3rd place is Pollard. Running really wide is Satchwell. He's going to get onto the curb. He gets back into it. Oh, and Kia gets locked up. He manages to hold on to it. Very well done, but he gets back on and came precious close to clipping Tom Gadd as he did so.
Yeah, it's a bit damp uphill into Druids, isn't it? And like you say, just locked, I think the rear brakes, which snapped the car, but he'd been doing a great job up to that point. And he then is in something like 5th or 6th position. Chris Keir, the 35-year-old from Newcastle. He started racing in 2020 in Renault Clios, and they turned their way up there at Clearways Corner to complete the lap then. Matt Higginson is leading with Craig Pollard chasing him. Pollard, who was 2nd yesterday, 5th was Higginson, then Dan Gore, who was 3rd yesterday. Gaddy's 4th, that's where he finished yesterday. The winner, Rob Wellham, 5th. Chris Keir, the best of the rest, in 6th. So we've got the fast 5 in a different order to yesterday at the front of the pack. Battles a bit further behind. Sam Satchwell under threat from James Clennell. The Formula V racer almost got into the side of Sam Satchwell there. Satchwell, the driver from Southampton, ahead of James Clennell, who travels from the United States for his racing in F1000. So it's a big battle pack, which Chris Keir is at the head of in 6th position. And again, Clennell having a look for what is 8th, I think, on Satchwell, with Chaz Hyton in the train. Already the leaders across the line. So far they ahead. Craig Pollard, a 46.2. They're only 0.8 of a second off of the lap times from yesterday already, Marcus.
Yeah, amazing. Rob Wellham up into 4th place at the expense of Gadd. That's the best time, 46.225 for Wellham.
So that's impressive. So we certainly have got a pretty dry circuit, even if there are damp patches. Clennell being attacked here by Chaz Hyton for 9th position into Druids. So Clennell, who looked like he was going to gain a position on the previous lap, is losing one. And yeah, Clennell down to 10th, the 41-year-old who lives in Manhattan. But it's Matt Higginson who leads by half a second at the end of 3 laps over Craig Pollard. And Dan Gore in 3rd, then Rob Wellham and Tom Gadd, as Marcus said, dropped behind Wellham on that 3rd lap of the race. Lap 4 is completed. Into the 45s now for a few, including Wellham, who's got the fastest lap, a 45.8 for Wellham, as the battle back behind go across the line with Tom Westworth now in 6th, and we've lost Chris Keir. I think there was a calf at Graham Hill Bend a few moments ago. I wonder if that was Chris Keir. He's got back going now, I think, but he's at the back of the pack.
Yeah, Gore under pressure from Rob Wellham now, and let's say 45s is the pace for the leader and the 4th place man at the start of this lap. And as they charge through in these Jedi cars in the 40th anniversary of Wellingborough-based Jedi, the first car they built for hill climbing back in 1984. They've made a couple of hundred of them these days, and they're absolutely fantastic little racers.
Side by side here as Tom Gadd goes back down the inside of Rob Wellham and goes back through. He got a good run out of Clearways. Drew up alongside down the Brabham Straight, and he's up the inside into Paddock. Tom Gadd back into 4th in the Team Sellers racing car. TSR, who runs so many cars in the 750 Motor Club race meetings, low-cost Mazda 7s, and F1000 now as well. And Tom Gadd, one of their prime drivers, winning the low-cost championship a few seasons ago, and winning the F1000 title last year. He's up into 4th.
He carried a lot of speed through Surtees, did Tom Gadd that time, and that's brought him back towards it.
A few spots of rain and return to our commentary box windows. Very, very light at the moment. They're on the camera lenses too, though, which could be daunting for those out on the circuit with Matt Higginson. Here he comes then, up Howard Hill, the race leader, 8 ahead of Craig Pollard. 2 long-standing 750 Motor Club racers and champions. Matt Higginson, the 3-time RGB champion, which his first dates back to 11 years ago. And Craig Pollard, the double Formula V champion, most recently 2 seasons ago. Still being assisted by Graham Gant, who's Formula V. He took to the title a couple of years ago, and now he's helping him engineer this Jedi racing car. But it's the Mattel Cars run disc lock Jedi of Matt Higginson, who completes 7 laps as the leader, with lap time still sitting strong in the 45-second bracket despite a few spots of rain.
Yeah, that's right. And Gadd's beginning just to put a bit of daylight between himself and Rob Wellham. There's the Satchwell and Hyton tussle ahead of Clennell. Behind Clennell is Adam Walker.
It's amazing. They have to sort of go through that splash at the top of Paddock if they're not on the perfect line. But these Jedis seem to work really well on slick tyres, even when it is a bit damp. Remember from races over the last couple of seasons that you can get a Jedi on slicks much earlier than you can get a sports car, for example. Matt Higginson's pulled his lead out to over a second. He's about to come up across the line to complete 8 laps. Meanwhile, for 7th, Chad Heighton dives to the inside of Sam Satchwell, goes through up at Clearways, sliding off the corner there. Satchwell, as he tries to get back up the inside as they come through Clark Curve to complete 8 laps of racing, right in the toe, up on the high line, then into Paddock Hill Bend goes Sam Satchwell, but I think Chad Heighton's done it. He's through into 7th.
Yeah, he has, and behind them you can see Clennell. Behind Clennell is the silver car with the red nose, which is Adam Walker, and then we've got Chapman and Thomas. We are waiting for completion of lap for the Icelandic driver, Gunnlaugur Jónasson. There he goes, back for a second season.
Not too far away from being caught by Chris Kia and then being caught by the overall leaders too, who are back to under a second between them. But maybe that traffic with 3 cars quite close to one another could pose a threat for Matt Higginson. Here they come up towards Druids, the top 4 particularly close, with Tom Gadd closing in on the back of Dan Gore. Rob Wellham, after gaining that position on lap 2 or 3, has dropped away again, yesterday's winner, and it's Tom Gadd looking strong at this point. Through Graham Hill Bend, down the Cooper Straight, up towards Surtees Corner. They come, they swoop so quickly through Surtees and right, and then a bit of braking into Clearways, Marcus.
Gadd is so quick through there. You can see he's made time on Dan Gore. And this year, the Hoosier tyres, a little bit narrower at the front, a little bit wider at the back, but taller rolling radius. Just going past, I think that's, is that Diamond? I think it might well be. They've lapped him. And they've got Gunnlaugur Jónasson ahead of them. That's the disc lock My Rider car of Higginson, Triple RGB champ of years past. And Pollard now have to find a way past Jónasson, the first Icelandic racer here at Brands since Sverrir Thorodsson back in the 1970s. Tom's going very slowly down the back straight.
Yeah, not sure that was Kia, who was just ahead of Jónasson previously.
Trying to stay out of the way, isn't he?
Yeah.
Trying to let them pass. Then he'll get back onto it and try to hound down Jónasson, who's not going terribly quickly. In fact, slightly smoky, I think, the Jónasson car.
Leaders across the line. Higginson got the best of the traffic. He's extended his lead back out to 1.1 seconds. Then Pollard, Gore and Gadd are still close. Rob Wellham's dropping away in 5th spot, perhaps saving his tyres for the next race. And Tom Westworth is the best of the rest in 6th spot, and that is a place higher than he finished yesterday. Chaz Heighton got 6th yesterday, and he's in 7th and catching the car ahead at this point.
Yep, and Gadd again very, very quick through the Surtees McLaren section. Gore gets a little bit of an advantage on acceleration initially, but then Gadd tucks into the slipstream. He gets on the power earlier. With that little compression over the start line, and they are absolutely nose to tail. But Gore left his braking very late, hopped over the curb on the inside that flicked the Mattel Racing car. Gadd's now going to try to work out where on this Indy circuit 2 very evenly matched cars could potentially change position.
Gadd set the fastest lap on the last lap of 45.4, 200ths quicker than Pollard did a couple of laps ago. And now Gadd, as Marcus has been making reference to, so quick through 30s, closes onto the underneath the rear wing of Dan Gore as they turn their way now through Clearways, out of Clark Curve and across the line. And now Higginson's improved on that best lap, a 45.450 for Matt Higginson in 83, the new aimshop.com fastest lap of the race. As the battle for third continues, Dan Gore, the 44-year-old, originally from Leeds, nowadays lives in London. Double Caterham race winner previously. He's been racing though in this championship for 5 seasons now. And off, Tom Gadd.
That's Gadd.
Yeah, he spun at Graham Hill Bend, got out on the grass as he got stuck in the gravel. He's right on the edge of that gravel bed on the Cooper Straight. So a rare mistake. Yeah, Tom Gadd's out of it. He's undone his belts. He's clambering out of the car, I can see. So Tom Gadd, who was running in 4th position, very rare to see a mistake. There he is. He's out of the car, Marcus, with the rear wheels stuck in the gravel.
Yeah, and strutting away to safety. What a shame. That was looking very promising. Pollard, meanwhile, has done the best lap, 45.338.
And that lap time quicker than yesterday. That's the fastest lap of the weekend. Fastest lap of the season on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit so far, 45.338. But we won't be going quicker for a little bit because the safety car's been deployed with just 3.5 minutes of the race to go. With that car of Tom Gadd off. So the marshals, we thank them for their service. They wave the yellow flags in these bitter conditions that we have at Brands Hatch to start the season.
This is going to finish under the safety car, isn't it? With 3 minutes to go.
The only thing, the car is very close to the cut-off point, to the back entry to the pit lane at Graham Hill Bend.
But they've got to reach it, that's the problem.
That's the problem indeed. That is absolutely the issue, and the safety car's got to pick up the leader first. One half of the pit lane, car 9, Ryan Thomas, the marine engineer, is in the pits in his second season of racing. And I thought there was a car that sounded a bit rough, so I wonder if that was Thomas's machine. The safety car's only now just joined the circuit, so it's going to be a little while before we can get the cars all under control. So that's going to take time, and therefore, as Marcus suggested, it looks like that might be it. But it's interesting how these top 5, they're so similarly paced, Marcus. It's all about getting to the front early, and then whoever is ahead can control the pace seemingly.
Yeah, exactly. We've had, 6 drivers in that kind of mid-45s. And it is difficult to overtake here, no doubt about it. But it was intriguing to see as the race developed that Tom Gadd was desperately trying to get a podium place, wrest it from the grasp of Dan Gore in the Mattel Racing Penguin car.
The F1000 Championship has 2 really technical circuits up next, Alton Park and Cadwell Park, 2 great circuits to race these cars round.
Yes, they're looking forward to Cadwell, aren't they? And it's somewhere that we've not... check has been thrown early with a minute and a half to go, and that makes every sense.
So Matt Higginson, for the first time this season, will be a race winner. There he comes across the line now in the middle of the safety car train. Matt Higginson then, an F1000 Championship race winner. Craig Pollard second and Dan Gore third. But yeah, going back to your point, Marcus, it's been a few seasons since the championship's been at Cadwell Park. I know Tom Gadd was telling me earlier in the year, or the end of last year, he was saying, I want to go to Cadwell Park. He was thinking about selling the car. He saw the calendar. He saw it had Cadwell Park on. We're keeping the car. We're doing a few rounds to start this season off at least because he wants to race the car there.
And a Jedi driver, Richard Mitchum, wasn't it, had the outright lap record for quite a while.
He still does.
Might still do.
Will he after July's a trip to Cadwell Park, I wonder? Because over the last few years we have set a lot of new lap records, okay, on different tyres, but the quality of driver now is the highest I think this championship's had for a very long time. And so there's that opportunity. A very, very fast cars to be driving around Cadwell Park. Let's have a look.
And that screen grab tells your story, doesn't it?
Tom Gadd out of it. Race finishing under safety car. The race results, here they are. Matt Higginson the winner. The gaps are pointless basically because we finished under the safety car in a random order as well, with the winner at the back of the queue. Craig Pollard was second, Dan Gore third. So Pollard and Gore the only drivers to get the podium twice. Rob Wellham finishes fourth, Tom Westworth fifth, Chaz Heighton in sixth, Sam Satchwell, James Clennell, Adam Walker and Bird Chapman complete the top 10. Chris Keir, Gunnar Jonathan and Josh Dement, the only other finishers, with Tom Gadd in the gravel and Ryan Thomas in the pits. But we get more F1000 later on this afternoon.
We do. Will they get a third dry race? Well, let's hope so.
But who knows with how the weather has been. It's windy, it's very cold here at Brands Hatch. Those of you who are here listening to us on the PA don't need to hear that, but those of you watching at home on 750 Motor Club TV via the YouTube pages, make sure you subscribe and like the video to let others know about it, as well as our future live streamed coverages over the course of the season. So we're able to bring you the coverage from this cold day at Brands Hatch. Really unseasonably cold to start the season off. The idea of pushing the start of the season back to the end of April was to get good weather, and that's sort of backfired on us somewhat. But we're not the only ones. Thankfully, we've been able to start racing when we had planned to, unlike some other venues throughout the country today.
Indeed, indeed. Well, I mean, it's 5 or 6 degrees out there, isn't it, now with this really keen wind, which makes it feel like it's about 1 or 2, I would think. Really grim, but that entertained us for a quarter of an hour or so.
Yeah, even with an early finish and a safety car, we've still got 17 laps in. These cars are so fast, Marcus.
Higginson will be absolutely thrilled to bits with that, wouldn't he? Because he forged his way past the early leader, Chris Gear, who held on for a lap. And Higginson got through and made that break, and that really was decisive.
And we're about to hear from Matt Higginson, who's down in the pit lane with Kieran Mogg once more.
Unfortunately, a great race, cut a little bit short, but we have our top 3 drivers here. First place is Matthew Higginson. I'll just grab a quick word with Matthew, if we can step out here. Congratulations on that win. How was the conditions out there?
Not as bad as you think on your visor, so yeah, it was every time coming around a couple more speckles, but yeah, the grip was all right, I think. Just enough temperature to stay on the track.
And how were the competition out there? Was it tough? Did you find it difficult?
I always knew if I got off the start and got the front guys, I could build a gap because I had the pace yesterday, but a couple of mistakes. But yeah, car's great. I've got my head in the game now, so needed that after yesterday's lacklustre effort.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much. Second place is Craig Pollard. If we just have a quick word with Craig. Craig, second place, close but not quite. How was it?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this isn't a theme for the season to come, who second place is, but equally to finish first, you've got to finish, and we had a fair shares of sort of mistakes last year in the first year, so I think at the end of the day I'm happy to bring home some solid points, and if we can do the same again in the last one, we'll be leaving here in a good place. So
I think your session was arguably the driest of the day so far. How was the conditions of the track?
It's still damp in places. I made a couple of mistakes, and I think it's the first time I've been on slick since karting way back when, and when you can see some rain coming down on the visor, you're just waiting for the moment where the grip's not there anymore. So I thought, you know what, let's play it safe. I was trying hard, and it looks like we might have got fastest lap or near to anyway, so let's see where we end up.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the last race.
Thanks. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you very much. And we've got one more driver, Dan Gore, third place. Just a quick word with Dan here. Congratulations on the third place. How was it for you?
Intense again like yesterday, so didn't quite have the pace these guys, I don't think. There was a lot of water across Paddock, so I was trying to take it easy there. I think Gad had a bit more pace than me, to be honest, so I wasn't entirely happy when he spun.
Do you think there's more pace in the car than you?
I think we're going to make some step change to the next race. I think we know what we're going to do because of what was holding us back there, so I think there's the scope to go forward.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the last race and congratulations on the podium.
Great, thank you. And just in case I don't win the last race, the plan is just like to dedicate this trophy to my mother, who can't be here today.
Absolutely fantastic then. Thank you very much. I think we're going to go to a quick ad break, I believe, and then we've got the historic class coming up next.
something very different now at Brands Hatch, from the fast single-seater Jedis to the historic category of 750 Motor Club racing for cars that are built before 1974, with the race parts historic 750 Formula Series, and a good grid of 22 cars here today at Brands Hatch to start the season, which is excellent, with the pre-1974 750 Formula cars, the Austin 7s, and a new class this year, or an adapted class for similar historic cars, low-powered pre-1974 cars, which can cater for 500cc Formula 3s if anybody wishes to bring one out. We haven't got any today, but old Clubman cars, Formula V cars are all eligible for before 1974. We've got the Dyson out there today, which we'll hear a bit more about a little bit later. That car right to the far right of your shot, but the majority of the cars at the front in Class C, and that means they are those early 750 Formula cars, 750 Motor Club's mainstay category markers dating back to 1949.
Yeah, that's right. I think it was a championship from about 50, wasn't it? Charles Bulmer, the first champion, and it really is intriguing to see this mix of cars. There's the Dyson, came out for the first time after restoration last year. There were several of those, and they got lots of Austin 7 monopostos, and some very pretty self-builts over the years.
But it's that man again, just like last year, John Village on pole position, the 1979 European Formula Ford 1600 champion in his Village V2, based on the car that he raced in 750 Formula back in 1970s. On pole position, number 29 John Village, alongside 13 Ben Bolt. On row 2, number 7 is Graham Wilson and 23 Lyndon Fruston. Row 3 is 81 Sam Bayliss and 65 Jörg Schneider. The 4th row, 85 John Moss, the first of the Austin 7s, and 26 Mike Whitby. Row 5 is 1 Gregan Fruston and 8 Peter Marsh. On the 6th row, 69 for this race. That's one of the shared cars. That'll be driven by Hugo Pickup, and 66 Nick Hayward Cook. Row 7, 6 is Richard Verheyden and 11 James Miles. Row 8, 72 Trevor Slatter and 31 Greg Catton. Row 9, 30 Tim Mile and number 9 Tom Emden. Then on row 10, 87 Luigi Bayliss and 27 Richard Pryor. If he's there, he had problems in qualifying. I think he is there though. That's good to see. And then on the back of the grid, I think we're going to get 67 Paul Mason, who missed qualifying, and 61 Simon Gallen will go with a delay after an exclusion from qualifying for a yellow flag infringement. But it's John Village then on pole position, the driver who's in his 70s now from North East Derbyshire, experienced driver, long winning the European Championship. He won the 1981 SO Formula Ford 1600 Championship, and this car, the Village V2, is a copy of the car that he raced in 750 Formula in 1974. And alongside him, Ben Bolt, who drives the Centaur Mark 16, one of, I think, 4 Centaurs on the grid today. No green flag lap here, so he'll shortly be into the race. Graham Wilson on the 3rd row is in the Time 3B. Lyndon Fruston, a big supporter of the championship, is in the HCS alongside. And then the 2nd of the Centaur is Sam Bayliss on row 3, and the Arthur for Jörg Schneider alongside. The race about to get underway. The red lights are on for 15 minutes. The opening round of the Race Parks Historic 750 Formula Series gets underway. All but one car, which is 72 Trevor Slatter's car, has expired, and one of the Austin 7s hasn't got very far either. But the rest of the field are heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend, Marcus.
Yeah, with unsurprisingly John Village bursting out of the blocks into a big lead. Ben Bolt is in 2nd, and 3rd it's the number 7 car, which is Graham Wilson in the Time. The rest of them pretty much are all 4th of the old 750s.
Red flags are coming out, I'm afraid,
yeah,
Marcus.
And that's because the car expired on the line
and left a pool of fluid as well.
Yeah, suddenly went all smoky. This is the early Centaur, the earliest Centaur in the field.
Yeah, Trevor Slatter's car from 1969, the Centaur Mark 11 with a Reliant engine. Car designed by Richard Scott back in the day. updated by Lynn Evans, who finished second in the 1977 750 Formula Championship with the car. So just like now, those cars were developed over the years in 750 Formula and raced for many seasons. And it's great to have now the historic category, because these cars very much would be outpaced by the new cars.
Yeah, Richard Scott designed some single-seaters as well, including the one-off VZ Formula 3 car that Peter Colborne drove, mainly in monoposto races, but in one Formula 3 race at Alton Park, and that car's still racing with Keith Messer, a great stalwart of the 750 Motor Club in years past.
John Village is asking what's going on by the looks of things, and John, I'm sure somebody you've known Marcus for a very long time.
Yeah, John's absolute ace, Chesterfield's finest. Ran cars right up to Formula 3000 level with his team John Village Automotive. This car with a Coventry Climax engine under the cover.
I think John Village also ran a team in A1GP, which was the last really fast single-seaters to race around here at Brands Hatch a decade or so ago.
They were weird things, weren't they? Made a lovely noise.
Yeah, the V10s, were they?
I can't remember now.
But I think they did a 112, 113 on the Grand Prix circuit here at Brands Hatch. And John was part of that short-lived championship, which it was just great, really, to have those types of cars to be able to race at Brands. The MSV recovery team are taking Trevor Slatter's car away. Trevor, who's 71 from Oxfordshire, started racing in 1975 in 750 Formula, so he's basically returning to the type of car that he raced in 50 years ago. And he's been part of historic 750 Formula and 750 Trophy, as it was known before that, for a long time now.
Yeah, another car I saw, the ochre-coloured car came into the pit lane. I'm trying to see whether it's gone back to the paddock.
Cars are heading back towards their grid spot now that the circuit is clear.
Yeah, we lost the car from P4 on the grid.
That's Lyndon Fruston.
Yes, that was the car that I saw disappear into the pits.
Ah, okay, that's a shame. Lyndon, who's a great supporter of the championship. He was in a 1969 HDS Mark II, coordinator of the category. Racing for about a decade and a half now. Oh, he's back again. No, Lyndon Fruston's there on the second row, so he's obviously come back out of the pits.
Oh, he's come back. No, yes, it was the ochre-coloured one that went.
Oh, right.
Was that the other? Was that there are two Thrustons in this race, aren't there?
Yeah, Gregan's in a. He's in his Austin 7, although we were told he was going to be in a his Rawson 1050, but it looks like he's in his Austin 7. Is he? Oh no, perhaps he's there though, isn't he? It is his 750 car. Anyway, we'll work that out. It's the car behind him, perhaps. That might be missing. Anyway, the marshals are clearing the grid. We have lost one or two.
Yeah, it'll show us a non-starter. The two didn't get away with Slatter and the Austin 7 at the back.
Yeah, the one at the back's got a 10-second penalty. That car there, Simon Gallen, for a yellow flag infringement.
Yeah.
So he'll have
monoposto Austins.
He'll have that penalty again. 5-second board has been shown, and for 10 minutes we are going racing now. The lights got huge amounts of wheel spin from the front row for Ben Bolt.
Yeah, Ben Bolt got very sideways, didn't he?
But he's made a good start despite that. He's right with Village up towards Paddock.
And Jörg Schneider, I think, the Swiss driver, is up to fourth. One or two running wide.
John was high up the grid in the Austin 7. It was wet in qualifying this morning, but it's dry now. 3 abreast for third, and Schneider's the one going around the outside in the Arthur. From Switzerland, as Marcus was saying. Has he got third position? Well, he's hasn't got third, that's Wilson's, but I think he's got fourth away from Lyndon Fruston then as they turn their way out of Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, Thruston in the, yes, here comes Schneider on the right-hand side, Wilson in the middle, and, oh, that was close, wasn't it? A big squeeze, 3 into 1, certainly didn't go through there, but out front it will be the car of John Village, I'm sure. Where is he?
A long way ahead.
A long way ahead.
So much out of our shot. There he goes. He flashes past the line.
Ben Bolt, the impingement specialist as he used to be, he runs in second place in the 13 car. Then it's Thruston. Behind Thruston, it's Graham Wilson in the 7, the all aluminium, very highly polished car.
Is that the car that Anthony Reid raced at Anglesey a few years ago?
It probably was.
And had a battle with our very own James Stanley on that day. There's 13, Ben Bolt, 3 seconds behind the leader. But he's got Lyndon Fruston for company. And Jörg Schneider ahead of Graham Wilson now. James Miles has got the supercharged 7 up to 8th. The Monoposto, which started further down the grid. John Moss, the best of the regular Austin 7s, he's in 10th. Oh, and we've had an incident, I'm afraid, between Ben Bolt and Lyndon Fruston, and that's going to promote into second position Jörg Schneider, I think, with Graham Wilson in third. I must admit, I wasn't looking at the screen what I should have been when that incident happened, so perhaps we'll get a replay of that.
Yeah, that was quite exciting. The cars went everywhere, you know, and through the middle of it all came Jörg Schneider. So it's Village now leads from the Swiss. So we've had a Cypriot, we've had a Ukrainian, a Swiss, we've got a Pole, I think, racing later on. International appeal of the Symphony Motor Club.
There's that Dyson, the car from 1964, Marcus, that I believe that's based on an 1172 Formula Championship car from back in the day.
Yeah, there were more than one Dyson. Remember the Angelo Farina ran a Dyson in the 1970s from Swindon. The Farina Dyson has a Lotus 23 style tail on it. And Greg Catton driving that, not to be confused with Greg Caton, the local racer, who now manufactures race wheels as well as prepares cars and drives them.
And yeah, won in GT Cup a week ago. There's yellow flags out here, green flag at the next post, so Bolt didn't get back going in that incident. So this is a good new initiative, having this Class D open to cars of the period, because you can't race them anywhere else really, because they're not powerful enough to race sort of in an all-comers 60s race.
And they've got to be kind of complementary in the way they look as well. Up the inside there has come 26, which is Mike Whitby, past Catton.
Yeah, Mike's going quite well here, isn't
Simon Gallen from the back is up to the lead of Class B in 9th place.
He's only 3 seconds slower than John Villager's gone. A 1:08 for Simon Gallen. He does go well in his supercharged 7. And he is today. There's the Dyson, then Catton involved in this battle. Around the outside, Greg Fruston is in his Rawson, isn't he? We haven't seen that out lately, it feels like. Yellow flags are in, so he could make that move on 26, Mike Whitby round the outside. Mike was going well up to
And here comes Simon Gallen. He's at the back of that group, and you can see him hunkered down over the wheel of the Austin 7 Monoposto. He comes up the outside. He's going to get a couple of places here into Paddock. Certainly he's got one of them. And surely he's going to get Catton next.
Those Austin 7 Monopostos go well. I guess back in the 30s, it would have been the Monopostos that you would have seen race.
Oh, the supercharged 750, the cars which ran in the Burt Hadley Trophy, didn't they, for many long years? Sort of works prepared Monoposto Austins.
And of course, it's the Austin 7 where the 750 Motor Club was formed in 1939. Losing the position is Samuel Bayliss as Greg and Fruston goes through. It's a great battle, this. Four different cars. You've got the two 750 Formula machines. As Jörg Schneider does the aim shot fastest lap of the race. So 1:04.769. No, that's Lyndon Fruston's time, who goes even faster. So Schneider did do the fastest lap, but that 4 was from Fruston. He's up to third. Remember, he had that incident. He spun with Ben Bolt and fell down the order, but he's climbed his way back up into third spot. He's got past Graham Wilson on that last lap, and he is lapping a couple of seconds quicker than Schneider on that lap, and 3 seconds quicker than Village.
Yeah, Village backed off into the 7s. Thruston is 4 seconds behind the race leader, effectively. 7 there is Wilson. 23 is Thruston. He holds 3rd place.
Yeah, just putting a lap on Luigi Bayliss' Centaur, who's running at the rear of the field. We've lost a Hugo Pickup from the race, who was leading Class A before, so now 66. Nick Hayward-Cook has taken the lead of that class, and we've had a car pull off, I think, at Druids, I'm hearing. Meanwhile, the lead gap's down to 4 seconds between and
no, 67, and that's Mason off at the side of the track.
Yeah, I think he's had an incident, hasn't he? Hasn't pulled off. The car's facing the wrong way, and it's got, I think, a few flames as well. So the red flag's up for the second time, I'm afraid, in historic 750 form. A very unusually interrupted race, but much like the races were last year, John Village is the winner. He won both races, all the races last year, bar the ones he didn't attend because he was enjoying himself in the BRDC at the British Grand Prix. But for Paul Mason, the Whippet has expired, I think, in perhaps an instant as well on the exit of the hairpin, where the car's ended up by the tyre wall. It's got all a bit smoky as well, but Paul is out of the car. Cars are being stopped at the start-finish line with the red flags out, and the checker being shown as well. I believe that'll be the end of that.
Yeah, there were less than 3 minutes to go anyway, so it wasn't going to work. But what a shame, because the Whippet is a very, very attractive car, and that's ended up in a smoky demise.
It's unusual to have a couple of red flags in historic 750 form. Lots of experienced drivers out there who are here to have a good time. I believe there's a little hospitality area down in the garages for the drivers as well, so they can enjoy some hot drinks and a meal as well. But that concludes the race. I think the timing screen's all gone a bit strange as some of the cars came up across the line and took the checkered flag under red flag conditions.
Yeah, it'll be rolled back a lap anyway, won't it?
Right.
But absolutely no doubt about it. John Village has won it from Jörg Schneider, the Swiss, and in 3rd place at 6 laps was Thruston in 23. Wilson was 4th at that point, and the Hayward-Cook, Miles, Verheyden tussle was behind them, and they were pretty close with Moss as well in number 85.
Yeah, and Simon Gallen was in that group, wasn't he, too, I think, before the red flags came out.
He had been, but he dropped back again. He had a very, very long lap at I think Gallen's got 2 laps in that time.
Yeah, or it's where he stopped for the red flag, because it seems like some of these last times I think were all taken under red flags.
Yeah.
So I think we'll see him higher up the finishing order once it's wound back. It might be wound back to 5 laps, I wonder, when everybody had completed their previous lap. And yeah, it has now wound back to 5
laps.
So these are the results that we can see on our timing screens in the commentary books now. The winner, number 29, John Village, 5.7 seconds ahead of 65, Jörg Schneider. And I think these might be coming up on our screens as well, that we can tell you about them. So John Village, the winner. 2nd, Jörg Schneider. There we can see now. 3rd, Lyndon Fruston. 4th was Graham Wilson. 5th was Gregan Fruston. 6th was Greg Catton. 7th for Samuel Bayliss. 8th, Simon Gallen. 9th, and Gallen won the supercharged class. 9th, Mike Whitby. The Austin 7 winner was Nick Hayward-Cook in Class A. James Miles was 11th, John Moss 12th, Richard Verheyden 13th, and Peter Marsh completed our first page. Thomas Emden and Tim Mile were on the lead lap. Luigi Bayliss went down a lap. We lost Hugo Pickup, Ben Bolt and Paul Mason as well. And hopefully some of those cars that had issues will be able to come back later. one or two are struggling to get back to the pit lane too, it would seem. Thomas Emden's Austin 7 there on the up at 30s, I think, needs a push. These cars don't really like stopping and starting as many times as they have done over the last 20 minutes, Marcus. So
is that the old Mike Peck special? It looks very much like it.
Could well be.
Car that was developed over many years.
Yeah, I think Emden in a different car this year. I've got his information from last year when he had that Sportsman that was very slow, if you remember. That was at the back of the grid that was put together. But yeah, this is more racy, I think, than with the car he had previously. But I think Kieran's been able to stop a few of the people down in the pit lane. So let's see who is found.
Quite an eventful race there for the Classics historic racers, and we're going to chat to our winner, which is John Village, the number 29 in the beautiful white car. We'll just quickly jump in with John here. John, congratulations. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt there, but congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
How was it for you?
Well, it looked pretty easy, didn't it?
You had a bit of a gap.
I know, I'm sorry.
Should I start calling you Max Verstappen?
No.
You sure? Because he has a gap as well.
Well, he does. But I'm the first JV, and Josh wouldn't accept it.
Have you left your son at a petrol station?
No.
That's the right thing then. So how was the track conditions out there for you?
Well, it was dry actually, so just getting used to it again after 6 months away.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So second place is Jörg Schneider. So Jörg, congratulations on the second place there. How was it out there?
Came a bit as a surprise. I didn't expect much. I didn't do anything to the car over the winter, whereas most of my colleagues, they built new engines and stuff, so I had no expectations. But I ended last year with 2 seconds, so very pleased with it. Very short race.
Yeah, there's obviously quite an eventful race there. Do you reckon you can take the fight for the win in the second race?
Not John. He's unbeatable. There's no chance. But certainly being back on the podium will be all I can achieve. I do all for it.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the second place.
Yeah, thank you
very much. And our third place is Lyndon Thruxton. So congratulations on the third. How was it out there for you?
Well, it was a bit of an exciting race. Didn't get off the line the first time round. Problems getting a gear and getting the clutch disengaged. Red flag restart, so I was fortunate to start from second again because we had done such a short stint, which was good. And then partway through the race, Ben sort of span on the outside here at Clearways. I thought I might avoid him, but he tagged me for a spin, and I thought, well, that's race over, and somehow I managed to be third. So I don't know how that worked out.
How are you finding the conditions out there? Because obviously a few people say now that it's completely dried out, it's completely fine. Are you finding that as well?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah. Track was good, car was good, yeah. There's a little bit of an oil, I think, down the main straight. Somebody's dropped some, so a little bit slippy down there. But complete contrast to this morning, which was a bit of a nightmare, really. It was really good this afternoon. Yeah.
Absolutely. And do you reckon you can take the fight for the win, or maybe a little bit further up for later race?
I don't know if any of us can beat John. We'll give it a go. I hope I can beat Jörg, maybe. Maybe I'll have his spot next time round.
So, well...
yeah. So yeah, John's very, very quick. You know, he was a lot quicker in the wet as well. He's got a lot of experience, and he's got these fancy new tyres, and I haven't got any of them. Drivers' excuses. Hey, mine were 2016, so we'll give it a go.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations and good luck for the race later on then.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. We'll go into a quick ad break, and then we've got the hot hatches coming up next.
It's time for the third race of the weekend for the PBS Brakes Hot Hat Championship. A triple header to start the 2024 season. Problems perhaps for Chris Woods down there in the assembly area. Last minute work being done by his team. This is the first of 5 final races of the weekend about to come up. Hot Hatch, MR2s, 116 Trophy, F1000 and Historic 1050 Formula all still to come this afternoon. And the grid for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. It lines up with the results from the race earlier on today. 93 then on pole position, Shea Kavanagh in his Honda Civic, alongside 22 Tate Taverner, who has a similar car. On row 2 is 56 Adam Brown, and he drives his Ford Fiesta with he's in number 56 and 105 alongside Mohammed Benladar. On row 3, 26, the Class B winner for the first time earlier is Liam Pauling, and 21, David Walsh, it's Honda Civic, his class rival alongside. On row 4, 36 is Steve Polly's Honda Civic, and 86, Ben Greenhill's similar car is alongside. Row 5, 83, Paul Adams, he's in the Renault Clio, and 50, the Class C winner from this morning, first time winner, Josh Hilton's BMW Compact. Row 6 is 52, Lewis Ellis, he's in a Renault Clio, and Paul Warren, 97 alongside, he drives a BMW. Row 7 is 48, Ollie Coles in his Clio 172, alongside 28, Lee Warren's Ford car. On row 8, 148 is Wayne Shackelford Saxo, a similar car alongside his 17, William Bartup. Row 9, 43, that's Chris Woods in that Citroen C2, and the Honda Civic EK alongside car 5 is Neil Frost. Row 10, number 19, yesterday's Class C winner, or Class C front runner I should say, Daniel Rosen in his BMW Compact. 197, Craig Turner alongside in his Renault Clio. 87 is Kurt Webb in a Ford Fiesta, and alongside is 116, Harry Greenhill Citroen Saxo. The rest of the cars I think are missing. William Hornsey we haven't seen today in his Peugeot. In an instant yesterday for Archie Stiant, Jerry Frost and Jack Ashton have eliminated them from the weekend. Cars onto the green flag lap then for the third 15-minute race of the weekend for Hot Hatch. And an interesting race in prospect. Back in dry conditions again, but with damp patches, so it's more similar to yesterday's weather, where Kavanagh beat Ryan Polly, but he beat Steve Polly, I should say. Similar pace what the pair of them had. And we'll see how that relates to today. With Tate Taverner on the front row, he's got himself in a little bit of incident over the course of the weekend, which has been dealt with by the officials. But he starts from the front row. He was 4th yesterday. Classes B and C have been interesting. David Walsh and Liam Pauling have took a win each in B. And Class C been very competitive over the course of the weekend. We've seen Daniel Rosen and William Bartup lead, but Paul Warren won yesterday. And Josh Hilton was the star of the wet weather conditions this morning in only his second ever circuit race. And he cleared off into the distance and won by 20 seconds earlier today. But it's the brightest it's probably been for the weekend now. Important to get tyre temperature. You can see the cars weaving around. There's not much temperature in the tarmac. There's not much temperature in the air. So therefore you need to put some force into the tyres to try and build the temperature, and drivers choosing to go weave side to side to do that. Apply the brakes as well to put heat through the brakes into the wheels, and then that goes through onto the tyres if the drivers do what they are hoping to be able to manage. But pole is Shea Kavanagh then, the 30-year-old director of SK Motorsport, an associate championship sponsor for Hot Hatch this year and for the Clio Sport Championship too. And Shea only in his second season. He raced his Civic a little bit, but in Hot Hatch last year he raced a Clio, I think. And he has a K24 Honda engine in the car, so a 2.4 litre machine, alongside Tate Taverner's Honda alongside. And then the Ford Fiesta on row 2, Adam Brown, the 25-year-old from Staffordshire, in a Duratec powered 2007 Ford Fiesta ST. The field are in place, the red lights are on, 15 minutes of racing gets underway, And who's going to make the best of the starts? Cavanagh's done pretty well all weekend, and he's done again from the front row. But Adam Brown squeezing up the inside of Taverner. These two have had a couple of moments over the course of the weekend already. The Ford on the inside line as they go through Paddock. They're wheel to wheel as they climb up Howard Hill with Adam Brown on the inside line, Marcus.
Yeah, he's going to get squeezed into the hairpin, but he's trying to hang on. They're still side by side on the exit of the corner, coming down the hill. Tate Taverner has the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, but of course up ahead is that yellow and black car, which is Shea Kavanagh, and Mohammed Ben Ladar in its twins up the is behind them, but up the inside towards Surtees. He doesn't have the grunt in the Fiesta quite to challenge Taverner into Surtees, but it's Kavanagh from Taverner, from Brown, Ben Ladar as a dive inside. That's Hilton's BMW on the outside, isn't it? And where's it in connect? There's another BMW's ahead of it, and that's
Paul Warren.
That's Paul Warren. He's got past on the opening lap.
Yeah, good start from Paul Warren, yesterday's winner. William Bartup was right there with Josh Hilton. He's in a C car, the Citroen Saxo. But it's Shea Kavanagh that leads after the first lap by 9/10 over Tate Taverner. Then Adam Brown, who's now under pressure from Mo Ben Ladar. Here's the C's then with Paul Warren and Josh Hilton. They've got the Class A car of Ben Greenhill, who is alongside Hilton, who's trying to squeeze past. He's later on the brakes. These BMWs look quite small next to a Honda from about a decade later, interestingly. Hilton has got past Greenhill then. The 21-year-old from West Sussex is Josh Hilton, who's trying to keep this more powerful car behind, but as it's got more power, it can draw up alongside, and this is just affecting Josh Hilton a little bit as Paul Warren has some clean air to race with just ahead. And then behind, William Bartup, who's raced in hot hatch over the last few years in his Saxo, who went well yesterday, is trying to join in too. So 2 laps completed.
Up to 5th has come Steve Polly in the 36, ahead of Walsh, and now Adam Brown forced to concentrate on keeping Ben Ladar behind. He can't live with the speed of Tate Taverner at this time. So it's a battle for third for Paul Brown, the Fives Garage Ford Fiesta.
330s then, up towards Clearways. Yesterday in the dry, Ben Ladar got up to the podium ahead of Taverner and Brown, so has he got the pace to get there? And Steve Polly, who was quicker than all of them yesterday in the dry, he's chasing. He was a couple of seconds behind at the start of the lap they have just finished. Kavanagh's in the 54s like he was yesterday, and Polly's a tenth or two quicker than the battle we're watching for third. Adam Brown still ahead of Mohammed Ben Ladar. David Walsh not far back. He's the Class B leader. He's a decent gap ahead of Liam Pauling this time. Ben Ladar at the moment can't get past. He's in the second of the SK Motorsport cars. The sole Class A Ford Fiesta of Adam Brown keeping him at bay for now. Brown hasn't managed a podium yet this weekend. Probably he did, didn't he? Got podium in the earlier race despite the contact near the end. So hadn't had a podium in the dry yet, but that could change during the course of this race because he's keeping Ben Ladar behind. But Polly's a lot closer this time, I think, Marcus, in fifth.
Yeah, it would appear so. He was, last time through, was a second and a half behind them. It's not that anymore. It must be about a second, I would think. Maybe a little bit inside that. Polly has the fastest lap. It's 0.842 of a second. And Polly's with them now, pretty much. Certainly by the time they get to the hairpin for this, the fifth time. Steve Polly goes round the outside of Ben Ladar, and he gets the advantage coming out. That was very neatly executed, wasn't it? And he's up behind behind Adam Brown now.
Yeah, round the outside, it's like being back on the ovals, isn't it, for Steve Polly there? He caught them, immediately got one of them, so great effort from Steve Polly. We haven't really seen him come from behind yet. Earlier in the weekend he started high. Look how much speed he takes through Clearways, a little bit too much there. I think he had to get on the anchors not to run into the back of Adam Brown, but he's got really good mid-corner speed, Steve Polly.
He has, and he's not that far behind. They're not that far behind Tate Taverner, who'll be a different kettle of fish to overtake. Round the outside, Polly, but Brown's wise to it. Brown with the inside rear wheel of the Fiesta pogoing off the deck as he goes through Paddock. Polly up the outside, Taverner locks up at the hairpin, and Polly has a squeeze, and that really was mirror to mirror. The bodywork touching through there, and that wasn't very pleasant. But down the inside has come Steve Polly. Ben Ladar's looking to take advantage as well, but a little bit of paint trading through there. And up the inside comes Adam Brown. They're side by side through Surtees. And finally, Polly looks like he's got his car properly ahead again through clearways. And Ben Ladar's trying to squeeze his way inside down the side skirt has come off the Fiesta. And down they go. This is 6 laps in. Kavanagh, Taverner, Polly, Ben Ladar. Polly with fastest lap. 54.629 on lap 4. Not quite as quick in that early burly of the action that time through.
That's right. Polly won't take any nonsense of being squeezed towards the grass, will they?
No.
So Steve was keeping his foot in, and he got through in the end. So he's up into third spot with Ben Ladar followed him through. The Fiesta with that side skirt hanging off it in 5th place. They're heading down the Cooper Straight. Same order in Class B, Walsh, Pauling and Adams. Class C, Paul Warren still leads it, only just. William Bartup up to second, ahead of Josh Hilton. We've still got more than half the race to go. And they've got Kurt Webb's Ford Fiesta to lap, the driver from Sevenoaks in his first race this weekend in his ST150.
Second between those three in Class C. And here's Polly with clear air now.
He was 2 tenths quicker than Taverner on that last lap.
Yeah, but he's lost quite a lot of ground. He's 2 seconds behind.
Yeah, so while he carries so much speed into Druids, that's really mighty. They're in the polysport.com Mac Tools backed Honda Civic. Class C leaders still just as close, so that might be one to pick up on as this race goes on. Number 97, Paul Warren, 17 William Bartup and 50 Josh Hilton. I think we're going to hold our shot to have a look at local man making his debut, Kurt Webb. Good to get to have new drivers out in the Hot Hatch Championship. But the battle behind him, we see Liam Pauling and Ben Greenhill and Lee Warren. The Ford car's going quite well with this new engine in it this year for Lee Warren, a Duratec 2.4 litre engine, and he's managed to squeeze that into the engine bay of the Ford car. In front of him, the battle continues. We're going to look back to Class C though, because that's where the interest lies. And I wonder if Josh Hilton's just made a mistake there. He's dropped back, it seems. But Paul Warren versus William Bartup. There's Warren then in 97. Yeah, he's got Bartup still with him. Meanwhile, Hilton has dropped back a little, but still third. So we've got the BMW Compact versus the Citroen Saxo. Interesting. 2 different types of cars here, Marcus.
Yeah, exactly. And the little lightweight Citroen had a good old look there at William Bartup, is it not? Yeah. And that was a good old dive into the hairpin, but not quite close enough. He's taken a lot more speed out of Graham Hill Bend, but he doesn't have the torque in a straight line to get up alongside. They're behind the 83 car, which is Adams in the SK Motorsport Renault Clio. But this is a strong battle for the class lead.
Yeah, that's right. William Bartup yet to win a race in Hot Hatch. Paul Warren got his first yesterday. Meanwhile, Steve Polly's done the fastest lap, a 54.3. He's 7 tenths quicker than Taverner and almost caught him already. But the Class C battle up across the line into Paddock Hill Bend. Great to have, the Saxo that hops up over the curb. Great to have a Saxo on the grid because Citroen Saxos was such a mainstay in a 750 Motor Club stock hatch racing for all those years.
So many years. And it's related Peugeot 106 as well.
And of course with Sax Max when the 750 Motor Club
dozens of them, yeah.
So Warren is on the back of Paul Adams, then the 47-year-old from Leicestershire in his second season in the SK Motorsport Renault Clio 182. And then just behind them is Lewis Ellis, the 31-year-old from Sheffield, making his car racing debut today, or this weekend, in his Clio. Here's O'Polly, he's with Taverner. This could get interesting, I suspect, because if Taverner pull some of the moves he did yesterday, I can't imagine Steve Polly would take to that lightly. He's right underneath the rear wing of Taverner. He's on the left-hand side of the circuit, so Taverner shouldn't squeeze him here because there's a car already alongside. I think he's pushed Polly's door mirror in, but Polly straight through on the inside line. he hasn't lost any of his racecraft. As soon as he catches somebody, Polly can overtake immediately, Marcus.
Yeah, he's absolutely going for it. He doesn't have the extra wing on the back, which I'm sure isn't massively beneficial around Brands Hatch. But Taverner looks to the outside, now looks to the inside, and he dives down that inside, gets his nose back ahead, and they are round Paddock side by side. And right behind Ben Ladar. I don't think I'd be that close if had these two. And they've touched again, and this time Tate Taverner's gone off on the inside, claws his way back on. I think we saw that coming, Josh.
Yeah, some way off, I think. As soon as we saw Steve Polly was catching. Yeah. Polly really good at those outside lines through Druid. I guess it's as similar as you're going to get to a short oval corner.
Yeah.
And no one else has been able to overtake round the outside all weekend at Druid, so Steve Polly has shown how to do it, even when you get bumped into. So Polly up into second. What's happening in Class C? Well, the B Clio's got between them. Lewis Ellis, the former British motocross competitor, has got past William Bartup then, which might frustrate the Saxo driver, but there's some traffic to deal with because Kurt Webb's Fiesta's got to be lapped. The car and repair Sevenoaks Ford Fiesta ST. Oh, and Josh Hilton, the winner from earlier in the Agency Express car. The livery looks very much like the old Regency Auto Deegan's cars with that livery on it, but it's a different brand on the side. But for Josh Hilton, I'm afraid, after such a good race this morning, he's out of it. So that is going to bring Daniel Rosler, another former short oval racer, onto a podium spot. But here comes Warren. So what's happened?
There's Bartup behind him.
Yeah, so Ellis has dropped it. So Bartup and Coles have got past Ellis.
Ellis is further back, isn't he?
Well, he was
in the Clio.
He was between them, so
yep.
He's lost out. So that's good news for William Bartup, because he's now back on terms with Paul Warren. He seems to have good pace here, the Citroen driver.
He does. It seems to handle pretty flat through the hairpin as well, which is advantageous.
So down the Cooper Straight they go. There's 2.5 minutes left of the race. Into Surtees they go. Bartup carries good speed in the Saxo. Lighter car, right on terms then with Paul Warren. Rear wheel off
Quick
the
through
ground.
there.
Yeah.
He's got alongside.
Just got the overlap. You'd think the BMW would have more power here, yes, and is able to accelerate back ahead. So the Saxo lighter through the corners. They're being urged on the pit wall. We've got Ollie Coles' Class B Clio joining in now too. I think they get at least 3 laps left here. They've got Paul Adams' Clio not that far ahead. That's where Ollie Coles wants to get to, third in Class B. But William Bartup, he's not worried about them. He's going to have a go at the Steve Polly move round the outside.
Going to do a Polly, yep.
And it may well work, because they give him the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Up the inside he goes, but Warren gives him the space to race with. And William Bartup goes through, and Warren drops a couple of wheels out over the grass. He's got more power, though, down the Cooper Straight, so he's back alongside. Ollie Coles is looking up the inside to make it fair best, and Paul Warren back round the outside to take the lead of Class C. Epic race in this, in the third category. We haven't really seen much of this because David Drinkwater's won every single race over the last 4 seasons, pretty much.
If Bartup could win this, there'd be 3 different winners, wouldn't there, across the 3 races?
And all new winners, if that happens too. That would be remarkable. But he's behind again. It's Paul Warren back ahead. This is fantastic to see. This is what we wanted from Class C of Hot Hatch. And Ollie Coles, he doesn't really know what to do, does he? He doesn't want to get involved too much.
Bartup came calmly back inside him, around the outside of him.
No, because they're pretty inexperienced still. They've only been racing for a few years, Warren and Bartup. I think David Drinkwater's given them some driver coaching in the past too. And they're racing respectively too. They're giving each other room. Bartup now back on the boot lid of the BMW. And we've got Shay Kavanagh, the overall leader, closing in on them. And he will start his last lap next time past. So it'll probably be a last lap that we'll be going on to in this battle in Class C. Paul Warren in 97. And Bartup, who's so far through clearways in the Saxo, but then can't continue his momentum onto the Brabham Straight.
Yeah, I think Warren would like this to end sooner rather than later. Bartup would like as many laps to go as possible. But here comes Kavanagh up the outside of Bartup. Polly's got closer, but only due to the traffic.
And Ben Ladar stayed with him. And guess who's back together again? Adam Brown and Tate Taverner are side by side. This hasn't ended well previously in the weekend. And a touch, and Brown gets sideways as they go through Paddock. But Adam Brown still ahead. Up in towards the hairpin they go. David Walsh, by the way, leads Class B by a long way. He's dominated that one today. So that battle continues. I wonder what's happening ahead in Class C. Well, here they are. William Bart up into the last corner, looks up the inside of Paul Warren, but he can't quite get there, so we may not get 3 winners after all in Class C. Just ahead of them for the 3rd time this weekend, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch race winner will be Shay Kavanagh, so he takes the checkered flag. But Paul Warren absolutely delighted with his 2nd win of the weekend after a great race. And for 2nd place overall, Mo Bendelol drew up alongside Steve Poddy, couldn't quite get there, 2 tenths between them. Adam Brown beats Tate Taverner in their scrap on the last lap to take 4th. David Walsh will come through in a moment. He's going to have a 2nd victory like Paul Warren had. But Class C there, the stars of that race, with Paul Warren coming out on top in the end by about half a second, I think, over William Bartup. Great race from both of them.
That's terrific racing, wasn't it? Plenty of action, a little bit of paint swapping, let's see bent mirrors, but it was certainly close.
That's right, and the SK Motorsport cars there, that make a nice image for their advertisement in the future. But it's number 93, the race winner, Shay Kavanagh in his Honda Civic. He was 5.9 seconds ahead of Steve Polly, back on the podium again. Mohammed Ben Ladar, he takes 3rd. Adam Brown was 4th and Tate Taverner 5th. David Walsh wins Class B. Ben Greenhill 7th. Lee Warren 8th, going well in the Ford car. 9th for Liam Pauling and 10th for Paul Adams. The Class C winner again, Paul Warren. Ollie Coles and Lewis Ellis somehow got between he and William Bartup, who is 2nd in Class C, with Daniel Rosen 3rd. Then completing the runners, Wayne Shackelford, Harry Greenhill, Neil Frost, Craig Turner and Kurt Webb. Retirements for Josh Hilton and for Chris Woods too. So that's it for Hot Hatch this weekend. They will be at Castle Combe next month, where I think some of the Castle Combe regulars have been inquiring and joining the 750 Motor Club on that weekend. Snetterton in June, then Silverstone in August, Alton Park in September, and the Silverstone National Circuit will conclude the season on the day after the Burkitt Relay.
But a resounding hat-trick for Shay Kavanagh, and that really has been it's been a dream weekend for him, hasn't it?
Fantastic stuff for the SK Motorsport man. And down with he and the others as well in the pit lane is Kieran Mogg.
You have to love the hot hatches. It never, ever fails to give you some action. And up at the front, we have Shay Kavanagh for the 3rd time this weekend. Absolute domination here at Brands. How has it been?
No, it's good. It definitely dried up in that 2nd race, so it's perfect. It was back to nearly qualifying yesterday. So yeah, really good, really good.
Couldn't really have asked for much more, really, for the weekend, could you?
No, that's it. I think it's definitely going to get closer every round comes, because everyone's going to learn the cars. Everyone's in fresh cars this year, so we'll take it while we can, but I don't think it's going to be all the way through anyway.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the triple win.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, Paul Warren. Now, you said to me earlier on, if you won all 3,
hang on, he's not listening yet.
if you won all 3, you do the entire season. Now, you got 2nd yesterday, but you also had a win yesterday and a win today. Does that mean you're going to carry on?
We will discuss with the team manager and my dad and see what we go from. It puts me obviously leading championship, depending on lap time, stuff like that. So I'd say, I think we're here for the season now after a good weekend. So, it was hard work. Credit to Will. Very, very clean race all the way through. Bit of contact where I was a bit slow, but it was such a good race. And that's what it's all about, having a good race. Come off, go and shake hands and have fun. So it was good fun. Really enjoyed it.
Well, congratulations on that win.
Much appreciated. Just want to thank my dad and KS Motorsport who helped me set the car out this weekend, and they're here today to give me a hand. So very thankful. And got my brother along with his my grandchildren as well, which is their first time seeing me race. So to go home with a couple of trophies is always a good thing. So thank you.
Fantastic, congratulations.
Cool, cheers, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the B-class winner is David Walsh. David, congratulations. Somewhat of a bit of a lonely race for your class, at least.
It was a little bit, yeah, but I'll still take that. I think we had such a bad race too. We all went off on the grass over at Surtees, which was funny but not productive. And then we had a lot of making up to do, but the car had damage, so we couldn't get anywhere near it. We tried to defend for as long as we could, but it was never going to work, so had to let him go in the end. I thought, well, we'll be back in race 3 and see how we get on.
Absolutely. And how would you sum up your weekend as a whole?
Cold, wet, but other than that, yeah, pretty good, mate. But, I mean, it's a brand new car. I only drove it for the first time a week ago, so yeah, I'm not going to complain. I'll take that as it comes.
Excellent. Well, congratulations then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, go straight back into the next race now, which is the MR2s.
And the car's already preparing for round 2 of the Toyota MR2 Championship. On pole position, 84 is Neil Stratton, alongside 11 Adam Lockwood. On row 2, 78 Jim Mew and 9 Tim Herron. And on row 3, 31 Ben Rowe and 7 Jeff Howarth. Row 4, 27 Sean Traynor and 69 Danny Bryant. Row 5 is 24 Sam Harper and 59 Andrew Baranowski. With on row 6, 65 Veer Aldridge and 4 Peter Higton. Row 7, 88 is Sergei Bailev and 87 Neil Hurren. On row 8, 82 Andrew Rufflin and 55 Vlad Sonani. And on row 9, 17 Maxine Nichols and 12 Aaron Laverty. Then 37 Chris Allison, 18 Anthony Jones, 79 Jonathan Grimes, 51 Andrew Strange, 8 Eddie O'Kane, 67 Simon Quinn, 20 Patrick Stoner, 36 Nick Clear, 30 Andy Williams, 2 Darren Aldworth in his repaired car, and 3 Martin Collins makes up 29 Toyota MR2s. No green flag lap, straight into it. The 5-second board is shown. The grid set by the fastest laps in the earlier race. Sean Trainor's got a grid penalty, that's why he's further back. The red lights go out. The race gets underway then with Stratton and Lockwood on the front row. A good start from Tim Herron on the. He's really got busy, hasn't it? Because Ben Rowe forward abreast as Traynor comes around the outside. He thinks better of it in the end, though. And round the outside, just like in race 1, it's Adam Lockwood who leads, with Neil Stratton who pops in behind. Ben Rowe is third. He's locked up, though, into the hairpin. Jim Muir on the outside. This is a very energetic start from the MR2 Championship for their first lap in full dry conditions, Marcus. Everyone's got through the first couple of corners.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about surviving the first lap. Someone moving up well in one of the road cars on the inside. And out front, it is Lockwood from Stratton. Ben Rowe is in 3rd place. Did the car that was damaged this morning get out? I think it did. Down the order.
I thought I saw the car was there. I imagine he's making progress. But there was a similar liveried car, wasn't there, right near?
Yeah.
We'll try and pick out 2 Darren Aldworth. There he is,
no,
on
he
the
is.
outside.
On the outside, yeah. Yes. Of cross they come. Lockwood from Stratton. From Rowe, from Jim Mew is in 4th place. Sean Traynor is in 5th. They've got 3 Mark IIs having a great battle there. That's Tim Herron. We've got Bryant and Ruthven as well. Ruthven diving up the inside towards the head. Oh, gets really sideways. The 69 car there. That's Bryant, and he caught it well. Back on the throttle very quickly, and back up alongside the car of Andrew Ruthven.
Ruthven's come through from 15th on the grid, so he's had a pretty epic first lap. Up to 8th, and he's gained another spot already. So seeing how much more progress he can make. The driver from the West Midlands, who raced in minis before in his 1992 Toyota MR2 this year. So leaders across the line. It's still Lockwood, who was the winner earlier, ahead of Neil Stratton, the man who was quickest in qualifying this morning. Ben Rowe is third. Here comes Traynor up the inside of Jim Mew, who is going well here today, but he has lost that spot to the 4-time champion Sean Traynor. And I'm afraid our TSL went a bit crazy there, so did our graphics, so it's all resolved now. Here's the battle then between Tim Herron and Andy Ruthven and Danny Bryant and Sam Harper too. This is all Mark II, battling for 2nd in Class B behind Ben Rowe. And it's Tim Herron at the front of this queue. There's Bryant up the curbs, the driver from Portsmouth in the 1994 MR2. Oh, I'm afraid there's a car that's gone off at Paddock, so there's yellow flags being shown in a few moments' time. It's a long way off, though, at well out of the corner. Meanwhile, the leading pack will come up across the lines. It's still Adam Lockwood in front. Yes, it is. He's a whole second clear now of Stratton, but it's Trainer who set the fastest lap, a 56.954, which is only 3 tenths outside of the lap record. The car that's not come through, I'm afraid, was one that was a bit further back. And it may well be Eddie O'Kane in number 8 that hasn't come through. That car's off at Paddock Hill Bend. So there's a yellow flag shown there. Ben Rowe's got some smoke coming from his car. We just got a glimpse of there. Maybe we'll get another shot of that in a moment. And they make their way down the Cooper Straight. And we look at the cars behind. This is still the battle for 6th place, Marcus. Tim Herron ahead.
Yeah, that's right. And there's 4 Mark IIs in a row there, in very, very close order. And up behind them, just trying to pick out the next ones. Yes, it's really Mark II territory in that part of the grid. These are the cars. That's the yellow flag waving like crazy down the start straight.
Before that, Sean Trainer snuck past Ben Rowe, so he's up to 3rd. Just saw a glimpse of that car in the gravel there at Paddock. So Ben Rowe's dropped to 4th. Jim Mew going well here. He's there in 5th. So can Trainer catch the top 2? He's a couple of seconds behind the leader, 1 second behind Stratton.
And this quintet here is trying to chase down Ben Rowe in number 31, who is in 4th overall.
I thought I saw a bit of smoke come from the back of Rowe's car earlier. Is it okay? Was it just there's nothing obvious now, is there?
No.
So just an anomaly, perhaps.
Tyre on arch, cornering maybe.
Looked like Trainer was getting close to Stratton already, ahead of he and Jim
Yeah, he's
Mew.
in the slipstream, is Sean Trainer.
There is a bit of
It
smoke.
is smoking. It is smoking, the Ben Rowe car.
Yeah, Trainer's right on the car ahead, but the yellows are in, are they, at Paddock? So Trainer could challenge. Behind the Mark II's all in one gaggle here. Danny Bryant is side by side with Andy Ruthven. Up the curb, sideways Bryant. You've also got Sam Harper and Vera Aldridge in this battle. A great 5-way dice. Here comes Harper up the inside. Oh, perhaps there was still a yellow because there's a green on the exit. Anyway, they're side by side through the hairpin and down the hill.
The yellows for the car that spun at the bottom of in the compression there.
That's another car.
Yeah.
So that might have been behind this battle anyway. Bryant and Ruthven are still side by side, and they're extremely close to each other right now.
Can't get 3 abreast through there. Oh, and there's a touch, and that was Harper on Ruthven, wasn't it? Front wing of one touched the rear of the other.
Leaders across the line. 2 tenths between Stratton and Trainer. Sean Trainer's yet to get past though. Side by side a bit further back. Number 7, Jeff Howarth, started high up the grid in his 2nd season, the driver from Brighton in the Rogue Motorsport car. Here's Trainer though, up the inside into the Druids, alongside Neil Stratton, the driver from Derbyshire, then loses out to Sean Trainer, the 4-time champion, who is up to 2nd. It's been a fighting drive from Trainer, who started 7th after a 5-place grid penalty was applied. Into 30s they go. Plenty of the race still to go, more than half. For time then for he to try and chase Adam Lockwood's 2-second lead margin.
That'll be sorted in traffic if it's going to get sorted at all, I suspect, because they're both lapping within hundredths of each other. There goes Lockwood, the defending champion. The gap is 2.3 seconds.
There's a mechanical flag going out to Ben Rowe. So Ben Rowe being instructed to pit by the officials. That smoke that we've been looking at. So car number 31, a black and orange mechanical flag going out to Ben Rowe.
And that means a 5-car dice for the class lead. And here it is.
And Bryant's at the front now. Tim Herron's dropped behind him and behind Ruthven too. Tim Herron, who elects not to run with the rear spoiler, unusually.
It's worth 2 miles an hour probably.
He's lost 2 spots there in recent times. Danny Bryant to the front then, the driver from Portsmouth, who also does drifting, so shouldn't be too concerned about going sideways. So he, assuming Ben Rowe pits, will claim the lead of Class B. Here's the battles behind another of the road cars. There's plenty of them. They come on a great big transporter to the event. as they have done for years now. Peter Higton's in there, the driver from Cheshire, who was the MG Owners Club champion back in 2011.
You got 4 Roadsters and a Mark II in that little group.
Baranowski in there too.
Higton, Baranowski, Yelev, Allison, and Neil Hurren behind them.
Baranowski, who comes from Chelmsford in his first season of racing. He's had a pretty good opening meeting. And then just behind him, Sergei Bailev from Kiev, the ex-Lada Cup racer. So Lockwood's gap, 2.4 seconds over Trainer. So Trainer isn't able to do anything about it, it would seem. Meanwhile, this Class B battle continues. Daniel Bryant ahead. The pit siren goes off. I suspect that's for Ben Rowe, who has indeed responded to that mechanical warning flag. So Ben Rowe's in the pit. So this is the battle for the class win. And Rutherford up over on the inside line. I thought he was going to have a wheel on the grass there. There wasn't much room, but he's flew ahead of Danny Bryant. And then we've got Heron and Harper in this battle as well. Round the outside, he has a look. See last year's Class B champion Dan Sylvester watching the coverage on 750 Motor Club TV. He could have been right amongst this should he have been here. A great battle it's been between the Mark IIs.
Yeah, indeed. And there we go. Philosophical Ben Rowe.
Yeah, Ben Rowe's not been to Brands Hatch for a few seasons. It was all going so well up until that moment. The car gave up on him. Engine related, seemingly. Here come the Bs and into Paddock with Rufflin 3/10 ahead of Bryant. They've got the Mark I to lap. Martin Collins in the 1989 car. They go either side of him up towards Truid. Rufflin's broke ridiculously late as he got through the corner. He's well out wide, but he has got through. However, his braking point went out a bit with the slower car he was lapping, but he got round the bend anyway. But his lead gap is nothing to Danny Bryant. Danny started racing in 2015. And you've got Tim Heron and Sam Harper too. 4-way battle up into clearways with just under 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, those 3 are now slightly broken away, haven't they? And they've dropped the 5th car, which is Via Aldridge. The grey car there. Oh, bits of light.
No, you didn't see that happen. Up at Druids, where the Class B cars will come. So you don't really want to take a wide line at the hairpin now. There's Tim Heron, who's seemingly been racing the MR2 Championship since it begun. Certainly for a lot of the time.
Did he have a darker blue car at one point?
Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah. It's got this kind of kingfisher coloured one now.
Sam Harper's still with them. At one point it looked like he might have dropped
Harper's
off.
with them, but it's Aldridge who's dropped off the back.
That's right.
Trainer's as close as he's been in recent laps to the leader, but he's still 2.1 seconds, no, 1.8 now at 12 laps. So he's making a move towards the end of the race with still 3 minutes to go.
There's Vlad Sinani in 55, the driver from Cyprus, who's done hill climbs and time attack in the past. He's in the Mark III Roadster from Rogue Motorsport. Great to have him out there. He's involved in the battle with 87, Neil Hurren. So I think raced Mark 1s back in the day.
And also raced Formula V, I think, at one point. Had a big accident at Castle Combe at Camp Corner. There's the 88 car. And that's showing signs of fairly hefty contact, isn't it?
That's the driver from Ukraine, Sergei Bailev. After such a good run he's had this weekend, he was provisionally on the front row of the grid at one stage in qualifying. But I wonder if that's where all the damage is up at Druids as well. I wonder if that's come from his car.
Oh.
That's the one from earlier.
Yep, that's the one that's at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend.
Yes, that's Edward O'Kane, Eddie O'Kane. who's parked next to the BMW sign. Wrong category for that. There's Jim Mew all by himself in 4th. So this group are now 15 seconds behind the leaders. Andrew Ruthven ahead of Danny Bryant. Number 69, the mechanic. Jim Mew helps him to prepare that car. Here's a trainer in traffic. Simon Quinn, I think that is, who goes a lap down, the driver in 24th position.
There's Lockwood, so he's making progress, isn't he, with a couple of laps to go after this one, and Sean Traynor coming on strong in the closing stages. Yes, he's had a slower car put between him and the race leader.
You wondered if the traffic would play a part, right? 5-10 minutes ago you said about the traffic. Well, now they have caught them.
It's not what Adam Lockwood wants to see in his mirrors, I'm sure, but it's certainly getting closer.
Just lapped Andy Williams in 30.
1.109 at the flag it was, that time at the timing stripe.
Trainer hugely sideways out over the curbs at Graham Hill Bend. Kept his foot in. Able to accelerate out of it. See Darren Aldworth from the back has got to 14th in his repaired car. So he's made decent progress with a car that may not be 100% fit.
Lapping in the 58s, so I guess it's probably not quite au point.
Yeah, you'd expect that really, because his tracking was well out. 24 with a driving standards flag.
1.1 seconds.
Sam Harper who receives that. 1 lap to go then for the MR2 Championship at Brands Hatch, and that gap then remains at a second. So Trainer's got to do a lot here if he's going to be able to do anything about the leader. With half a lap to go down towards Graham Hill Bend. There is Adam Lockwood, and last year's champion. And as long as he stays where he is, he's going to win more races today than he won all of last season when he won the championship. He also won the Class A title in 2018 for Mark 1, but he's come to this new Roadster since then. And he turns out of clearways through Clark Curve, and for the second time today, Adam Lockwood is going to be a winner in the Toyota MR2 Championship here at Brands Hatch, with Sean Traynor in second, with a gap of a second at the checkered flag. Neil Stratton in third. He's had a good day here at Brands. Then we have 3 lapped cars before we get Jim Mew. One of Jim's best results in the championship. It might be the best. 4th place. For 5th, Andrew Ruthven. He takes a Class B victory by 0.6 of a second over Danny Bryant. Then Tim Heron and Sam Harper. That was a close scrap all the way through between the 4 of them. Veer Aldridge, he dropped away near the end. Peter Higdon completes the run in the top 10, just ahead of the ex-Paul Cook car, driven by Chris Allison nowadays, who is 11th. Andrew Baranowski is 12th, and then from the back of the grid behind him is Darren Aldworth, who had a somewhat of a recovery during the course of that 16-lap race. Last couple of cars across the line, but the race winner was number 11, Adam Lockwood, in his Roadster, a second ahead of Sean Traynor. Neil Stratton was 3rd and Jim Mew 4th. Andrew Ruthven wins Class B. Daniel Bryant, Tim Herod, Sam Harper, Veer Aldridge and Peter Higdon in the top 10. Then Chris Allison, Jeff Howard, Andrew Baranowski and Darren Aldworth. Finished ahead of Jonathan Grimes, Vlad Sanani and Neil Hurren, Aaron Laverty, Andrew Strange, Maxine Nichols inside the top 20, Tony Jones, Nick Lear, they were on the lead lap. Andy Williams was lapped, as was Simon Quinn, Patrick Stoner and Martin Collins too. And we lost 3 cars during the course of that MR2 Championship race. Silverstone in 3 weeks' time, the 750 Motor Club are heading to, and Toyota MR2s will be there on the national circuit. Snetterton in June, Cadwell Park in July, Silverstone in August, Croft in September, and Donington Park in October. Around a month this year for the Toyota MR2 Championship. And Adam Lockwood, the winner here at Brands, is down in the pit lane, and down with him is Kieran.
Another fantastic race for the MR2s then, and we're going to have a quick chat with our winner, Adam Lockwood. Adam, can I just jump in here a second? Fantastic win from you. How was it?
Yeah, pretty non-eventful actually. Apart from just towards the end, I could see Sean was catching very slightly, but yeah, it was all right. Yeah, sort of. I think I got past Neil pretty close to the start, or on the start. I can't remember. But yeah, it was all good. It's all good. Yeah.
How are you finding the track conditions now?
Yeah, there's plenty of grip. Yeah, all the nastiness from race one's all gone, and yeah, we're back up to sort of full speed now.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And we'll chat to our second place driver, Sean Trainer. Sean, can I just nip in here a second? One place better than earlier.
Yeah.
One place away.
But they did give me my the penalty from the first race, which I couldn't understand why they let me go out from fourth.
Yeah.
They put me in that one, so I would have rather have had it in the wet race. But as it turned out, but Adam, he was just gone. By the time I sort of got past, I think look, Ben Rowe, I think he had an issue with, it looked like his head gasket had gone, to be fair. He was letting out a lot of steam, and I was trying to stay out of the way because I thought, oh, no, I'm going to just shut myself off if it does pop. And by the time I got past him, I caught up with Neil, and I can't remember, I think I got a good run coming up the start-finish straight here. But by the time I'd got through, Adam, he was gone. He was, and I tried to put in a few laps, but I mean, it'd be nice if I got the fastest lap just to grab another point back on him, but I'm not sure if I have.
I can't remember, to be honest with you. I can't remember. But obviously you were closing in quite a lot on first.
To be fair, he was holding his own, but then I had a lot more luck with the back markers than he did. I see he was held up with back markers on about 3 corners, and I managed to come straight through. So then I think he might have been twitching a little bit then.
Well, fantastic. Well, congratulations on the second place.
Right, cheers, thanks.
Cheers, thank you. Third place is Neil Stratton. So Neil, obviously couldn't quite follow the run from earlier, but how was third place?
It was good. It was a lot less eventful than the last race. But no, me and Adam scrabbled away from the start, sort of held second. I couldn't really keep up with Adam, to be fair. And Sean was making his way through, and the rate he was catching me, it was going to be difficult to keep him behind. I gave it a shot, but he got past, and he just sort of crept off into the distance. So just kept it clean, kept it on the road, and got the third.
Absolutely. Well, obviously keeping it safe and keeping the points, that's what matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, and the car's in one piece, which is brilliant.
Exactly, absolutely. Well, congratulations on third place.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to our Class B or C winner. Andrew, how was your race?
Brilliant, actually. I really enjoyed that. I was starting 15th because I didn't have a really good first race. So, yeah, I was starting all the way behind all the fast runners in the Class B cars and came through, fought my way through.
It looked like you had quite a bit of competition, though.
Yes, I did. It was quite close. There was a bit of rubbing going on there, but it was all good fun. It was all good.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we're going to have a quick ad break before we get into the next race, which is the BMW Endurance Race. 90 minutes. We'll see you soon.
The biggest grid of the weekend. Up next, the 90-minute race for the Gadshocks 116 trophy. One of the most popular categories in British motorsport nowadays. About 70 cars registered this year, but we can only fit 40 on the grid here at Brands Hatch. On pole position is 555. That is Matthew Highcock, the first of the top 6 all solo-driven cars. 151 is alongside. That's Peter Keane. Row 2, 173, Mac Priestwood had an off in qualifying, and 25 alongside Ethan Hall. Row 3 is 5, Anthony Seddon, and 41, Matt Allen. The first of the double-driven car starts on row 4. James Waring starts 228, and 34 alongside will be started by Toby O'Reilly. Row 5 is 320, which is Simon Hopcroft Lopez, and alongside is 86, which will be Pete Brand. On row 6 is number 10, which is Lewis White and Turner. Alongside 28, Mel Bexley, a good qualifying from her. Well, yesterday too. 252 is on row 7. That will be James Dunn. Alongside 73, Theo Tibbets. Row 8, 31 is David Smith. And 188, Callum Newsom, TCR UK race winner 2 weeks ago, starts on row 8. On row 9, 220 is Neil Fox. And 42 is Darren Constant. Row 10, 47 is Neil Anderson, and 101 Ben Wilshire. On row 11, 232 Jonathan Baker, and 48, the damaged car from yesterday, is back again, Daniel Scott. Great work by the team to get that out today. On row 12, 82, 3 drivers in that one. Mark McCullough starts it, and 233 is alongside Ayrton Redfern. Row 13 is number 40, and that is the Carter-driven car. Alongside of that one is 188, David Hudson. Then we get 8, which is Grimes, and 104, Dan Lavery. 1 is next, Paul Offord. 247 is Tim Allen. Then we get to 102, which is Sean Frey. 103 is up next, Sammy Walton. 33 is next, Sean Yoden. And 78 alongside is James Paul. 55, again a repaired car from yesterday, Lewis Charlton. And 83 is Jez Banks. 105 is Carl Fenton. 321, Caroline Early alongside. And then on the 20th and final row, 333 will be Daniel Snee. And 52, Gary Walton alongside. 40 cars, there's 2 reserves as well. Daniel Patters is one. And the Duffield Fox car, the other. So a huge grid of BMWs there. You can see there's BMWs as far as our TV cameras can show, but behind them is a great big black cloud. So it's sunny at the moment, but will it stay that way over the next 90 or so minutes? Well, we will find out over the course of this race. So recoveries from the previous races are pretty much complete, I think. And then we have the Gadshocks 116 trophy 90-minute encounter shortly about to start. In the course of this 90-minute race, we will have a pit window from 15 to 75 minutes, and everyone has to make 2 pit stops where the cars will be stationary for 60 seconds at each. Some of the cars will change drivers, some are being driven alone throughout the duration, so obviously they won't need to change, but they may have some repairs, and well, they must be stopped for 60 seconds at a minimum. So everyone's got away onto this green flag lap then, being led by Matthew Highcock, who went so well last season. And yesterday too in the 116 Sprint Championship. And we'll see over the course of a 90-minute race if he can hang on. It was a wet qualifying session this morning. So the best lap there, 1:08. We're going a lot quicker than that during the course of this race. This will be a rolling start, 2 by 2. And then we will all hold our breath as 40 BMWs make their way through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time of asking. This is going to be a busy old race with the pit stops, with lap traffic, with lots of drivers having their first ever race today. Those who didn't get out yesterday in the sprints. But Highcock then on pole with Peter Keane alongside. The youngsters on row 2, 2 teenagers, Matt Priestwood and Ethan Hall. Here they come then, out of clearways. They've got into good 2x2 formation. They may not have too much experience, but they've got this 2x2 format worked out a lot better than some other categories with more experienced guys and girls have. So the red lights go out and the race gets underway then, and it's the BMW M liveried machine of Highcock who's got a good one. He's got away. Priestwood immediately goes up the inside of Peter Keane to go second. Similar things going on behind as Anthony Seddon goes up the inside of Ethan Hall for P4. And Priestwood and Keane still going at it then for second spot. They're wheel to wheel, they're mirror to mirror. Don't really want to lose one of your door mirrors at this stage of the race, but they may well do that if they get any closer. They're 3 abreast in places behind, but Priestwood has got second. We've got through Paddock, and I think we've got through Druids too, Marcus.
Well, it looks that way, doesn't it? And this is really busy in there. And of course, so they jostle and jink, and 1 or 2 of them flick out of a slipstream another car. They're 3 abreast there down the order. And then they squeeze. Oh, there's a touch there, and they all got away with it. But it looked pretty heart in mouth at the time.
So, first lap about to be completed. The field still going through clearways as the leaders pop across the line with Matthew Highcock 8 tenths ahead of Matt Priestwood, who made that good start. Peter Keane in 3rd, Anthony Seddon 4th, Ethan Hall in 5th, James Waring in 6th, and there's BMWs all the way down the Bravon Straight. Absolutely fantastic grid, this. Battling in the pack. 41, Matt Allen didn't make the best of starts, the 41-year-old from Warwickshire. He is side by side with the 10 of Lewis White and Turner. On the inside line is Allen, and he's ahead of the Drury Lane machine. Quite an experienced driver, Matt Allen. He's raced Legends, MR2s, MX5s, Hyundais too. And he was here yesterday supporting his partner, Ursula Jordan, in the Type R Trophy. Now it's on the other foot. He's the driver, and Ursula will be down in the pit lane watching on. But he's involved in a great scrap at the moment through Clearways and Clark Curve. There's White and Turner involved in this. Also the 34 car, Toby O'Reilly, is involved too. But it's Matt Allen at the front of this group for 8th spot this battle is for. 252 is in there. That's James Dunn. So yeah, that's quite a battle just to be inside the top 10 at this stage. 86 is in this scrap. Pete Brand. Oh, and there's contact. 34 has been given a touch. Toby O'Reilly went for a slide. 86 then trying to come through in all that. Pete Brand. 252 is James Dunn. So those first couple of laps were pretty tight. Of course, the car's full of fuel at this stage, Marcus.
Yeah, so they're heavy, and they won't be quite as nimble as they will be towards the end of their sessions, but still battling all the way down the order. You can't afford to lose even 2 or 3 seconds in this kind of company when you've got drivers of the caliber of Highcock and Priestwood and Keane out front. Because they're going to be relentless in their pace, and they're going to be super consistent as well, which is very important over the length of a 90-minute race.
Yeah, they were the three of the quickest drivers yesterday in the Sprint Championship too. There's a contact here a lap ago, I think, between these two.
Yeah, 7 and 86 there, having the touch.
I think 34 is O'Reilly in the other Seddon car, so Anthony Seddon run car.
Right.
Driven by Toby O'Reilly, and 86 Peter Brand. So I think the first names on the timing screens, if you're on TSL or if you're looking at our graphics, they are the start drivers. So a big thanks to TSL for being able to do that, which helps out.
Ethan Hall there in that classic effects car, classic effects mint machine. Different liveries either side. Under pressure from the Hoplop car, Hopcroft Lopez.
Yeah, they're side by side at this stage for 6th spot. The 18-year-old Ethan Hall was on the inside. He's a student from Surrey in his 2nd season. And they're still side by side as they come uphill towards the hairpin at Druids. Hopcroft Lopez, who went well yesterday, side by side behind as well, Marcus.
Somebody on the back of the shot was out over the curbs, running 2 wheels in the gravel, which was quite exciting. Hopcroft Lopez has got past Ethan Hall at Graham Hill Bend. But important not to panic, just tuck in, find your rhythm. And ahead of them is the Waring and Street car.
Yeah, James Waring starting at another teenager in the Exandro Ballesteros car. Lead gap, by the way, 7 tenths between Highcock and Priestwood. Priestwood's been eking that gap down, I think, from 8 tenths, but not. There's 3 thousandths between their laps there. Highcock faster, 1 minute, 0.444, 60.4 seconds. Only 3 thousandths slower. Matt Priestwood, but and for 3rd, here comes Anthony Seddon. Big dive up the inside. We didn't see him out yesterday in the 116s, and Peter Keane had to give him the inside line there, but that means as he went wide at Druid, he has the inside line for the next corner, Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, that was the wing mirror preserver line, wasn't it, that Seddon decided on and stayed out of it. Now he's coming back on the other side, coming towards Surtees. Won't go past into Surtees. But this is where you need to be conserving momentum, getting on the power really early for the drop down over the camber, and then the rise up onto that plateau at the top of the Brabham Straight here.
This battle was allowing the top 2 to get away. They were 3 seconds ahead. Priestwood's done a 60.1 now, which I think might well be a new lap record. On full tanks of fuel, and 2, no refuelling in this category. They're the leaders, they are together, half a second between Highcock and Priestwood. They're 5 seconds clear now of the battle between Keane and Seddon. Waring's up to 5th, then Hopcroft, Lopez and Hall, they're all in a little dice. Down into Graham Hill Bend, they're the leaders then, so there's Matthew Highcock and Matt Priestwood, both youngsters. Gap back to Peter Keane, who still has Anthony Seddon climbing all over the back of him. He's on the inside now through Surtees. He hobbles over the curb, and Anthony Seddon's done it. A lap ago he was trying to grab 3rd position. He's got through now, though, in the Anthony Seddon racing car. There's a couple at least in that livery. But this is sort of turned into a 5 cars pretty close, with James Waring, Simon Hopcroft Lopez and Ethan Hall all closing in as they complete 7 laps. They're the leaders, closest they've been all race. There's not much to choose between the pace of Matthew Highcock and Matt Priestwood, so the strategy is going to come into this, but perhaps more, or just as importantly, is the lap traffic, Marcus, and we're a few laps away from that.
Yes, and you heard Sean Traynor after the last race say that he was luckier with traffic than the guy he was chasing down, and this can easily add a couple of seconds to somebody's lap, or compress a gap to the next group. It's a nice shot. Is that the Clodhopper racing car? I think it is. There's a touch there, and that's in the gravel. 34 finds himself off in the gravel after that touch, and he's sunk. It's going nowhere.
That's Toby O'Reilly. He shares with Lewis Tyndall today. Well, he was due to. The leaders are right together, but I think we may have an interruption with that car there. The car might be able to come back when it gets dragged out the gravel. No, the pit window is not yet open. It doesn't open until 15 minutes in, but when the window is open, there is no stops under safety car conditions like we have now. You know, flag from safety car boards. As soon as the safety car boards are shown, the pit window will shut, or the pit lane will shut for mandatory stops. 2 stops for all during the course of this race. So we didn't get to any lap traffic there, did we? So everything will bunch up.
Yeah, and of course that's that 6.4 second cushion that Matthew Hycock and Mac Priestwood had built up, completely taken away.
That's right.
Erased.
Normally the strategy here is get your pit stops in early and stay on the lead lap, but you won't stay on the lead lap on a short track like here at Brands Hatch. Very different strategy to at Snetterton or perhaps Alton Park, where you can get a pit stop in and stay on that lead lap. That won't be possible here. That really adds to the strategy, and you need somebody working that out who knows what they're doing. Because when you could make pit stops under safety car, it was always best to do it then, but that opportunity is gone. Looks like the safety car's picked up Caroline Early's car, the 53-year-old from Surrey, having her racing debut today. She'll be waved through before the restart, I should think. But even the slowest car, someone having their first race today, only was 5 seconds off the fastest lap to the whole grid, with lots of first-time races within 5 seconds, which is not too bad at all. You'll see the novice cross on the back of probably at least half the cars here. But for Toby O'Reilly and Lewis Tyndall, well, they're not going to get a result out of this in the second Anthony Seddon racing car.
There you go. There's Caroline Early wave past, and they've got the leaders back behind them. Which is something that wasn't done at Snetterton last week when the leader who hadn't made his stop ended up making the stop under the safety car, which he could do with the HSCC, and effectively was gifted a lap's lead because came out and ran round to the back of the crocodile. You're not obliged to pick up the leader, it has to be said.
Especially in endurance racing, that is less used sometimes. Up to 11th from 17th on the grid is Callum Newsom, the driver who took his first TCR UK race victory 2 weeks ago here at Brands Hatch. I think he's in his 20s now. Callum is the son of Dave Newsom, former winner in the British Touring Car Championship. So Callum's got himself a drive in this today, which I think for the first time. So there's the queue of these 116 trophy cars. And one of the drivers today had a rather unusual part on their commentary form where they can say any other information. Paul Offord from Great Dunmow, his fact was he once saw me in Tesco's, which is a rather unusual thing, firstly to put on your commentary form, and secondly not to come and say hello. But Paul Offord, driver from Great Dunmow, apparently seeing me in Tesco's is a very exciting thing.
If that's the highlight of this week, maybe you should get out more.
Not the first racing driver from Dunmow. I'm sure he won't be the last. Alex Lynn, probably the fastest driver from Dunmow nowadays. WEC front runner. And his family have got a nice collection of cars as well, including is it Tessie, the Ford GT40 that Sean races at Goodwood and elsewhere. Anyway, BMW 116 being pulled out of the gravel, number 34. So hopefully Lewis Tyndall will get a go in this, so they're not going to get a result out of it. Lewis, another driver from Essex, on this grid.
So that car, when it gets going again, will be on its finish its 8th lap. So it will be, what, 3 laps down on the race leaders.
That's right, so we should get the safety car in shortly. And probably about the time the safety car comes in, the pit window will open.
And it's what, 15 to
75.
75 minutes. It's a long old pit window.
Yeah, you've got 2 pit stops to make in that time. They have to be stationary for 60 seconds. And with a bit of luck, our middle timing screen in our commentary box, which isn't helpful for anybody watching at home, but it's for Marcus and I, should show us the time of the pit stop, pit in to pit out. So we should be able to see who may lose a bit of time in the pit stop, who gains a bit.
Keep a fair old watch on that.
And traditionally, TSL put it up in red if someone's done a pit stop too quick. because they will have worked out what a minute stationary is plus a pit in to pit out times.
Plus the ins and outs, yeah.
So there's the Anthony Racing 34 car back on the road. See how high they can get up. But
yeah, there was a slight brush, wasn't there, that kind of destabilised that car going up through Surtees towards McLaren Clearways.
Melissa Bexley's dropped a long way down. She qualified 13th in the wet this morning, but she's dropped to 26th after qualifying so well, the driver from Sunderland. Safety car's in. Car's accelerating up towards a green flag at the line. A good restart for Matthew Highcock, so he's got a slightly bigger margin than when the safety car come out, but for Priestwood, he has got the whole field much closer than before. Look, the back of the queue is still coming down the Cooper Straight while the leaders are at Paddock. Such is the size of the grid. Seddon there in third, then Keane, then Hopcroft Lopez, who got past Waring before the safety car. And we're coming up to 15 minutes now. On the dot, the pit window opens. Is anyone going to make use of this immediately and come in as soon as is possible? Or are they just going to carry on for a bit longer? Obviously, if you've got a car with 3 drivers, you're more than likely going to share the driving time between the 3 of you. And then if you've got 2 drivers, you've got to make a decision. Do you switch drivers at each stop, or does one driver do a double stint? It's all a bit more obvious for those single-driven cars, as the top 5 are. They will come in whenever is convenient, I suspect. And the pit siren goes off, and the first car to pop up on our screen is 888, David Hudson, in Jeff Still racing car. Jeff Still's run plenty of endurance races in his time, so is that the right strategy, I wonder? David Hudson, I think, was 18th when he came into the pits, and Melissa Bexley also has come in too. She was about 10 seconds further back. There's Callum Newsham. He's just got past Matt Allen. Although Allen's going to fight back massively late on the break. Sneaks back ahead of Newsham. That was quite a move. Not sure if Callum Newsham saw that coming. Meanwhile, just ahead of them, Peter Keane's lost 2 places as Simon Hopcroft Lopez is followed through by James Waring to move ahead. So Keane, who started 3rd, has dropped to 6th.
Yeah, you wonder whether that's just running round behind the pace car for a couple of laps. Just is that Keane coming in?
I think the leader was as well.
Ethan Hall's coming in. Clodhopper racing car, I think, is in as well. There is the South African liveried car that got bingled down one side. The other side is not quite as immaculate of David Hudson. Nigel Greensall's name on the side of it, but he's racing at Road Atlanta in the States this weekend.
Nigel's busy. Wonder if we'll see him out though during the course of the year. So there's about half a dozen cars that came in there, including 3 from the top 10. The race leader being the most important, 555 Matthew Highcock, but 151 Keane also in, as Margaret suggested. 25 Hall, the other front runner to come in, Ethan Hall. And such was this train that we had. Darren Constant, who I think had a mistake on the restart, he's gone a lap down now in 42. So he's been snuck past by Mac Priestwood. He's trying to make hay now while he has a bit of clear road. More cars peeling into the pits. And immediately we can see that David Hudson's pit stop was 4 seconds quicker than Melissa Bexley's. 1 minute 32, the first effort. Pit in to pit out. 252 tried to get away a bit sooner than it ought to there, so had to come to a stop again. That is the car that's driven solo by James Dunn. So as Matthew Highcock's got out with a quick stop, 1 minute 29, pit in to pit out, which is quicker than Peter Keane's effort by quite some way, 5 seconds quicker. So Peter Keane's lost out to Matthew Highcock. Meanwhile, on the circuit, 220. There we could see Neil Fox was doing battle. And he is in 7th position. Behind him, 232, Jonathan Baker. And number 33 is having a stop-go penalty. Got a stop-go penalty that's just come up from race control. That is the Sean Yoden and Simon Yoden car. 30-second stop-go penalty for an unspecified reason. Is that a car that's pitted? It's not, is it? So it's not a pit stop infringement. I wonder if it's a car that passed someone before the safety car line. and that will cop a penalty. There's another car with a novice cross on it. 188.
Yeah, that was Redfern and Perra, wasn't it?
Yeah, Newsham's got another place. He's got past 10 now. Lewis, White and Taylor. Oh, this is quite feisty.
That's at least 2 hits there.
82 was the one doing the pushing.
The aggressor.
Mark McCullough started that and he's still in it. He was 12.
By another one. Oof.
That wasn't on him though, was it? That was because he got past. So 247 is being attacked from all angles. That's Tim Allen.
Clodhopper Racing.
Oh, Tim's in his first race. He's just been hit at 2 corners. He's 19 from South Yorkshire. Tim Allen, who was being attacked from all angles. No one's beaten the Highcock pit stop, 1 minute 29.4. So not just quick on the circuit, the team good in the pit lane too for Matthew Highcock. He is currently in 28th position, 9 seconds ahead of Eve. He's back in again. Highcock's in for his second stop already. So that's the strategy. There he is on our screen, the flat-out media car. The team there are electing to do 2 very early pit stops. Is that the way forward here? So he's been in there for 30 seconds so far, so it'll be a bit longer yet. So at this point, Marcus, you can't really afford to have any issue where you just need a quick sort out in the pit stop.
Exactly. If he makes his 2 pit stops within the first, 20 minutes of the race or whatever, then nothing's got to go wrong at all, and doesn't want to be stuck for numerous laps behind a safety car. But then again, if he's made his 2 stops and there's no stopping under a safety car, then it's not home and dry, but it's an interesting tactic.
We've had a quicker pit stop, a 1 minute 27. The car's gone off. Number 8 is that. That's the Grimes and Turner car. And instead of driving through the gravel, making sure they don't get stuck, reverse gear on that run-off and then find first again and carry on. But yeah, 1 minute 27, the fastest pit stop now. And that's also a car that stopped twice, 252, James Dunn. I think he's probably made his 2 pit stops on his first 2 chances. Race leader into the pits, Mac Priestwood. So Anthony Seddon claims the lead. Highcock's second stop was quicker than his first, so 1 minute 28.5. So it was a second or so quicker than the first attempt. So these 116 trophy races can be quite confusing to follow, but if everyone's going to get their 2 pit stops out of the way before 1/3 distance, there's Priestwood in the Spray Tech car. Tyre pressure's being checked, and now mechanic is he changing the damper setting possibly there? Put an arm under the left-hand side, and now he's doing it the same with on the other side, Marcus.
Yeah, that'll be a couple of twiddles on the gas shocks.
A shot there from our pit lane camera operator to show us that. So Highcock's first stop then was a 129. So is Priestwood going to beat that? I think we've had 3 cars now that have made 2 stops. Oh, the car that was just off is back in again, the Turner and Grimes car, to make their second run through the pit lane. So Priestwood, first pit stop is slower than Highcock's by 1 second. So a net second gain for Highcock, but we're not going to see that play out on the circuit yet because he's already made his second stop. Watching 55, this is the car that had the big bash at the start of yesterday's race, and you wouldn't know it, would you? It's got
a new bonnet, it's got new front wings, and they've done really well to get that out. It's not fully liveried, but apart from that, it's race ready, which is great.
That was the Barlow's car, Lewis Charlton and Jakob Nowak. There it is, 55. Anthony Seddon, who had become the leader, is into the pits in 5. So that means Simon Hopcroft Lopez leads in 320. Callum Newsom up to second in 188. James Waring third in 228. Fourth is 10 Lewis White and Turner. Fifth is 232 Jonathan Baker. And sixth is 73 Tio Tibbetts. And already 2/3 of the grid have made at least one pit stop. Quite remarkably. It feels like this, over the last 6 months, everyone's had a thought about how the strategy works. Let's have a look at who won races last year, and the ethos seems an early pit stop is the way to go. 103, one of the many DTO Motorsport cars in the pit lane. Sammy Walton and Steve Lloyd part of this. Sammy having his first race today, 40 years of age. Steve is 55, also new to racing, but has done some karting. There's Peter Keane squeezing past 83, the triple-driven car. Jez Banks started it. He's still out there, so that was unlapping himself for Ethan Hall and Peter Keane. So Hall got past Keane in the pit stops, and they are now in 16th and 17th. But they are behind Mac Priestwood by about 10 seconds. So Priestwood, a faster pit stop and faster on the track, has pulled out a gap to these two. Is that a black flag going out?
Black flag for car number 33.
Oh, that was the one that
33.
The one that had the 30-second penalty. That was some time ago, though, so it hasn't pitted since then. Free abreast into the hairpin. And still involved in this is Tim Allen, the one who was being bashed about earlier. He's getting. I mean, he's going to get 2 places at Graham Hill Bend up the inside of the pair of them. This is his first ever race, Tim Allen, sharing with his father Jim. Well, he got one of them in for sure. He got himself ahead of Neil Anderson with a ballsy move. So I'm Hot Cop Lopez in the pits now, who was the leader. So that means Callum Newsom leads after starting down the order, but he's had so many cars pit.
The 33 car that was black flag was the Udan car, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah, and that's in now.
Yep.
Oh my word. There's about 7 cars occupying clearways all at once.
You can certainly see the Hudson car with the South African flag down the side of it.
And behind him is Highcock, who might end up winning this, but at the moment he's 33rd. And in huge amounts of traffic into Paddock Hill Bend. Melissa Blexley's at the front of this queue. Daniel Scott in the other repaired car shoots between her and one coming out of the pit lane. You can see a little bit of scuffage on the back of Daniel Scott's car, but that car in pretty good nick, considering it got rear-ended earlier. There's Highcock then, who led the early stages. He's on the inside of David Hudson. 2-3-3 ahead. That's Ayrton Redfern, who started that one. You sort of take it one at a time, Marcus. Matthew Highcock trying to get through this queue of a dozen cars.
It's just be patient. You just got to be patient and pick them off as you can. Highcock still down in the lower order. Of course, he's made both of his stops. One of 5 competitors or teams to do so.
So thanks to Colin Mann, now we know why the back flag went out to the Udens. So the original penalty was for the passing before the safety car line, which then they came in, but they didn't go to the penalty box. They went to their pit box instead, so they had then a second penalty for that. So that is why the black flag came out. 2 more cars in, including James Waring, who's had his first stint in an endurance race. Had some sprints yesterday. He's sharing today with Simon Waugh, who has raced in the Focus Cup in the past. There's that car. Looks like they may have had a driver change, so Simon Waugh getting in. 55, that Barlow's car is into the pits.
It's Waringen Street, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I hope that was more dramatic than it actually was.
Lots of screeching of brakes for the Andersons.
Yeah, apologies, I read the wrong line on my sheet. Yeah,
Warzin with Baker.
Matty Street leading with Waring. The Andersons are switching over, so Connor will have a go.
20 seconds.
counting down that pit stop time. So when you have to change drivers, you do have to do it pretty quickly. Bit of work going on there for the Waring car. There's Callum Newsom, the race leader. Raced minis in the past as well on the Toka package. Sharing James Hone's car, perhaps giving him a bit of coaching, I suspect. Turns into 30s, up the curb. I suspect Callum's probably had to get his head around this, Marcus, because racing, what, a 350 odd brake horsepower TCR car on slicks a couple of weeks ago is going to be nothing like driving the BMW 116 today.
Yeah, but he's done a lot of mileage over the years, lots of different cars. It's probably a car to him, and it'll take him a minimal amount of time to get on top of it. There's the Snee brothers, two of whom have had their race debuts this weekend, Damien and Dan.
Dan started the race, so he's done his stint. Exactly on half an hour, so sharing between them.
Another Jeff Steele run car.
They started 39th, and in his first ever race, Dan Snee got up to 7th. Okay, about 30 odd cars pitted, but that's okay. He's got through his first stint.
And that's Papa Snee, who was in the pit lane, Jim.
One of the GTO cars is broadside off the circuit at Graham Hill Bend. Yellow flags are out. Now finding gap in the traffic here to get back on the road could be challenging. We've got our first red pit stop. Is that the penalty car anyway, so it would be quicker than the time.
Yeah, that's the 33 car.
Yeah, so that's a red, but we know why. So that's not a mandatory stop, but a penalty. The 105 cars got back going, so that's good news for Michael Lavery and Kyle Fenton. Kyle Fenton had started it. Daniel is an oil broker from Bedfordshire in his first ever race today. So the leader is 188 Callum Newsom, second is 10 Lewis White and Turner, third is 232 Jonathan Baker, fourth is 247 Tim Allen, and fifth, the only other car that hasn't pitted yet, is 82 Mark McCullough. Everyone else has stopped. Matt Priestwood is in for his second stop at the moment, so this is important. Anthony Seddon in 5 is the best car to have made one pit stop. Simon Hopcroft Lopez, 320 is 7th, also have made one. 8th is 151 Peter Keane, 9th is 25 Ethan Hall, and 10th is 220 Neil Fox and Andrew Partridge.
What, there's Keane and Ethan Hall still having a good tussle with 247 behind them. That's the Allen car, isn't it? What this will do, with Priestwood's making his second stop, it'll give us very quickly a position relative to Matt Highcock.
That's right. And we'll find out how that all came out in a moment's time after we hear from... we won't be hearing the pit lane just yet. Kieran's just queuing up an interview, I think, so we'll catch up with him in a moment. So perhaps we'll see how Matt Priestwood's pit stop is going. He's just being pushed out of his box now. So where is Matthew Highcock in relation? I wonder. Highcock 29th in the race. And here he comes up to the line now, and he's going to be ahead of Priestwood by maybe a couple or 3 seconds. So Matthew Highcock, our leading double pit stopper, and he's
half a second over the timing line, but of course at that point Priestwood's still in the pits.
And he set the fastest lap while doing it. Down the pit lane though, I think we can now hear from Kieran right now.
I'm down here with the Jeff Steele outfit for the 333 car, and Ben, you've just got out of the car. How was your stint?
It was amazing, I have to say. That was in fact my first ever race.
First ever race?
Yes, my first ever race, yeah. I started dead last, and I think I managed to pull back a few positions, so I was quite happy with that.
How are you finding the traffic management?
Well, yeah, I haven't got a lot to compare it with, as it being my first race, but yeah, it's exciting, incredible stuff, yeah, loved it, loved every second. I'm sharing it with my 2 brothers, so we're loving it.
Excellent, and how are you finding the competition as well?
The competition, very steep, yeah, there's a lot of very talented, much more experienced drivers here today, so I'm just lucky to be with them, yeah, it's good.
Obviously, with it being your first ever race, how are you finding the whole experience of being the driver?
It's amazing, yeah. Everything I hoped it would be. I'm glad it stopped raining though, because that was a nightmare.
Absolutely, absolutely. And where do you think you're aiming to get to by the end of the race?
Well, that's me done. My two brothers have got to go now, so I don't know. As long as we're better than dead last, I'll be happy.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the rest of the race then.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'll head back up to you guys in the commentary box.
Good to hear then from Dan Snee after his first ever stint in a race, and he got through it without any dramas that we saw, and he sounded like he enjoyed himself, which is good to see. So, leading is car number 10, which is Lewis White and Turner. Second is 232, Jonathan Baker. Third is 247, Tim Allen. Fourth, the leading car to have stopped 320, Simon Hopcroft-Lopez. Fifth, Callum Newsham, who has just pitted, potentially to hand over to James Hone. Sixth is 151, Peter Keane. Seventh is 25, Ethan Hall. Eighth is 220, Andrew Partridge and Neil Fox. Ninth is 86, Pete Brand and Martin Brand. And in 10th position, 228, is James Waring and Matty Street. So the best of the two stoppers, Matthew Highcock, in 555 is 26th. And Anthony Seddon, who's just pitted as he came out of the pit lane, was only 4 tenths behind Highcock, and that's roughly what you said Priestwood was, so those two should be pretty close.
Highcock's now 4 seconds down, but that was crossing the line. That was the gap, because Highcock was still in the pit lane, and I guess Seddon was still in there as well.
The car with nobody in it, that's never a good sign in a motor race.
105.
That's the DTO car that was off at Graham Bend 5 minutes ago. Right, so across the line have gone Seddon and Priestwood, and Seddon's ahead, so Anthony Seddon in the pit stop have got past. Damage, perhaps, Marcus?
Yeah, damage to the rear wheel arch on that 105 car.
And part of the... Oh, there's a tyre mark on the wheel, isn't there? I thought it sort of blended in with the tyre, the black mark there.
It's been kind of bingled all the way up the side, I think, is what it boils down to. But Highcock, Seddon and Priestwood are very close together. Seddon currently 3.8 seconds adrift of Highcock, but with Priestwood, is Priestwood moving up or Highcock? Let's just reset.
Yeah, just got past.
4 seconds to first second, 0.2 second to third.
So there's Highcock just gone through your
Highcock.
screen, and here's the battle for what is second in reality. Matt Priestwood has got ahead of Anthony Seddon. He was a quarter of a second behind at the lines and must have made that move into Paddock on lap 32, which could well be for second place come the end. And I think we're going to hear from Kieran. Let's see what he's got to tell us.
Oh, sorry about that. So trolley track going past me, I couldn't quite hear the cue there. So we've got 105 in the pits for DTO Motorsports. Apparently the reason that they've stopped in the pits is there's something catching underneath the car. The driver's heard it and he can't quite figure out what the problem is. That's why they've got the jack and lifting up the car now to find the problem. If we have a look underneath here, you can see they are lifting it up, and I can't see anything myself personally, but I'm not a mechanic, so hopefully they'll be able to find the problem, get it sorted and get back out as soon as they possibly can. But have to wait and see. Hopefully they'll be back out soon enough. Back to you guys in the pits.
Thanks, Kieran. I think DTO Motorsport are running 5 cars, so they should know how these cars are put together. He's already been in the pits for 4.5 minutes. Another car's been in the pits for 16 minutes. That's the Grimes and Turner car. So there's a couple in trouble, and that means the Toby O'Reilly car that spun on into the gravel earlier has gained 2 positions at this stage.
Grimes and Turner, they were the one that was stopped up at the top at Clearways. The 3 cars out front are the 3 that have yet to make a pit stop, and we have 51 minutes to go. of the 90s, so rapidly closing on half distance.
Yes, they're all the double-driven cars, so I suspect the first driver's doing a single stint, and then maybe they'll switch over at this pit stop, and the other driver will do a double to the end to make up a similar time to one in total. Matthew Highcock 24th now, but he's being caught by Matt Priestwood. The gap 2.9 seconds. It was 4. So that is coming down, it would seem. So we'll see if we can pick up 555 at any point, because that is the although it's in 24th position, it is the leader in reality. And is he in huge amounts of traffic? He is. So right at the back of this group, or pretty much at the back, is Matthew. Oh, that's that's the 320, isn't it? Apologies. Similar livery there. And it's 3 abreast in front. My goodness, what a time to have a look at this. And Simon Hopcroft-Lopez is driven through the middle of all of them. Meanwhile, I suspect Callum Newson's still in the 188 because he's just at the fastest lap of the race. A 1:1.114, which is a new lap record, I believe, in 116 trophy competition. There is 555, so we've found it, the other BMW M liveried car. In 24th position, but it's pitted twice and is the leading of those to do so. 2.4 seconds ahead of Matt Priestwood. So the car not directly behind, it must be the one behind that. There's Matt Priestwood. That's the gap to monitor over the course of the next 50 minutes.
And there's one car between them on track, isn't there? So and traffic ahead for Highcock. 2 cars. That's the White and Turner car that was leading. So only one car yet to stop, and that's Baker and War.
Yeah, so car 10 then in the pits. Lewis White and Turner shares with Paul Whiten. Highcock there is the through the compression of Paddock, where the just a puff of smoke, I think, as the tyre hit the bodywork. Up the curb through True Edge's Highcock. He's got 2 cars ahead of him who are battling for position and just switched around. That's out of a 7th place between the Fox and Partridge car that just lost out to the Waring and Street BMW. So how easy is it going to be for Highcock to get through? You can just see Priestwood in the background. The gap now 2.8 seconds. Highcock quicker on the previous lap. 2.33 in. That's Ayrton Redfern and Gianni Perra. We share that one. Perra from France, another international driver to add to our list this weekend. At least 6 or 7 nationalities. And a tyre change being offered up there. That's not planned. That will take longer than 60 seconds. There's been one car that's just sort of driven through the pits. I'm not sure if that was a penalty or a mistake. For 2.47. It would seem 23 seconds in the pit lane on one of our screens. Yeah, and it's come straight back in. I wonder if he missed his pit box. Tim Allen sharing with his dad Jim. So Jonathan Baker now leads by over a lap. There's a touch there into Clearways. Anderson machine, I think that age 47 that's got sideways, and still Highcock hasn't got past him, if that's him there still. Or is it the other? Yeah, because there's Priestwood, who can't get past another car himself. So this is the thing with a one-make grid of a big grid of cars, almost
Up
4
the
cars.
outside, the bonnet's flapping on the Highcock car. It looks like the clip's broken on the driver's side.
Has he made contact with somebody? Let's see if we can get a closer look at that.
Yes, the bonnet clip is up, you can see.
And because he's made his 2 pit stops early, if he has to come in, he will lose time. That is the concern about making an early stop. He is in 19th now, 2.6 seconds ahead of Priestwood. Seddon has dropped a little bit further back. It's so hard to make progress through the traffic here. And Kieran is busy down in the pit lane, and he's found somebody else.
I'm down here at JC Motorsport with Ayrton for the 233 entry. You've just got out of the car. How was your first stint?
Yeah, it went really well. I felt like we were moving forward a lot. I had one issue into Paddock, and then literally 5 minutes left of my stint. I think we were about 4 wide through clearways, and I get a flat rear right, I believe it was. So I just had to nurse it home a bit. Yeah, I just tried to go forward as much as I could, and yeah, it's hectic out there. There's a lot of cars.
Yeah, so how are you finding the traffic management out there?
Yeah, traffic management's pretty good. I personally come from karting, where driving standards are a lot lower, so it's nice to see the respect given, and overall, yeah, it's just really great racing out there. You know, everyone's racing hard but cleanly, so it's a great championship to be a part of.
Absolutely. And who's your teammate that's out there now?
Gianni Pera. He's going to finish off the race for us and bring it home.
Excellent. And where are you aiming to finish the race, do you think?
I don't know where I came back in, but we started 24th. I knew we were up to mid-pack, so, well, further than mid-pack, 15th-ish. If we can just bring it home in one piece now, I think it'll be a good result.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the race then.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. And I head back up to you guys in production.
Thanks, Kieran. Good to hear there from Ayrton. I think it's new this weekend about the driving standards. But it's a big old grid and lots of inexperienced drivers, but everyone's doing their best to avoid bumping into each other. We've seen a bit of contact, but nothing too drastic.
It was Ethan Hall's bonnet that came up yesterday, wasn't it, in qualifying for one of the sprint races. And this one has been dislodged. It's that plastic clip that holds the bonnet of Matthew Highcock's car down. Doesn't seem to be any danger of leaping open, but it is flapping on the driver's side.
Peter Keen's made his 2 pit stops, but they were a bit slower than the leaders, so he's a bit further down the order. Another driver change and a thumbs up, another happy driver. That's Jonathan Baker out of the lead car, so Simon Waugh, who regularly races Fords in the Blue 10 Installations car. And he's not the only one into the pits, because the pit klaxon goes off as 102. James Allen and Sean Frey have pitted another of the DTO cars. And their BMW 116 over a couple of drivers from London. And away goes 232 then. Back into the action. There's David Hudson, I think. Is that the 188? Oh no, David Hudson, 888, isn't he? Apologies. 188, that's the leader. Apologies. So that's Callum Newsham, who's 5.7 seconds ahead of Simon Waugh, who's still getting up to speed. You can tell that Callum Newsham comes from touring cars. He was right on the edge of the gravel trap as he turned his way through without putting a wheel in the gravel. He's not seemingly going to give James Hone half the race, because we're into the second half now. Wonder if James has looked at this and thought a good result could come out of this with Callum doing a long stint to start off with. This potentially is going to be another car we need to buy into where it might end up after the 2 stops. Its first pit stop, 188, with 1 minute 38, I think. So it was 10 seconds slower than the quick stops. So that's not going to help it, I don't think.
The top car on the list that shows us making 2 stops is Ethan Hall. Is he currently still in, or is he back out again?
He's still in the pit. So 25 has been in for 55 seconds. So another 30 seconds or so, and we will see where he slots in. So Highcock, who was the top 2 stopper, is coming out of clearways.
Yeah, Highcock and Priestwood just leapt above, and Seddon just leapt above Ethan Hall.
Yes, I think Hall's going to drop quite a lot of places here. So Highcock, the lead in 2 stoppers, up to 11th. Still watching Callum Newsham on the screen, to those of you watching on 750 Motor Club TV. Bit of tank tape. That's not the first time that's been used in an endurance race before. That's the 228 Waring and Street car. So that's in at the moment, making its second stop. came in, I think, from 5th. Matty Street and teenager James Waring. The team who are called X Racing. About to get that car back out. But already across the line's got Matthew Highcock, who's only now 1.9 seconds ahead of Mac Priestwood. I think this gap started at 4 seconds. It's been halved in the last 20 minutes or so. 86 is in. Peterson, Martin Brand, switch drivers. There's not many more that have got to make their final stops. Less than a dozen, I think.
Anthony Seddon in 3rd place of the 2 stoppers is only 4.4 seconds adrift of Mac Priestwood, who is 2.8 behind Highcock.
And only another 4 behind Seddon is James Dunn, who's got on with his business. He was the one that made those 2 really early pit stops, even earlier than Highcock did. There's the Snee brothers just flicking through our shot at the back of this group.
Yep, that's Ben Snee, the historic racer in there now. There's the Landman, who with Nigel Greensaw, his mentor, won the Autosport 3 Hours at Snetterton last year in very, very wet conditions.
We just head from Ayrton Redfern, his French teammate, Gianni Perra at the wheel now. There's Mac Priestwood. How close has he got to Matthew Highcock? There's the gap. There's a car between them, which is actually a lap ahead, because that's Paul Whiten and Lewis Whiten Turner.
Yes, that car's running 2nd overall, the red car, currently, but I say only made one of its 2 stops. The Newsham and Hone car, that's back in the pits for its 2nd stop.
Yeah, so James Hone is going to get almost half the race. So that means the car that was between Highcock and Priestwood is now the leader. Lewis Whiten Turner and Paul Whiten. Car 10, the new leader. There it is, the red car. But Matt Priestwood would like to unlap himself here. Because, of course, if a safety car were to come out now and pick up the leader, that would split Highcock and Priestwood by almost a lap, which would be quite a big drama there. There's Seddon, who's the 3rd of the cars to have pitted twice. This sort of middle third of the race is can be quite confusing to follow. So can Priestwood here get past the 10 and unlap himself, which is crucial at this point.
9 cars have yet to make their 2nd stop.
And I think Priestwood's done it. So he's up to 8th and back on the lead lap. Callum Newsham's handed over to James Hone.
Yep, the JH Racing car is out. Now, clear view of the lead car, effectively, of the 2 lappers.
2.6 seconds, the gap between them.
That's Matt Highcock, who is up ahead.
Oh, somebody's off behind us in the commentary box at Graham Hill Bend.
And that may be stuck in the gravel, because it's rear wheel drive car in the gravel bed.
If our camera that we're looking at the moment...
he's got going, that's good.
There it is, just in the background of shot. Just rejoining, it's the one that just spun at Graham Hill Bend on the exit.
That's the silver car with the... is that the Gianni Perra car? I think it may well be.
Looks like it, yeah. So his teammate didn't want any dramas, they've just had a drama. Someone that's just come in from the pit lane is Callum Newsom, and he's down with Kieran in the pits.
I'm down here at JH Racing with Callum Newsham. Callum, you just got out of the car. Obviously, this is a bit different from what we normally see you in. Normally see you in TCR. But how have you found the BMW so far?
Oh, it's amazing. I did about 5 laps in quali. I've never driven a rear-wheel drive car before as well. But yeah, no, just about 45 minutes out there now. And yeah, it's so fun, super fun. I'm really enjoying it.
How does this car compare to your normal TCR?
There's not a lot of grip, and it's quite a bit slower. But no, you still got to push. Still got to be fast. So yeah.
And who's in the car at the moment now?
It's James.
And where do you think James can get you towards the end of the race?
I don't know, hopefully maybe top 5. I think I don't know where we were in that one, to be fair, but maybe top 5, hopefully.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the rest of the race then, and hopefully we'll see you in that top 5.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you very much, cheers. And back up to you guys in the commentary box.
Thanks, Kieran. So James Hone, presumably the boss of JH Racing, at the wheel of the car now. It did drop down to 15th, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 of the cars to have made all of its pit stops. There's the Whiten Turner and Whiten car. Second is the South African, David Hudson. Another of those internationals in the race. He's done a decent best lap, a 1:06, only half a second off Callum Newsom's best.
Oh, for sure, he's quick. And that top 4 or 5, 4 of them haven't made their second stops yet. One's just come in from 3rd place. That's the Baker and War car in again. And looks like the Charlton and Novak car is also in to make its second stop.
Snee Brothers may be about to go down another lap. Meanwhile, there's David Hudson in second position, the 49-year-old originally from South Africa. Lives in Surrey now in his second season in this Jeff Steele Racing prepared car. Looking great in the South African flag livery. Bit scuffed on the left-hand side, and that was from qualifying, Marcus, where David Hudson had his...
Yes, that was yesterday, and did a steering arm and some damage to the exhaust, but the Jeff Steele Racing guys got that sorted out. Highcock and Priestwood 2 seconds apart, and they are running now in 4th and 5th places.
Matt Allen's getting a bit racy behind Hudson here. He's unlapping himself. Allen is 11th. Matt Allen's made 2 stops and he's well up in that order. Ahead of the Newsham and Hone car, ahead of Peter Keane too, to Matt Allen in that car, the driver from Warwickshire, going well, the 40-40 car.
And he's likely to make 3 or 4 places when those ahead of him who've not made their second stop do so.
That's right. Gap is staying at 2 seconds between Highcock and Priestwood. That's not altered recently. Driving standard flag going out for one competitor. Up the curb there for the car chasing Hudson up the hill. Matt Allen with a novice cross on the back, returning to racing seemingly after having done a bit of Legends, Toyotas, Mazda racing too. Snapping at the heels of David Hudson. Matt Allen, who was here yesterday supporting his partner Ursula Jordan in the Type R Trophy. Through clearways they go. Can't get past David Hudson on the road to unlap himself as of yet. So it's 10 that leads. Whiten, Turner and Whiten. Second is at 888 Hudson. Third is 73 the Tibbets. Matt and Theo. Theo the son. We're both in their first ever race today. Matt's done a bit of autograss. Theo's done some karting. They've been building the car together over the last 18 months. They're from Cambridgeshire. And they've come into the pits. There's yellow flags at Paddock, but before we talk about that, down in the pit lane is Kieran Mogg once more.
I'm down here at Charlton Motors with Lewis. You've just come out of a stint. You're looking very, very happy with that.
I'm on cloud 9, yeah. But hang on, we got a car coming in. Let's just step back. Hang on. These are some front runners. We don't want to get in the way.
Oh, we got very nearly hit then. But yeah, so you obviously didn't have a great run yesterday.
No, it was a day from hell, yeah. Problems from the get-go, yeah. It just, it wasn't meant to be yesterday. Big, obviously, nothing I could have done. A staller on the start there. I don't know if he selected third or first, who knows, but I ended up ploughing him through the back at 40 mile an hour. So I've got a bit of a sore neck today, you know, but we had a job to do. We had redemption, and I've just gone and put my heart and soul into that, and I'm on cloud 9. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Does the 2 a.m. job that you did till this morning seem worth it now?
Yeah, the 40-minute drive to someone's garage who I don't even know. Big up Anthony Seddon and all his lads. They found a spare car. The easy option was to just put it on the trailer and go home. That's not the Charlton Motors way, though. We don't do that. I've worked too hard over this winter to just go home. So yeah, 40 minutes there. Fair dues, I forgot his name, but the lad picked all the parts off, got it for us. We chucked it in the pickup. I come back here, Jakob stripped it down, a few lads from Anthony's, and we got it back out 2 a.m. I think I got to sleep this morning. Yeah, we're in here working away. Yeah, it was definitely worth it after that stint, though. I really enjoyed that. It's just, my adrenaline is just pumping.
Absolutely, and you're clearly happy with the performance of the car and everything. You said this morning that you weren't, obviously, you know, that you kind of bent the wheel a little bit, so you were kind of driving around that issue.
Yeah, it got to 2 a.m. last night, and we were like, look, we got it running, so that was the main thing. So we weren't even sure if it run after it dropped all its oil. So we got it running, and then this morning's task, obviously, the one wheel was the M3 lower arm was bent like a banana. We've got it somewhere over there. So the job this morning was, I went out for qualifying without even stringing it up. We just both completed the 3 laps just to get out there for the race. And then again, thanks to Anthony Seddon for the string kit, because we don't have that equipment. I've never even strung a car up before, so he taught us how to do it. These lads here in the background, they all pointed us in the right direction, and we've got it somewhat straight. It's still a bit fruity, but it worked. It worked. Yeah, I was loving it.
And what's your predictions for the end of the race then?
Jakob, my good friend who's out now, it's his first race weekend. That's why we got the novice badge on. It's only my second year in motorsport. I'm sure his nerves after that he'll be trembling, but I've done my job. I couldn't, you know, I'm rooting for him, but what will be. If he holds it, good on him, but no worries if not. I'm just going to back him now through the race, and yeah.
Absolutely. Well, fantastic to see you back out, and fantastic you're in such a good mood after yesterday as well.
Yeah, I am, yeah. It was a real downer yesterday, but yeah, I think that's just made up for it, that stint, and I can relax now. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, and obviously good luck for the rest of the race then. Thank you very much. Cheers. And we'll head back up to you guys in the commentary box.
Thanks, Kieran. It's great to have the stories down in the pit lane. That's what endurance racing is all about. 82 is the reason for the safety car. That's the McCullough Cannon Granary car that caused it. But a bit of intrigue, because we know that if once the safety car has been called for and the safety car boards are shown, the pit window the pit lane will shut. You can't make your pit stop. But 12 seconds before that, the leader came in, the Whiten Turner and Whiten car, crucially came into the pit lane, and surely that means they lost less time than they would have done otherwise, and have returned to the circuit in 8th with a couple of cars ahead still to pit. So that is his net 6th position, and a important moment perhaps there for the Whiten family. 82 is back out of the gravel. 888 is the leader. That's David Hudson, who is somewhere in the safety car train. Then in 2nd position, leading the cars that have stopped twice, is 555 Matthew Highcock, and Mac Priestwood behind him, 173. We'll have to work out how many cars are between the top 2 in reality. Then in 4th is number 5 Anthony Seddon, 5th is 252 James Dunn. Puncture on that car that went off. I think the trip through the gravel has taken the tyre off the rim. 7th yet to I've not done 6th yet, I don't think. 6th is 320 Hopcroft Lopez, then 7th 40 yet to make its 2nd stop. So then the next of those two is the Whiten family car, then Matt Allen in 9th, and then the rest of the field I think are a lap down, because the safety car did catch the leader somehow. David Hudson did get caught by the safety car, so well done to the safety car team for that. So presumably, therefore, the leader, or who will become the leaders, are going to be right in the mid-pack markers for this restart. So this is going to get quite lively for Highcock and Priestwood.
Yes, it is, and I see Ethan Hall there as well. Where's he now? He's running just outside the top 10 by the looks of things.
He's a lap down.
He's a lap down, but he's also got a couple of people ahead of him who haven't stopped yet. There's Peter Keane, isn't it, who is in 10th place. Leader is 888.
Highcock across the line. There's one car between him and Priestwood is going to get the first one immediately into Paddock. So if we could stay with this shot, if possible, and look for 555. There he is, out over the curve. Matthew Highcock, who will become the race leader, goes between the middle of two cars into Druids and puts two cars between himself and Mac Priestwood. He's still got that bonnet flapping away. But an important move there to put a couple of cars between himself and Matt Priestwood. There's probably going to be 15 or 20 cars, Marcus. He's got to get past in this traffic.
Yeah, it's looking very busy now. And we've got, 25 and a half minutes to go. Traffic all the way for our effective leaders, the two competitors who have made their two stops. Still, Hudson leads on the road. 232's got a 30-second stop go.
Presumably again for overtaking before the safety car came, or they passed the green. What's going on here? It's four abreast and three of them are DTO cars.
Oh,
wow. That has ripped the bumper, or partly, off the 102. The James Allen and Sean Frey car, but that could have been a lot worse. They were four abreast at Clark Cove at one point.
That's really worrying, isn't it? The rear valance and bumper, yes, hanging off that 102.
We thought this restart would be busy. The Whiten family car is in all of that as well. But yeah, 232 with the penalty is the Jonathan Baker and Simon Waugh pairing, who had just been in the pit lane as well. So David Hudson, the leader of the race.
Fastest lap to, that proper fastest lap to Newsom and Hone?
Yeah, that's from earlier, I think. Lap 35.
It's not that long ago.
Yeah, we've done 57 now.
That was in Callum Newsom's run, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now that bumper is going to come off, isn't it, at some point, because it's dragging on the deck.
This is, though, the fastest lap, the aim shot fastest lap. Matthew Highcock on lap number 58, a 1 minute .082 to extend his lead out to 3 seconds. A new lap record, 2 in 116 trophy. But yes, as Marcus said, you'd think this bumper won't last the next 23 minutes. If it does, it's got something good holding it to the car, because it's not very much at the moment. Down to Graham Hill Bend. Change for 5th, which in reality is 4th. A good drive this has been from James Dunn, and he has just got past Simon Hopcroft Lopez. The Allen family are in. Son Tim and Dad Jim having their first race today from South Yorkshire. Thumbs up there from the driver.
As the fuel load comes down over the last 22 minutes, then I reckon there's a reasonable chance that one of the top 2 or 3 will go sub-minute in this race.
You think so?
60.082 is currently the mark.
There's Seddon, who's 3rd in real terms, and just 1.2 seconds ahead of James Dunn and Simon Hopcroft Lopez, who continue to battle. There's Seddon then, and Hudson in, David Hudson into the pits, which will drop him back outside the top 10, I think. After a good drive, probably that safety car didn't help his matter. So Matthew Highcock is finally the leader again. It's been a lot of laps since he led with those 2 early pit stops. And the gap 3.1 seconds over Mac Priestwood. So the order, 555, Matthew Highcock the leader. 2nd is 173, Mac Priestwood. 3rd is 5, Anthony Seddon. 4th is 252, James Dunn. 5th is 320, Simon Hopcroft Lopez. 6th is the first double driven car.
And that was a touch on the back of the 82 by the race leader.
I don't want to do too much to loosen that bonnet anymore. It's been going around with the bonnet pin on the right-hand side loose for a lot of laps now. At least half an hour, if not longer. Through Clark Curve. Still involved in plenty of traffic. And he slots ahead.
Still a two-car cushion between himself and Mac Priestwood with that bright pink livery on his car. And you'll see Priestwood. There he is in the 173.
Highcock's and Priestwood really on a clear lap here, so we see what their relative pace is at this stage. In the early part of the race, it seemed Priestwood was a tenth or so quicker, but he's not set a better lap since lap 6. There's the bumper. It's in 2 bits now, but it's back with the team. Track limit penalty for the first time, I think today, 83. Jeds Banks, Tom Littlechild, Elliot Bridgman have got a 5-second penalty for track limits.
They're running down the 33rd place.
Everyone's done quite well to get through 60 odd laps of racing before that has happened, I have to say. Information of it on the race control channel.
Matt Priestwood still hasn't got past those 2 cars that are between himself and race leader Matthew Highcock.
So little difference.
In fact, there's
speed.
3 between them now.
There's so little difference, isn't there, between a slower driver and the leaders. It takes a while to catch a car and then even longer to pass them. So Priestwood is on the back. That might have been Mel Bexley's car, the 31-year-old from Sunderland. In her 3rd season, she raced well yesterday in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge. She's 26th. Yeah, she's done a 1:02.0, so she's only a second a lap on that lap slower than Priestwood. That's why Priestwood's taken so long to catch. But he is falling away from Highcock up to 3.8 seconds. So it feels like going into the final 20 minutes, Matthew Highcock has the advantage. Yesterday in the 1:16 sprint races, it was Matt Priestwood who won the first race and Peter Keane who won the second. Oh, and off. Oh, it's the Barlow's car. We were hoping this car was going to get through the race unscathed. I think it might have touched the tyre wall here with Jakob
Novak, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be gutting for Lewis in the pit lane when he finds out the car's off and it's wheel spinning on the wet grass. I think it's going to get back going. Did it tug the wall? If it did, there's not much wrong with it. The team were up till 2 AM sorting it out after a huge shunt yesterday on a start line accident. But it's got going. It looks like the car should be able to continue. Oh, and this is more dramatic. Daniel Scott, the other car involved in the incident yesterday, has been involved in this. It's a novice cross car. That doesn't take many out of the equation. To which car did? Oh, it's triple three, yeah.
It's the Snee brothers. Backwards in the gravel at the bottom of Paddock. And this is Damien Snee finishing, isn't it?
31st position. Is it going to get out of the gravel?
And he's on solid standing with the left wheel.
Safety cars being called. So very close to the edge of the road. At Paddock. 3rd safety car period, I think, this. And this might bring a few more cars onto the lead lap now that we've had that pit stop for David Hudson. There's a safety car. It's got a couple of cars or so between it and Matthew Highcock, the leader. There's 16.5 minutes left of the race. Daniel Scott was 12th before being caught up in it. It's only dropped to 15th. The Cholton and Nowak car's back going. That's in 28th. And the Sneeze are going already, so this is going to be a short safety car. It's ripped the bumper off. And the safety car's come straight into the pit lane, I think. So we didn't bother catching the leader. Get back to racing as soon as possible. And it's a disaster for those who have come behind the Sneeze, which includes Anthony Seddon. But here it is. Look, they can't overtake till now when the Sneeze car gets out off the road. But there's a huge gap that's developed between the second place car of Matt Priestwood and Anthony Seddon in third. But lots of traffic to deal with for the top two, who are 3.4 seconds apart. Matt Priestwood there squeezing up the inside of one of the DTO cars, the 102, the Matthew Cranwell and James Allen car. The BMW 116, they bought the road car from eBay, turned it into a racer. Suspect they probably didn't have to pay much for the base model. But the gap between second and third is now 24 seconds. And Anthony Seddon's not going to be going forwards. He's got James Dunn right on his tail. So that's the battle for the podium. Everyone should have made their pit stops now as the pit window is shut. And I think they have done. Anthony Seddon, though, doing the right thing, Marcus, not passing under safety car conditions.
Yeah, I think they probably took notice of what happened yesterday. Oh, and another one off.
Oh, it's gone over.
And it's gone over into the gravel.
That's at Graham Hill Bend.
At Graham Hill Bend.
It's back on all four wheels. It's one of the DTO cars, I think. So we'll try and pick this up for you. Yeah, there it is. It's 105. If we didn't see that go over, Marcus, I think we may not have known. This is Daniel Lavery and Kyle Fenton. Kyle from down the road in Dartford, part of this team. But that looked quite dramatic. But the car's fairly intact. Not very often a car goes over at Graham Hill Bend, but that small gravel trap does catch a few out when you go off sideways. And the 105 was down in 38th position before that happened. There it is, through the trees. Camera operators picking it out for us. 3 abreast here. We are going to get a safety car, though, unsurprisingly. 10 was involved in that three cars beside each other at the moment. The Whiten family car. But another safety car. That's another one in quick succession. On the whole, though, everyone's been doing pretty well here with so many cars on the track.
That was very dramatic. It's got out of shape squirrely on the grass, hit the gravel, and the gravel did the rest.
That's right. I say, if we didn't catch out of the corner of our eye, I don't think we would have known it's gone over. It doesn't look too bad from the distance that we saw it just then. It's 13 minutes of the race to go. So the leader, 555 Matthew Highcock. Second is 173 Matt Priestwood. Third, number 5 Anthony Seddon. Fourth, 252 James Dunn. Fifth, 320 Simon Hopcroft Lopez. Sixth is 10 Lewis Whiten Turner and Paul Whiten. Seventh is 41 Matt Allen. Eighth is 188 Callum Newsham and James Hone. Ninth, 151 Peter Keane. And 10th, 25 Ethan Hall. And I reckon they are the 10 cars on the lead lap at this stage. Ethan Hall just ahead of Highcock on the road.
Yeah, and Waring Street are the next up, so yes, that would make every sense.
And I think everyone else down to 21st is 1 lap down. And then down to 28th, 2 laps down. Had this dark cloud sort of lingering over Brands Hatch during this race, but it's not done anything yet. Quite bright, really, for this weekend. The conditions during the course of this race. Bit of blue sky opposite us. Haven't seen much of that today. or yesterday. Come to that. So again, the safety car has picked up another car. I think it's James Hone who it's picked up. We'll see if they wave anybody by or not, because this safety car period is going to be longer than the last. So this will close Anthony Seddon back towards Mac Priestwood from where he was. But there is you've got James Dunn immediately behind him in the Golf car. So battle for the podium is going to be on in these final stages. And the traffic jam will almost come to a stop up the hill. We know what that's like on the motorway, don't we, Marcus, after travelling the country every weekend?
We do.
So if no run to safety car period, drivers just got to be aware. Always happens at that point, at the bottom of the hill between Paddock and Halewood.
Yeah, it seems so. Might like to be in the BMW 1 Series bumper business at this point, as there are a few cars now without either a rear bumper or a front.
The car that went over has been dragged out the gravel. As it landed back on its wheels, it means the recovery process is a lot easier than it would have been if it ended on its roof.
And just under 10 minutes to go of the 90. Still two cars between Matt Highcock and Mac Priestwood. Our first pair.
It's almost been like that really since they both had finished their second stops.
And it's kind of wound Anthony Seddon back into it, hasn't it? Because what he lost at the previous one he's now regained effectively.
I suspect we'll only have one more safety car lap because the car's been pulled off down there on the Cooper Straight. Brands Hatch Indy Circuit sort of suits this type of racing from an entertainment value with so many cars on a small track. And although they're not the quickest cars, because you've only got short straights here at Brands Hatch, unlike at Snetterton or Silverstone, it suits the cars quite well, I think. So the cars have been waved through, so Matthew Highcock's the first car behind the safety car, which should help him greatly because he's now not going to have to pass anyone else, all things being well, before the finish, where Mac Priestwood has got those two lapped cars. This isn't Formula One, so they won't wave past the lapped cars between the leader and the second place car. So Highcock's going to try and make his escape here at the restart, because Priestwood can't pass anyone till the line. So the safety car will come in. There's 8 minutes. Oh, safety car won't come in.
Not this time, no.
So perhaps they're going to let the others catch, are they? So we've got one long line. Not to influence those who were caught behind the safety car a moment ago. Guess Matthew Highcock's not too fussed that he's got another lap behind the safety car. After missing out on the win yesterday, he'd quite like a win today. Be pretty good if he got 3 different winners over the course of the weekend, which it looks like is likely. With in those sprint races yesterday, the first dry-ish race, Mac Priestwood won. And we did get into the 59s yesterday, actually. William Abraham did a 59.96. I guess that's the lap record for the category. But then in the wet race, it was Peter Keane who won. So Priestwood has won one, Keane has won one, and Matthew Highcock's going to try and be a third.
Safety car lights are off with 6.5 minutes to go by the time the safety car dives into the pit lane by the looks of things. That's 30 now. Yep.
Now Priestwood mustn't pass before the control line here. He was looking racy, he is racy, but penalties have been given if you do, so he can't pass until now. He's passed that green flag, and now he can start going through. Here's the battle for third. Seddon versus Dunn for a podium spot. And Hopcroft Lopez isn't far behind in all of this. So what can James Dunn do here in 2:52? Anthony Seddon's been involved in this 116 trophy since it began 5 years ago. I think he's been in pretty much every race. No lapped cars between Highcog and Priestwood, but the gap's probably too large, Marcus, with the small differences that will be able to be made here, I think.
Yes, it rather looks that way. We're working, what, lap 74 now.
Oh, there he's sideways there is James Dunn. He was right on the boot lid of Anthony Seddon, but he's not as close as he was after getting all crossed up out of clearways to complete the 74th lap. And there's lots of cars getting penalties here. 3 of them, and this is all again for overtaking under safety car. 10, which is the car in 6th place, the Whiting Turner and Whiting car. 33 for a second time, the Ewardens, and 104, the Lavery and Dobbs car. And they're all going to get a 49.9 second penalty, which is a
draconian, isn't it? Oh, another one off the track there. But meanwhile, a 2-lap penalty for car 82 for mandatory stop under safety car.
That's the penalty that you'd get.
Yep.
That we mentioned if you can't pit under the safety car.
And that's the 82 car. Where's that sitting?
That's the one way back, isn't it? 36th.
Yep.
I think that got caught up in one of the incidents earlier. But yeah, the penalty, 49.9, is 30 seconds plus a pit into pit out. And so instead of making them do the stop-go, they are giving them the penalty at the end of the race. Lead gap down to 1.6 seconds with probably 5 laps to go again. James Dunn is very sideways through Paddock. He's throwing everything at this to try and beat Anthony Seddon to that podium position. He looks quick at the moment, but he's had at least 2 big slides that I've spotted. And again, you reckon, Marcus?
Yeah, very dramatic stuff. And the Clodhopper racing car in that Golf livery chasing down Anthony Seddon. Immaculate Anthony Seddon racing. 1:16.
Dunn did a personal best last time. 60.102 seconds.
Yeah, Seddon's dived in. Oh, he's been chopped off there by, that's the Pera car, isn't it? And that's set momentum, and that's going to open him to attack from Dunn. Tucks in behind, coming down past the pits. Fortunately, there are plenty of cars around, and it's difficult for Dunn to find a way past. Seddon goes inside Pera. Dunn follows him through. Busy up the road.
Only 8 tenths behind Dunn is Hopcroft Lopez, who would like to buy into this battle if at all possible. Seddon right over the curbs before turning left into Graham Hill Bend. And 102 is the next car to put a lap on. The Londoners, Matthew Cranwell and James Allen in that one. Clearways. Meanwhile, the leaders across the line to complete 77 laps with 3 to go. Gap out to 2 seconds. A better lap for the leader. 102 is the DTO car without the rear bumper now. And Seddon slices up the inside. Sideways again for James Dunn.
He's lost a bit of ground there because 102 is going to try and chop back across him. He's got to get up the inside, but 102 tries to close the door. And that's going to advantage Hopcroft Lopez in the Ryan Scaffolding car that's behind.
The Pera car's getting a 5-second penalty for track limits now.
You get the impression that the 252 Dunn car is pretty short on grip now.
Yeah, cars might be lighter, less fuel, but the tyres have been
And here
working hard.
And here comes Hopcroft Lopez in the white car with the take on the BMW stripes, and he's now up into the slipstream of Dunn. Brief respite for number 5, Anthony Seddon, ahead of them.
Hopcroft Lopez is the one who's sideways this time. So perhaps nobody's got a huge amount to
Got a
grip at
bit
this stage.
squirrely.
Well, that's allowed Seddon to go a second and a half away. So this is the penultimate lap, I reckon. So you should do 80 laps.
80 laps in 90 minutes with 2 stops and some safety cars. That's impressive.
The lap time so consistent, just over a minute each time. Through clearways goes the battle we've been watching. And there's Matthew Highcock then onto the last lap, leading by just under 2 seconds. And the left-hand side bonnet pin has kept hold of the bonnet throughout the last 2/3 of the race.
Yeah, it's a little flappier than it was, but there's something else under the car on the left-hand side, just behind the wheel arch.
A little bit of smoke as well, I think, coming from the leading car here. Not sure what it may be. Doesn't seem to be affecting him. It might have been like this for a while.
Here comes Priestwood. That doesn't look like 1.9 seconds.
Through 30s. Up towards Clearways Corner. And Matthew Highcock then is going to be the 3rd different driver to win a BMW race this weekend. And the first driver to win in the 90-minute 116 trophy for 2024. Matthew Highcock takes the checkered flag, flashes his lights in recognition of that, wins by a couple of seconds over Matt Priestwood in a tough race between the two. Anthony Seddon is 3rd, just ahead of James Dunn and Simon Hopcroft Lopez. Matt Allen will take 6th in the results after the penalties applied to the Whiten car. I think Matt Allen is there across the line. Yep, he's ahead of James Hone by a second or so. And Peter Keane and even all of the other 2 cars on the lead lap. And most of the 40 that started are going to take the checkered flag. I think there's 3 in the pit lane, which are maybe the 3 cars that cause safety cars in this race. Everybody else is going to... Oh, we lost 4 because there's that one off the road as well. So we lost 4. 36 cars have taken the checkered flag, which is a great effort from all, with just a couple or 3 incidents during the race that necessitated interruptions. The 116 trophy will head to Silverstone in 3 weeks' time on the national circuit. Alton Park in June, Anglesey in July, Snetterton in August, Croft in September, and Donington Park in October.
Cracking season to come from the 116 trophy. Gazshock's 116 trophy competitors thoroughly enjoying that. It was a great spectacle.
Let's have a look at the results. It was Matthew Highcock who won after 80 laps, 2.01 seconds ahead of Matt Priestwood. Anthony Seddon in 3rd, James Dunn 4th, Simon Hopcroft Lopez ahead of Matt Allen. The first shared car was Callum Newsom and James Hone, ahead of Peter Keane, Ethan Hall. The penalised Paul Whiten and Lewis Whiten Turner car, the last car classified on the lead lap. James Waring and Matty Street were 11th, Neil Fox and Andrew Partridge, Daniel Scott and David Hudson completed the first page. And lots of drivers who made it home. Paul Offord from Dunmo got into the top 20 before the end. And the Cholton and Nowet car, that got to the end, that got 26th. So they'll be pleased with that, I'm sure, after the 2 a.m. job.
2 laps down, considering the state of that car after its start line shunt yesterday, is a remarkable achievement.
Absolutely right. And if we go on to the next page, I think we'll see the rest of the results, including those 4 cars that didn't make it home. But excellent effort from all to get 36 cars to the checkered flag after 80 laps. and even the last of those was only 9 behind, despite some problems earlier here at Brands Hatch, which is in the best conditions we've had all weekend, and we've still got 2 races to come, and go with the 116 trophy and the historic 750 Formula sandwich the fastest cars of the weekend. So we're going to have some real speed differential in a few moments. But Matthew Highcock's just done 80 laps all by himself, but he's down with Kieran, who's in the pit lane with our 116 trophy race winner.
Bit of everything that race, had absolutely amazing once again from the BMW series, and we're going to talk to our winner Matthew Highcock over here. Fantastic drive, Matthew. If I can just grab you over here, Matthew, please. That was quite a tight gap between you and Mick Max, towards the end there. It was a fantastic race. So how was it from your point of view?
Tough, very tough, yeah. Back markers were a bit of an issue today, but very tough. Max fast, and to be honest, I was driving the car like qualifying laps every lap then just to keep ahead of him. So yeah, a bit exhausted now. Yeah,
I'm not surprised. An hour and a half, that's surely got to take it out of you a bit.
Yeah. Look at me.
Absolutely. But it's fantastic to end the weekend on a high like this.
Yeah, well, I've had second, third, first this weekend, so yeah, it's been a good weekend, yeah.
Got all of the steps of the podium then?
All over the podium. Thank you.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, congratulations on the win, and obviously good luck for going into the rest of the year as well.
Thank you, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Cheers. We'll talk to Mac now. So Mac is just over here. He did his absolute best. Very, very close at the end there, but just not quite enough.
No. Very close. I think we had similar pace all the way through. The gap was the same. We thought safety car was going to help us, but whenever we were a safety car, we always had people in between us. So it was hard work, but very happy to come second to Matt.
I've got to say that you're looking significantly less sweaty.
Yeah.
So does that possibly give you a little bit of a mindset game towards going to the next one's like, okay, I've got the stamina?
Yeah, maybe, definitely.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations obviously on the weekend and on your second place as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we'll speak to our third place driver, Anthony Seddon. Congratulations, fantastic race.
My mechanics, they've all got a wicked job.
Get in, everybody.
Who result, thank you very much. It was absolutely brilliant.
And who are your mechanics?
We've got Elliot here, we've got, come on Dominic, Mighty Mouse here, and we've got Mitchell here. And they've all done a fantastic job this weekend. 2 cars on the podium, I couldn't be happier.
Excellent. And how was the traffic management for you? Because a couple of people have been saying about that.
I'm really struggling with people with blue flags, just ignoring them, just watching lap after lap where they're being flagged and they're just in the way. But there you go.
Absolutely.
I'll have a word with them in a bit.
You might have a few to go through. It's a big grid.
Yeah, maybe.
Absolutely. Well,
but great race. It was a great race. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for chatting with us, and congratulations on the podium.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyway, we're going to go to a quick ad break, and then we've got the F1000s coming up next.
There's 2 races to go here at Brands Hatch. Sprint racing again with the 750 Motor Club, and it's the F1000 Championship, the Jedi Racing single-seaters, with a grid that is set by the fastest lap from the race earlier this afternoon. We've had 2 winners so far over the 2 races. Rob Wellham won yesterday with Craig Pollard and Dan Gore behind. They were behind Matt Higginson earlier today, who won round 2, but it's Craig Pollard who starts from pole position this time after getting the fastest lap. So 92 starts on pole, Craig Pollard with 83. Matt Higginson alongside on row 2. Car number 12 is Tom Gadd, 80 Dan Gore. Row 3, yesterday's winner 5 Rob Wellham is alongside 17 Chaz Hyton. And on row 4, 3 is Tom Westworth and 22 Chris Keir. On row 5, 19 is Sam Sattrell, 42 James Clarnell. Row 6, 9 Ryan Thomas and 14 Adam Walker. Then row 7, 24 Bert Chapman and 35 Joshua Dement. And then on row 8, 7 is Gunnar Jonsson to make up the 15 cars.
We had a message after the earlier race to say that it was a rear suspension joint failure on Tom Gadd's car that spun him out so dramatically on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, and that explained that one.
He's there, so it's been fixed to Team Stellar Racing's crew. In sunshine at Brands Hatch now. Maybe not warm sunshine, but sunshine nevertheless here in Kent for our penultimate race of the day. So those wet Avon tyres were not needed for the F1000 Championship competitors, which I'm sure will please some because there's not that many in supply. So the Husier slicks used again with Craig Pollard on pole. Can he convert that? Yesterday Rob Wellham was mighty off the line. The 5-second board is showing. Round 3, the F1000 Championship is underway as the lights go up. Pollard slides off of pole. And like others, Wellham again has made a good one. He's got ahead of Gore by the time they get to Paddock, but he's not as good as yesterday's start. And Craig Pollard, the double Formula V champion, leads. Higginson is second. From Gadd, you've got 3 750 Motor Club champions at the front there, and then the rest of the field flow through the hairpin.
And the next pair, absolutely side by side. Dan Gore on the outside, I can see. That was dramatic. He got back past Rob Wellham. And so much work done on these early laps. Clarnell dives across the other side of Keir, trying to get in the background, trying to get past him. Wellham quick into the braking area here for Clioways.
Craig Pollard, the only driver in that top 5. He's not won an F1000 Championship race before. He got some podiums last year. He wasn't a winner, but he leads by a decent margin of 3/4 of a second at the end of the first lap. So it's the former V champion ahead of the RGB champ from the past, Matt Higginson. The reigning F1000 champion Tom Gadd is there in third. Dan Gore's fourth. He's not been a champion before. And then Rob Wellham, another F1000 champion, in fifth. Tom Westworth has just lost out on sixth. Chaz Hyton, who's had pretty good pace all weekend.
Yeah, that's right. It's Hyton and Westworth in the car that's new for this season. Duracell coloured car, sort of black and bronze. There is Rob Wellham charging through Surtees after Dan Gore. But these are the chasers. And there's our leader. And it's Craig Pollard who's out ahead in the Team Sellers car.
And for second place, Gadd in that Sellers car dives up the inside of Higginson, the Mattel run machine, bit sliding around. But Higginson's held on there ahead of Gadd. A quick first effort there from Pollard, a 45.4, pretty much as quick as we've seen in the races all weekend. But early on this time, in the other races when it was perhaps a bit colder track temperature, it took a little while for the slick tires to get up to temp. But Pollard's gone away by a second in these early stages. Obviously confident on the cold tyres. Craig Pollard last year was his first season racing slick shod machines in car racing. There's Tom Gadd in third spot. Higginson now going back after the leader, but even faster. Dan Gore gets the fastest lap, 45.358. In front of him, Tom Gadd was crossed up through Paddock Hill Bend. These are single-seaters with slicks and wings that you can slide around but still get lap time out of. So Dan Gore with the aimshop.com fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, 45.358 that is for Dan Gore.
Fastest lap of the race weekend, Pollard earlier, 0.338. We're only 200ths away from that. We went quicker in qualifying yesterday. But in the race, you need to keep your slick tyres underneath you throughout. And we're going faster. There's the fastest race lap of the weekend. Matthew Higginson, 45.256. Last year, F1000 set, and it was Higginson again last year, set the fastest lap of the season on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Faster than British Formula 4 cars on less than a tenth of the budget, and who may claim that this year and set the benchmark for the F4 cars that will be here in a few weeks. There's Gadd. He's in third. I don't think we've really seen a pass all weekend during the sort of the bulk of the race. So
no, they're so closely matched, aren't they? And they're not quite close enough to make a move into Paddock, particularly. There's Dan Gore in the second of the Mattel cars in here. Craig Pollard, 45.249 now.
Do you think with the sun out for the first time, Marcus, that's helping the lap times at all?
It's difficult to tell, isn't it? I mean, it's not putting any great temperature into the tarmac, that's for sure. But cool air might be good for the engines.
Certainly been that this weekend. Maybe a change of wind direction since the earlier races. Maybe just changing the setup as everyone gets more used to running on the Hoosiers. And we're going to go even faster on lap 6. And it's Chaz Hyton, how about that? Making it 6 cars going quickly. A 45.197 for Chaz Hyton. What an effort that was. There he is, car 17, the fastest lap of the weekend.
And he's running on his own, which is interesting. He's not anyone's toe, just charging of his own volition.
He's made good improvements since last year, this weekend.
He has. Well, that's second, third, fourth and fifth in our shot there. There's our leader, still Craig Pollard. And there was always a succession of fast laps banged in every time they come past the line.
Hyton's best result last year was 8th. So great improvements over last season. Okay, he's only 2 places higher than that today, but his pace right there with the top guns. Nowhere new fastest lap on lap 7, although a PB for Gore. He was the fastest on that lap as he gets closer to Gadd ahead.
And Gadd's getting closer, I sense, to Higginson. There's that group, and the back is the car with the white car with the red and blue flashes. That's Chaz Hyton.
The top 6 all in shot together after 8 laps. You don't get that in Grand Prix racing after 1 corner. So through they come, out of Clark Curve, the disc lock Jedi of Matt Higginson. He was 0.83 of a second behind. He's brought it down to half a second. The lead gap that Craig Pollard pulled out on those first 2 laps is coming down. Tell you what, Tom Westworth and Chris Keir's pace isn't far off. They're in the 45s too.
Yeah, Keir's been impressive, hasn't he? Done no single-seater stuff.
Yeah, he's died car racing in 2020, the driver from Newcastle. He's with the Mattel team, but on a smaller budget than some of his teammates. So hasn't done the testing of some of them, but he's getting quicker. The former Clio racer finished 4th in the championship, the Clio Sport Championship, in the 182s. So here come the leaders. Higginson is closing in steadily on Craig Pollard, who went off quickly. Is that affecting Pollard's pace as the race goes on? 3.1 seconds separate the top 6. So that's half a second between each car. Gore is the closest to anybody. He's right on the underneath the rear wing of Tom Gadd. Dan Gore, he started racing about 10 years ago in Caterhams. So many quick drivers have come through the Caterham Motorsport ladder over the years. He's out in the Mattel Cars liveried 80 car. Up towards Paddock. Lead gap now 6/10. It's gone out by a fraction. And Chaz Hyton's done another fastest lap of the race on lap 10. 45.182 seconds, the fastest lap of the weekend. The aimshop.com fastest lap of the race. So Chaz Hyton is really starring during the course of this race. Track limit penalty going out to Bert Chapman, he's further back. There he is at the back of the queue, 17, Chaz Hyton, the star of this race. He's had the pace all weekend, but I think struggled in the early laps. But he's got a good start today, and therefore he's been able to stay with the lead group.
probably inspired by the fact he's chasing Rob Wellham, who's quick. You've always got to chase someone who is experienced and learn with every lap. And he appears to be doing that very well. What's happened to Murphy Aldridge this year? He had a car that colour, didn't he?
Yeah,
I've seen him.
That's right. I think he had some good runs last year, Murphy Aldridge. Not out for this round, at any rate. And car to be lapped for Higginson up at Clearways. And I don't think that's affected the lead group much. The previous lap, Pollard had got the lead out to 8 tenths. Gadd may be slightly closer to Higginson, who in turn is a tenth closer to Pollard. And Gadd has got a run here through Paddock, but he's still a couple of car lengths behind Higginson. So it's interesting here, the top 3 drivers have all won championships with the 750 Motor Club, all in very different cars, because Pollard won Formula V, Higginson won RGB sports cars, and Tom Gadd won in low cost. Out of the 3, probably low cost the least likely to convert to single seaters, but I think Tom Gadd was a good carter before that, which is probably which transpires. But here comes the move. Gadd up the inside. That was a real look, but it didn't work out. Is that going to compromise him, because Dan Gore's not far behind Marcus?
Yeah, I think he backed out of it knowing that it wasn't going to happen, so he didn't cost himself too much time, but Gore is still snapping at his heels, and Gore this time is closer. Down the inside comes Dan Gore, but he's not close enough to take the line going through Graham Hill Bend. Up onto the curbs they both come, but not extensively so.
Rob Wellham has been there or thereabouts today, but 5th earlier, and he's 5th not challenging again this time.
Hasn't looked quite so feisty since that rocket of a start yesterday put him into a decisive lead.
Interesting that, isn't it? How the 2 days have been different for Wellham. Still 3 seconds between the top 6. They've had another car to lap, which didn't affect them. Chaz Hyten's right on terms with Rob Wellham here.
Yeah, super close, isn't it?
It's amazing after what we had 14 laps that the 6 are still in 3 seconds, which doesn't really happen in any other single-seater racing with wings and slicks. They're sort of as close as you would expect in a Formula Ford race, but without the big slipstream offered.
Yeah, that's right. The Formula Fords do so well because they don't have the wings. They race very close.
Up across the line again, 15 laps in the book. 1.3 seconds separate the top 4. Then there's another 1.3 seconds back to Wellham. So the top 4 are separated by that same gap that separate 4th and 5th. And Wellham has Chaz Hyten lunging up the inside, but couldn't make it, but making himself known in the mirrors on Wellham's car.
Yeah, Wellham's fallen off the back of the others now, hasn't he? That's done now. But Hyten looks really rejuvenated by this, and he wants to have a go, but he probably needs to just get a good exit from Clearways to stand any chance of getting into that braking area at Paddock. He's done just that. He's run round the outside. He's picking up momentum. He's getting into the toe.
And ahead there's a challenge. Well, big move from Gore up the inside of Gadd. Not sure if he made that stick, he didn't, but that looked all quite racy. The top 4 separated by a second now, as Chaz Hyten is going to make a lunge, and we're going to see an overtaking move in F1000 this weekend, or are we? Because Wellham is fighting back around the outside. They're wheel to wheel now as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend on the inside line. Rob Wellham hangs on. Can he get the car turned in out of Graham Hill Bend? He's sideways up over the curb, so it's not over yet. Hyten is on the inside as they go down towards Surtees, and he's through, I think. Chaz Hyten grabs the spot. He's up into 5th. Finally, it took, 3 or 4 corners for that move to finally finish.
Yeah, that was a well-planned and well-executed pass from Chaz Hyten, who's up into 5th place now.
Big battle for second into Paddock Hill Bend. Pollard is 7 tenths ahead. Not much, but the next 3 are separated by half a second. Gadd is looking to the outside of Higginson. I think we're still going to get another 3 laps in this.
Gadd going to try and get back inside. He's not quite close enough, but Dan Gore threatens all the time. And these 3 are incredibly close now.
Yeah, being like this all the way through. Being so close in these cars doesn't seem to affect you too much. Maybe a little bit of understeer produced in the aero wash. Higginson, though, is the wider one out of clearways. Is that going to give Gadd a chance here up towards Paddock? He's catching in the toe. He pops out of the toe on the left-hand side of the circuit. The high line into Paddock Hill Bend. He brakes as late as he dares, but Higginson's got the right line. Both of them are slid wide, which could give Gore a chance up into the hairpin here. Back to the outside comes
Gore
Gadd.
can get on the inside now. He tries. He gets into the. He gets in there, and they're still side by side as Gadd comes out of the hairpin and he's sideways. But he manages to hang in there. That was really brave response because Gore had his nose ahead there.
Yeah, and he stayed ahead, unlike what Wellham versus Heighton earlier. So there's going to be one lap to go at the end of this. A cracking battle this has been. It's all come particularly alive towards the end. But for Craig Pollard, he's one lap between himself and winning an F1000 race for the first time as this scrap continues behind. Gadd dives up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. Higginson turns the car in ahead of him still, though somehow hangs on. And that has compromised him a little bit out of the corner. So Dan Gore is going to have another go, just like he did a lap ago, round the outside of Gadd. He's fully alongside and ahead. Great stuff from Dan Gore. He finished third in the 2 races earlier, and he's back into a third spot. So Tom Gadd, who had a couple of goes at Matt Higginson in the end, has lost a position in all of that. We have then one more corner to go, and Gadd's going to fight back up the inside of Dan Gore through clearway to go, and there's a touch possibly, and Dan Gore's off into the gravel. It's all gone wrong there for Dan Gore, but for Craig Pollard, he's going to be an F1000 winner for the first time. He punches here, he's delighted with that. The double Formula V champion showing the 750 Motor Club ladder. We've got now a single-seater racing. And a second season has come good, and Craig Pollard, I think, will probably be the championship leader as well, heading out of Brands Hatch. He won by 1.5 seconds over Matt Higginson, and Tom Gadd takes third. He was only 3 tenths ahead of Chaz Heighton at the end after, well, it was hard to tell from the angle we saw whether there was a touch or not, but either way, Dan Gore ended in the gravel. Rob Wellham was 5th, Tom Westworth 6th, and then Chris Keir. But what a last few laps we had, Marcus.
Yeah, and Chaz Heighton with that fastest lap. Just the most. Dan Gore was mightily upset about that. You could see him banging the steering wheel with annoyance up at clearways. The car just beached in the gravel. He just chucked his gloves into his crash helmet. Far from gruntled.
Yeah, there might have been a few choice words there as well. Hopefully no one can lip read on the live stream. So let's have a look at the results. Craig Pollard the winner by 1.5 seconds. These gaps don't show reflection of the race we had there. Matt Higginson was 2nd, Tom Gadd 3rd, Chaz Heighton in 4th, Rob Wellham 5th, Tom Westworth, Chris Keir, James Glenell, Sam Satchel and Bert Chapman the top 10. Dan Gore won't be classified, so Josh Dement and Gunnar Jonsson will be moved up a spot. And we had a couple of non-starters, Ryan Thomas and Adam Walker. So we have one race to go in a few moments. We go from the fastest cars to the slowest cars. So we just have to adjust our brains for the next race, the lap times to expect. But great stuff there. And Craig Pollard, there's no questions about his race because it was a lights to flag victory then for Craig Pollard. And in a few moments' time, we will hear from him and from Matt Higginson and Tom Gadd as well.
An amazing race once again for the F1000 cars, and we've got Craig Pollard here. He has won the race and he is absolutely ecstatic. He's just been hugging his entire team. If I can just jump in here a second, Craig, fantastic job holding off the rest of them. Congratulations.
Feels so good. Worked so hard, you know, everyone has worked so hard. The pressure's on your shoulders, especially 2 seconds, and like I said to you, that can set the tone sometimes, but over the moon, so good, so good.
When you said earlier, it was just like, obviously you had 2 second places and it was like so close, but yet so far, but you've finally done it.
The margins are so fine in this. There's no bad driver in this series, and it's that next step up from what I've been used to, and to get the reward like this is what you turn up for.
Absolutely, and just on a more of a track question, obviously the sun's come out as well, which is absolutely lovely and bizarre for England, but how has the track conditions changed since the session earlier?
Yeah, obviously it's dried up, track temp's gone up, tyre temp's gone up. But we're into the unknown with the Hoosiers. This is the third race of the weekend. We've not used our banker set, so we're still on our first set of tyres from the weekend. They don't drop off as much as the Avons, so we're learning all the time. Car felt great. Car felt really good.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on ending the weekend on a high.
Absolutely, yeah. On to Alton.
Absolutely. We'll see you there.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Second place, Matthew Higginson. Where is Matthew? I've lost him. He's over there, I believe. If I could just grab in with Matthew a second. Matthew, can I just jump in a second? Fantastic race for you. Obviously, a bit of had to defend quite a lot and a bit of attacking as well. How was it?
Yeah, as you can imagine, pretty stressful. Didn't get the amazing start I wanted, so yeah, I was behind Craig. You know, quite comfortable there following Craig. Couldn't really make any inroads. Just had issues with the engine at the start of the testing, so went maybe down a little bit there. So no, pleased overall. You know, salvage great weekend to be honest from yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations on the second place finish.
Well, yeah, thanks to the team Mattel, brilliant car, Alistair, sponsors Dislot, all my family watching at home. Hopefully you enjoyed that one.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much. And third place finisher, Thomas Gadd. Thomas, you were really locked in a very tight and ferocious battle there. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I'll say it's been close all weekend. We've all been within tenths of a second, so overtaking is always going to be difficult. My tyres were just going off massively towards the end of that race, and Dan got the inside, well, got around the outside of the hairpin really well, and I just managed to get to the inside of him into that last corner, and I don't know I don't seen the footage yet, so I can't really say what happened, but it was just unfortunate it ended that way, and really hope Dad's all right, and Dan's obviously car's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. And tell us more about obviously your weekend as a whole. How's it gone overall?
Started off all right, qualified on pole, but that was our first time on these new tyres, so it's been a bit of a learning streak. We're going well in that second race until a rose joint snapped on the rear end. That just unfortunately cost us a potential third, but yeah, it's been all right, been mixed, but yeah, not too bad to start with, I suppose.
Absolutely. Do you reckon you could take the fight for the win in the next round?
Yeah, it'd be nice. Alton Park. I enjoy Alton Park, so we'll see. We're always going to be confident there, and we seem to have a good setup. But again, my first time there on these new tyres, so I guess it'll be a lottery for everyone.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on your third place finish.
Thank you
very much. Anyway, we're going to the last race of the day now. It's the historic formula coming up next.
One race to come here at Brands Hatch on what's been a great weekend of racing from the 750 Motor Club, and the first of two visits to Brands Hatch this year in the middle of a 3-week run of 750 Motor Club events. Croft last weekend, Fruxton next Saturday, and we look forward to that. But we have this historic 750 Formula Series race backed by Race Parts coming up. John Village was the winner in a shortened race earlier after a couple of red flags. Jörg Schneider was second and Lyndon Fruston third, and set the fastest lap in a dry race earlier. So what can he do on this race, which is set, the grid set by the second best laps from qualifying? We'll have a look at the grid when the cars make their way out. So they're still in the assembly area. We can see some of the Austin 7s there on the left-hand side. You've got some of the 750 Formula cars. Trevor Slatter is back. He had a problem at the start of the initial start in race one, so good to see the driver in the car that finished in the running-up position in 1977 in 750 Formula with Lynn Evans, Trevor Slatter's car. Then you've got the Dyson there, the X 1172 Formula Championship car of Greg Catton, and then some of the Austin 7s on the far left, including Tim Mile, who will be celebrating his 86th birthday in the week. Still going strong in the 1937 Austin 7 car that he restored in last decade. And great that Tim is able to carry on racing.
And that'll make him one of the oldest licensed racers in the country, won't it? I mean, Phil Barrack, I think, turns 88 this year. He's been doing it since the 1950s. Owned Baby Bertha at one point, the special saloon, the Jerry Marshall Vauxhall Forenza. But great to see, and some veteran cars, some veteran drivers. Of course, the real veteran in terms of big-time racing is John Village, who won the earlier race, as he did last year, and he's in the Village V2.
Right, pole position. In his 70s now, but still driving extremely well. Having won that European Formula Ford Championship back in '79, which I suspect you were a few rounds of, Marcus.
Do you know, most of those races I think were actually on the continent,
Oh,
and yeah, and I didn't get it was the European Formula Drivers Association put that together. But I saw John Village racing in many a Formula Ford race back in the 70s.
So there was a few 1600 races on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, I think, wasn't there, which must have been spectacular.
Yeah, I don't think those rounds were, but yeah, I think they had lots of single-seater races out there. And also these Formula V and things must have been quite extraordinary. Super V was the big thing round there, I guess. Britain, John Morris and people like that were doing it. And good old Ronnie Grant, who's now 99 and still going strong. We had the Patrick Head designed Taurus. But here we go with the historic 750 cars supported by the long-term sponsor, isn't it? Race Park.
Yeah, they support both this and the 750 Formula Series, as they have done for a few seasons now. So there's no green flag left, so let's tell you about the grid. On pole position is 29, which is John Village, and alongside John Village, number 7 is Graham Wilson.
That's the polished aluminium car of Wilson. Time.
On the second row, 13 is Ben Bolt, and 65 Jörg Schneider, as you can see on your screen now. Third row, 23 Lyndon Fruston, could be quick here, and 26 Mike Whitby alongside. On to row 4, we find the first of the Austin 7s, I think, number 8 Peter Marsh and 85 John Moss. On row 5, 6 Richard Verheyden and 11 James Miles, and on row 6, 66 Nick Hayward Cook and 30 Tim Mile. On row 7 is 72 Trevor Slatter and 81 Samuel Bayliss. On row 8, 31 Greg Catton and 1 Gregan Fruston. On row 9, 87 is Luigi Bayliss and 27 Richard Pryor. On the 10th row, 9 Thomas Endon and 69 Mick Pickup goes this time in that car. And again with a delay at the back will be 61 Simon Gallons. He was excluded in qualifying this morning.
But made a very strong progress through the field, didn't he?
In a shortened race, so hopefully we'll go the full 15 minutes this time. Village's car a bit smoky there on pole. Anyway, the red lights go out and away they go. There's another car that's Slatter was away slowly, but he's got going, and the one car that has the delayed start will go in 10 seconds. But Village leads then into Paddock. Graham Wilson reclaims second away from Ben Bolt there through Paddock Hill Bend. And then they will climb the hill. The Dyson's making good progress. Greg Catton there. 26 coming up the inside is Mike Whitby in the Centaur. Mike, who's in his late 70s.
Amazing, isn't it? And you got the Dyson Sports Racer looking very distinctive in this field, and one of the 7s coming through strongly as well.
There's Fruston. So he had good pace earlier, had a spin and fought back to third. It was Ben Bolt he had that incident with. Ben and his Village is way out in front. He's already at clearways. The rest were at 30s there. There is the gap. It's absolutely enormous, the gap between first and second.
One thing John Village has never forgotten is how to start and how to do all that work on the first lap. He's a long way ahead of the next 3 who are disputing second place. John Village,
the three abreast,
the chasers.
And Fruston's got to the front of the group. He's now aware, I guess, of Fruston's paces, John Village, so realising he wants to get away early. But he's up to second now, Fruston. What can he do in the HCS then? Lyndon Fruston, the driver from Worcestershire, the coordinator of the championship in this 1969 HCS. But he's under threat from Jörg Schneider, who's running well. The driver who travels from Switzerland for these one-day meetings that historic 750 Formula have. Great commitment to the cause. There he is, 65 Jörg Schneider, Marcus.
In the Arthur JSG. He's building a monoposto Austin special as well. He's that much of an enthusiast, really good engineer too. And yeah, he's going after Fruston.
Really is, and pulling clear of Graham Wilson and Ben Bolt.
5.5 seconds. Village's advantage after one lap was quite something. I think our picture froze for a moment there, but it's all back.
There's
to say.
The Dyson of Catton. It started 15th with 6th by the end of the first lap. So that went really well for Greg from Bury St Edmunds, who has done a bit of catering racing in the past. This will be a bit different. Former rally driver too. And he's got past Graham Wilson. He's up to 4th now, Greg Catton.
Yeah, he's carrying some speed up there as well. Interesting to see the rear suspension at work on that. And there is Jörg Schneider coming back up the outside of Thruston into the hairpin.
These two were a second a lap quicker than John Village. The gap down to 4.2 seconds. So in the 4s there was Thruston, like he was earlier, 1 minute 4.7. A long way away from the lap record, which dates back a long time. For whatever reason, not on those sort of times, but it doesn't really matter when everyone's close together like we've got in this battle here. Thruston and Schneider. They're 3 seconds ahead of Catton. Best of the Austin 7s is James Miles in his supercharged car. And then the standard 7s, Class A cars, Nick Hayward-Cook is 13th. But Jörg Schneider's not letting Lyndon Thruston get away. He's looking up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. He sets the fastest lap now in the 4s too. Quicker again than John Village, a 1 minute 4.410. Schneider with the aimshop.com fastest lap. And he goes ahead of Lyndon Thruston into Paddock. This is a great effort, and earlier Jörg was saying how everybody else had worked on their car over the winter and it just left it as it is, but this is potentially the best performance we've seen from him, Marcus.
It's brilliant. Yeah, he drove very well at Mallory Park last year, which is when I first met him. But he comes over, he's done Cadwell, I think, before now, and a massive enthusiast.
There's Simon Gallen from the back of the grid. He's already into the top 10. He's now the lead in Austin 7. Great progress once more. He's in the 1 minute 7s, which is quicker than 3 or 4 ahead of him. There's plenty of battles out there on the racetrack. Great to see. And most of the cars got out as well after a few issues earlier.
And then you've got Lyndon Thruston trying to tuck in behind Schneider. Get a little bit of a tow. What's he done as a result of that? He's done a PB at 104.6. But Catton has done the fastest lap of the race now, 104.205.
Yep, half a second quicker than John Village, who's also in the 4s. There he is, Village, a gap coming down. It's 3.8 seconds, but the top 4 all lapping extremely quickly. And Wilson and Slatter in the 5s, so not too far away. There is the 4th place car, the 1964 Dyson Type 64. Apparently 5 of these were made, the Dysons.
Yes, I only saw one in period, and that was the one that Angelo Farina had later, which was known as a Farina Dyson, strangely enough.
I suspect it was the Arthur. Is that 101? Is that a unique car?
I think so, yeah.
So that's going well. Schneider in second. John Village is where in race 1 he set that quick time, then sort of backed off. He can't afford to do that today. Here the Austin 7 battle, a little bit further back, including 85, which is John Moss.
Village PB, Schneider in the 3s.
And it's Catton, who's even quicker. 103.350, lead gap down to 3 seconds. I'm not sure if John's going to have this so easy. He may well get caught at this rate.
That's why he had to make that break, had to scarper at the beginning. And Slatter through up into the top 6 now. He's come up well.
Another Austin 7 battle here, out of Clio. 3 of them involved. And 11, that's James Miles, who's from West Sussex in this 1936 Austin 7 Monoposto, which has got a 750 side valve supercharged engine, which he built in the last decade. There behind him it's the Class A leader, Nick Hayward-Cook, who is dicing away with Mike Pickup for the class lead here for the 2 non-supercharged cars. And they're right behind James Miles for 13th overall. Round the outside comes Pickup, and he goes right round the outside to grab the class lead and move ahead of Nick Hayward-Cook. And that all happened up at Druids. Lead gap down to 2.3 seconds. Village did a personal best, but he cannot have the pace of Schneider behind, so that we are going to have a lead tussle in the second half.
I wonder if that sort of slightly smoky look on the line as he left was indicative of 1 or 2 issues with the Climax engine Village V2.
Austin 7 battle continues, but let's have a look at this group of cars side by side. There in that is Richard Pryor, who's I think won these races before. He has just got past Samuel Bayliss for what is 8th position. That happened at Druids. Ben Bolt just ahead. Simon Gallen just behind, who's caught them from that 10-second delay. They've got Tim Mile to lap there, driver from West Sussex.
Village PB deep into the 3s.
And for the first time, he was quicker than Schneider on that lap. Catton third. He's got past Fruston, whose pace is not staying as high as it was. Here's Simon Gallen in that monoposto, trying to draw alongside Samuel Bayliss for 9th, up across the line. Similar straight line speed, despite being very different cars.
Yeah, Gallen up behind Bayliss and Bolt, and there's nothing much between the 3 of them. In fact, Gallen 6 flat is his best lap of that trio. Caught Bolt.
And he's now got ahead of Samuel Bayliss.
Yep.
Into 9th. Great to see these monoposto Austin 7s. Good looking cars.
It's a very, very pretty, well proportioned car.
I guess it's a similar sort of shape to an ERA or similar, but a lot smaller.
3.3 first to second. Catton is only 4/10 now.
Look at the traffic John
behind.
Village has got coming up to the hairpin. There's 4 of them.
And there's Catton in the background attacking Jörg Schneider.
Big lock up from Catton as Schneider took the line. Down towards Graham Hill Bend. They've got to deal with the traffic John Village has been passing. He's almost cleared them all. I think there's about 5 cars in this group, which includes the Class A leaders, Mike Pickup and Nick Hayward-Cook, and they're free abreast here, which is going to get tricky.
Yeah, I think Schneider got slightly the better of it because Catton's still stuck behind one of the monoposto Austins.
I think the driver's very aware here that sort of the danger involved with some of these cars.
The Austin in the background came precious close to the curbs, but Catton's got his boot back in now and is charging back after Schneider. And here they come. Moving out of the way is the 87 car, which is one of the Bayliss team.
Luigi into Paddock then, about of a second, a little bit further away from John Village. Now again a good run through Paddock from Catton, like a lap ago. He looks to the inside. We've still got 5 minutes of the race. A third of the race to go. Time still for a lot to happen here. And reliability and keeping the speed up throughout the duration may come into this. Because we don't always get sort of 15 minutes of flat out racing in historic 750. Up towards 30s. Might pick up, I presume it's Mike. It's due to be him out there.
I think it's Mike in this one and Hugo in the first one.
Hugo tends to be the quicker. If it's Mike, he's going well.
A little look up the inside at Clearways from Greg Catton, but needs to concentrate on the exit of that twiddly bit of the circuit as Schneider carves his way through lap traffic.
Yep, up the inside. And the gap's come down.
Come down again, hasn't it? Dramatically.
Yeah, 2 seconds quicker on that lap, Schneider. That could be traffic induced. So 2.8 seconds the margin. There's John Village. He's got another car to pass, which is Mike Whitby, who was so quick on the first lap, but has dropped to 12th. So Schneider can see Village. He said, there's no way I can go as quick as John when we spoke to him earlier on. But he has gone as quickly. He's actually gone quicker than John Village in this race.
But Catton's gone quicker still. Pryor has also been in the 3s earlier in the race.
Yeah, he started near the back, I think.
In the 27, yes, he's up ahead of... yeah, he didn't run the first race. He was the guy in the yellow car that came through the pit lane.
He has won races before, I think, Richard Pryor. Either in a new colour scheme or in a new car. It's the NC. So about a second.
And they're getting closer, aren't they? They can see the white Village up ahead.
There's still 3 laps. So 2.8 seconds becomes 1.9. Another second caught in the freeze. Pretty consistently Schneider and Catton here when there's not traffic around. Which is a hot pace in these cars that are, what, 50, 60 years old. into the hairpin at Druids. Harking back to the early days of 750 Motor Club racing, where more often than not 750 Motor Club races were on other meetings rather than running their own events like we see now.
Oh, a spinner on the edge of the track there.
That Ben Bolt again.
I think it could well be. It looks like that roll cage of the Centaur.
This isn't what we want for a grandstand finish. That which may be cropping up here, but those yellow flags at clearways is a problem. John Village is making his way to the line. About of a second is closer to him again. With if we can get to the end, 2 more laps, but we're not going to get there. Red flags, I'm afraid. Real shame, because that was the gap had come down to a second. But how important was lap 1 for John Village? That's where the race was won. Was it 5 seconds he had pulled out on that first lap?
5.558, I think you'll find.
So if he didn't do that, well, we would have probably had a even more interesting race than we got, and whether he would have been able to hang on would have been another thing. But
saved by the flag, I think. Well, at least saved from a fight by the flag.
We've had plenty of really good racing this weekend, Marcus. It's going to be hard to fit into 1,000 words.
Yeah, tell me about it. Another late night.
But yeah, great racing we've had over the course of the weekend.
It's going to be hard to fit into 450 for Motorsport News.
That's absolutely right.
That really is going to be a challenge.
It's always great to be here with the 750 Motor Club. We haven't really had any bad races, I don't think. We've always had something to talk about throughout the weekend. We've had our weather challenges, but we've got through those without too much of a problem. And we've had lots of very pleased drivers, very happy drivers after their first weekend of racing as well. And more of that in 6 days' time at Thruxton, a free admission day to spectators as well.
Yes, that's going to be interesting. Different set of grids by and large.
Yep, yeah, all different to this weekend. So John Village is only the winner. Jörg Schneider second and Greg Catton third. Some of this might be adjusted behind. Lyndon Fruston fourth, Graham Wilson fifth, Richard Pryor sixth, seventh for Trevor Slatter. Simon Gallen, the supercharged winner. Gregor Thurston 9th, Sam Bayliss 10th, the pickup Austin 7, the best of Class A, Ben Bolt in 12th, Mike Whitby 13th and Luigi Bayliss. Next on our screens, Nick Hayward, Cook, James Miles, Richard Verheyden, John Moss, and we also had Tim Marl as well during the course of that race. So thanks everybody who's turned up to Brands Hatch. We hope you've enjoyed your day and not got too cold throughout. Thank you to all the Alpha Live team up here in production and all the camera operators around the circuit have given us great pictures.
They've done a wonderful job, haven't they, all weekend?
That's for sure. It's made our job easy. Brands Hatch, it's hard to know where to look at the best of times, but we've been following all the various battles, and it's great to work with you, Marcus.
And we get to drive home in nice weather. Look at that. How many times has that happened over the years? God, hundreds.
Let's hope the M25 is kind to us all.
Indeed.
So in a few moments we're here from Kieran one more time. Great to have him part of the 750 Motor Club programming. Alpha Live's coverage of 750 Motor Club will return in about 5 weeks' time at Alton Park. Part of BMW Live, so BMW Car Club races will lead the programme then. We've also got live coverage later in the month from Snetterton. If you hit subscribe on the YouTube page, you will get some notifications when the streams are set up, and that will notify you when that comes up. And all the post-race edits, full race edits, will be uploaded as well to the YouTube page in the next few weeks, and from Croft last week as well. Already on there is the races from Donington Park. So very much thank you to Marcus Pye alongside me, Joshua Barrett, and we'll head down to Kieran for one more time today at Brands Hatch.
Another historic 750 race and another dominant win from John Village. We have our top 3 finishers here, and so I'm going to jump in with John just to get his comments on that race. Let's let him get his helmet off for a second. And John, we spoke about last time you've had a bit of dominant win. You've kind of done it again.
Sorry.
Is it you or the car?
Pardon?
Is it you or the car?
Well, it's got to be both.
That's not the correct answer. You say it's yourself.
Oh, no, I can't say that. I've been at it a long time on that, so I should know by now.
So it's you then?
A little bit of me, but I did make a nice little car, didn't I?
You did. Can you actually, obviously, can you talk us around this car?
Well, it's very similar to the car I built in 1974. Very similar, but having had 50 years experience now, it's a bit better. Little Coventry Climax engine, BMC gearbox, back axle, and there you have it.
And how long have you been racing it?
Oh, blimey, no, is this the 4th year, I think?
4th year?
Yeah.
Well, fantastic weekend, 2 wins for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You've been very kind.
I try. It's only because I'm in front of the camera. Right, let's move on to the second place finisher. Jurek, fantastic race from you again. You had a bit of a battle on your hands this time, though.
It's been quite interesting. Lynn didn't make it easy, and then later on I had Greg on my back. He's been quite present in my rearview mirrors. But once again, John, no chance to close up the gap. But it's been very entertaining, but really enjoyed it. Very good race.
Fantastic. And what's your thoughts on the weekend as a whole?
It started very wet. I'm so glad it dried up in the evening. That was a bit horrible that morning, but I'm absolutely pleased. It's been worth the trip from Switzerland to Brands Hatch for that weekend, no doubt.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on your second place finish.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to finish with our third place finisher, Greg Catton. Greg, fantastic race for you. You obviously had a bit of battling to do as well to get back up into third position.
We're having a good race with Earl Gap there and made up for this morning's disaster where I went into the gravel trap.
Are you finding the dry conditions better and suit your driving style more than the wet conditions?
Much better, yeah. I'm looking forward to the summer. Yeah.
Well, it's British summer, so it still could be wet.
Well, let's hope not. Let's hope not.
Absolutely. Well, fantastic race for you, and congratulations on your podium.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyway, that rounds about it for Brands Hatch for 750 for this weekend as a whole. As you can see, obviously, the weather has cleared. Typical British weather that it's cleared now at the end of it. But no matter, thank you for everybody for watching. Thank you from myself, from Josh, and from Marcus as well. Thank you from the Alpha Live team. Thank you from 750. Thank you from Brands Hatch. Thank you from all of the officials. And we'll see you again at the next one. Goodbye.